Tuesday, the 2nd of September 2025. 14 minutes past 1600 hours. We're still in the British summertime. And we're live on Akwantufuo Radio, Abrabapa Radio, as well as Akwantufuo Radio GH on all our social handles at Akwantufuo Radio with another edition of Bamaso. This is the place where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come deliberating on all possibilities with which we will rise as co-creators and catalysts in the making of a very beautiful and fantastic Ghana. Here our focus is on what we can do, right from the micro levels to the macro level, so as to make Ghana a beautiful place. That is what brings us here. In line with that, it is more to do with you working on yourself with all seriousness, in all discipline, with all intention. Truly speaking, if we want to work on ourselves, we have to be very, very intentional about that. If we want the nation to become an amazing place, we need to be intentional about that. So it's about we at the individual levels, growing up to the collective or macro levels, we becoming better versions of ourselves. And as we become better versions of ourselves collectively, we are becoming a better version of a nation. So if you are here for the first time, whatever the case may be, I would humbly welcome you to the Tuesday's edition of Bamaso. We call it Free Flow Tuesday, where we give ourselves the opportunity to discuss all possible topics that may come to mind. As we broke, we went on a break on Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, some parts of today we are back. So there are several issues, there are several concerns or several events that may have happened in our country that you may want to express your views to them. So it's a free flow Tuesday where we allow you to flow whichever direction that you go. Today it's more of we adopting the attributes of the waters. Yes, the waters have no form, it takes the form of whatever you put in. You can't stop it. It goes in whatever direction, but at the end of it all, as it goes in any direction, it is seeking to get into one source, the ultimate source of our water bodies, and that is the ocean. In line with that, what we have to come to realize is we still operate within the fundamental principles of Bamaso. That is to say, the big brains must come to play. Our drinkers here must come to play. That is the fundamental principle that we operate with when we jump on this very platform. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to the Tuesday's edition of Bamaso. And just ronko kase de mu do de mu apipa enkoma baby a wo bia sampempensu we fidie no da Akwantufuo Radio, Abrabapa Radio, and Akwantufuo Radio GH. Say social handles no so now at Akwantufuo Radio. And benada September there toso mienu. Afimpi mienu ne aduonu enum. Ya ba ide na kire se ya baba maso. Ya ba beto ato adwene. Ahwe kwan a ye betumi afa na my Ghana afa ne ntuma pa efra. Ye nyanti ase se ye wo my Ghana de bia ye ka ho asem ne ye enye bibia o eno ane ye ya. Nti the very moment ye beba ha se na kire se ya nkasa ne ye bedwene ye ho. Na wa wotena ase na adwene ho nso a no kore yenya no o man Ghana ha no se wa wo betena ase na wa ye ho se o media me nka ho media me yema family wo boa wo ye farasi ni farasi fo na o mo ko bom pa ye kan se won de media me nya boni bia mtutua me tutusu dudu sa nkrofo no wa betena ase aka sa asem se wo ye afam wo ye farasi ni pa ke sa se wo de wo ye Mr Perfect ni hwe ye oboa eti ya ni sa Ghana na ye ka ho asem ya ni sa Ghana ne di no kakra e wo se yetumi eyo ba bia ye gina kona bia ye gina bia no eno na ye hwe kira kwan se ye betumi aye na yabwa in building that Ghana that we so much want to have. It is an any day the kind I would do a video no a Akwantufuo radio we were here enye jumedia ye di wa hano I would say it's not like just the mainstream radio enkomo ni bi ana ye di wa ha enkomo a say oye wadwin say you are coming na wo sua bibi na wa ye ho adwuma dia adwuma na edin nanso wo say ohunu say eno na ebeboa ama yesa atumi aka wo ma Ghana fefefe kama ye nyina ye hwehwe nti mesro obaye ho adwuma obaye ho aduro menye se farasi ni no o se media mitua me ntutusu odudu me ye de me ye nyina me play me part oh yeah sure oh yeah sure I put you to test I kire say we play we part enti yaba na said ye mpanyimfo kra kan to ho no epo kra nsuo togum enti baby a waduru bia wo de fan say you are playing your part do you think if you do some reshuffle kwan me da ho ema won play some more part na and our complacency are setting in until you think that you have gotten to the peak. There's still room for improvement. Inti aba yeah be hwe sa obra na wo see etimi bo isan say ya any sa Ghana na ye ka ho asem ebra no nti the first edition of Bamaso in the month of September no mema obibia happy new month, right? Sana we were here every now and then you can know happy new month. Na Mesaka will say, although we are in the month of September, if we continue to face our challenges with the same mindset that we have used in the month of August, we are going to have the same results as we had in the month of August. And if we want changes to what we had in August, we need to alter the mindset with which we used to face our problems. We rocket science. It's very simple mathematics. Why going forward. Nti so tie ni said ya na tena na sarabedi akoni Dr. Ebenezer Amofabwate. Me se ne papa yo nti na nketia. Also bomodin said be ya that you free and China. You continue to have life beyond the grave. America for United Kingdom for Spain. Also of abodi abeta joint of abodi or Belgium for right. Ti papa ya and the rest. Mama benewa anyway for chum. Samsafo I saw you come on and then you dropped. Yes, I know why. Because I had not activated my microphone over here for you to so Betty and you na airborne for you to know say yaba. Bosome fufro yaba. Na yenchia Finland foi. Apostle Bibi, Evangelist Bibi, Prophet Bibi, Archbishop Bibi, yes. You man title ni nyina bi. Wopo edini nyina be man, right? and then she say I'm a titan into be babe taxi and there be titan on the man name yama ho bibia ndi wo ho ati yo bibi turning to God's word jumedie oh the bebro am woni ache pa the dedication, the discipline in bringing us turning to God's word jumedie no ya na very 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 exciting na ya Finland for obosomfo of Finland, that's right, obosomfo ho ya Finland for wie no de na che say ye be ya na say enchia na aka ni nyina ye de bebom ye de bebom na sa oti ani nko ade a misrew oti ani nko ade a oka adofo no ho, you are part of the big team making things happen around here. Nti medawase sedane de nyina ode wafidie no to Akwantufuo radio then so aba say yento Akwantu no so na yenhwe de yebetumi ayo no man afan into my pefra and then free flow Tuesday na mom no ye flow all direction no de ye wo enkomo ba ko mienu so a ye de betopono no so se de be ya ye flow no na ye ne sa enkomo no so eko na say if yada no if my memory serves me right me free stage no so na me de question me to samsafo abranti a wotena mu eto aso ma ye bon komo no say woni adofo mon komo kire say ye musi ho what kind of education ana the Ghanaian voter here going forward. What kind of education? Is it a classroom education and any other form of education and the Ghanaian voter here? One way or the other, see about in kwan ye walk microphone no na ye walk also work as a video no it's answer o kasa o die ni yeti nti see that kind of education that we need to give to the Ghanaian voter na o back as a video ni so that is the kind of education that you need to put across e work as a video so right nti I put it to him say omomodiana na one or two the education, a kind of education, dear bear home education, among other things. I am farmer the Ghanaian voter. My son said ye wouldn't know. Ye be biano. My catcher saying, can you hold a shall see free dear? Say, a man seminal, it does not begin with a battle. So, you see, when you think deeply into stuff, perhaps we need to ponder over that as well. Where does it begin from? Because say the what kind of education should we give to the Ghanaian voter? No, it should tell you say the families where we were born, the societies that we grew up in, among other things. In influencing the direction that we go when it comes to voting. It doesn't just begin with just we going on to the ballot box. If Ushemuye na odie ofane say one way or the other no it gets to its climax. Kesiapa with elections are no obusa who say DNA koso before we get to the elections are influence the direction of our vote. Now if we are to give ourselves that education which is also part of programming education now prior to election programming. If we are able to program ourselves very well it will help us to understand why we are voting, which direction that we want to choose when it comes to voting. Ebebwa ama yetumi enya to some extent the desired results that we want to have when it comes to our democracy. Nti maybe call some safusono also my recap on my square the assignment na man na or coach or no referee to sound comedy no on my and comma and as in semwa and yanum a kanye so and yanum kanye as to the kind of education that your dream say the Ghanaian voter needs. You see, when we say the Ghanaian voter, a bit macraba say, wow, can say the Ghanaian voter needs this kind of education. Be a kasa one kasa krano, you need that kind of education. Be a one kasa unyantia say as to the intiawa no utuaba on the identity. Until you yourself now you may need that kind of education. That is why you may suggest say the Ghanaian voter needs that education. Enti yebama samsafo ama update as to what enuanom ekaye to that effect. Na ya to aso ebusi ho sa asem no na say enei wo ama enuanom gu akwatia for the by election, right? Omo ye ready pa to aba ewo akwatia ho no nya asem ketwa na se ade a ye ko honom na ya fa abonten ebusebusa enuanom question say what are the factors that influence the direction of your voter? Ka obetin komodede ewo ho komodede pa obetin komodede and the education needs to carry on. The very moment we pie kasafide so na yede kasafide ni mema onko a na yede ama se kasa be a meeting do no you are educating, you are programming yourself and others as well. And we need to know the kind of education that we need to give to ourselves or the Ghanaian voter. Na obi so free flow obi so the question be about to honu mu say utie empempi no utie anuanom nso a ya utimi hunu say oh ya na ideas wo hopa ideas timi eflu kama pa say na metie Kofi Krantin still ano he's out there, he's still campaigning every now and then. Him say yeah no ko TikTok ko kasa kakra kama ewo ho now we send the links no across o kasa twins ideas ni flow enya asem ketwa na metiesa question about me trim and in what environment do in what environment ana does great ideas flourish? And the environment be ana say ideas solid ones epp eba environment me ba na ohia was ye dua sa ideas na say sa ideas na afa ye mu apie no say ye ka say de ye adwuma ebetimi aye adwuma correct pa adwene hu dipo Mr. Wa environment be na ideas ebetimi enyini correct pa. What kind of environment? Perhaps if I should just possibly guide you a little better. What kind of spiritual environment? What kind of social environment? What kind of psychological environment? What kind of physical environment? And what kind of financial environment? And ideas will be able to flourish beautifully. Do you know who deeply? Yankwa Humanaso. Nayama Samsa for my update. What kind of education do we need to give to the Ghanaian voter? Sam, so to me can any Bamaswo.
I drink Kessio, Papa Smiley.
That will go there.
Yes, I don't book on your houseway.
Namia do miss me here, pa, miss me here. Bibiada no Quenwaha. You any medical Wakwaba, right? Ede aba Jumedian so. Now, Obechia at here for near the phone. Said me canto hono ochie wi ya mafa pen paper. The education that the Ghanaian voter needs, or the education that we need to give to the Ghanaian voter no points and you are the buyer no so be kai bia boy en kai kakra na yen to aso yɛntoa ɛso ɛmmɔ nkɔmmɔ ɛmfiri hɔnom on Free Flow Tuesday. Nti Sam, sɛ wotumi nka a wodeɛ ne ɛtie.
Me that's Papa Smiley. So now kind of kind of chair. Akwantufuo radio. In 24 abahan na any your chair will be and most importantly your chair your phone all around the world. The chair will be and you Papa Smiley for opening the airways. The chair will be your call weekend and abba. Yeah, sure say everybody. I hope that everybody had a good weekend. Let's put it that way. Let's see, yeah. Yɛkyia amanfoɔ awie no yɛnkɔ yɛn anim. Papa Smalik, I think that was Friday. So that question out about what kind of education does the Ghanaian voters need, So me born it tougher for the most part, dodoɔ na agye to mu based on the explanation and based on what they were saying, people need civic education because maybe no more cancer man for better my brother my to a bar a bit more kind of like situation anyway like born in our tough and it's a UTS and I'm for church to do on say the Ghanaian voters need civic education until you didn't come on here and I point actually a point show now I'm a coffee and and I was like, you know what? I always hear this civic education, the civic education in Pokrano. What is civic education? Because it's civic education now. What are they talking about? And believe it or not, after saying come on and drown, because my used to say word in that, but it never occurred to me to even look it up. I just assumed I knew what it means. To me, you're born come on, and I make coffee, and I took my time and I just looked it up on Google. And this is the explanation or I guess the definition that Google demand. Me can we are able to meet our call customer money. Google catch them and say it is the study of the rights, duties, and responsibilities of citizenship, focusing on how government works and how individuals can participate in their communities and their societies. What I say, man?
Masi aseɛ paa akɔ so. Masi aseɛ paa.
Wobɛtumi akyerɛkyerɛ mu akɔ ɔkasa mu. Wode akyerɛ obi a wafa no wakyerɛ aseɛ. By adekunti a maame yɛ wei, adekunti a maame tew me bo ɛkɔhwɛ what exactly civic education a yɛaka no, what does it mean? Like people were saying these things, but at the same time, I also gathered or I sensed the same people that were saying see you have civic education anyway, Well, the entrance fee I say definition of the mind or Oboniama be so like it stood out to me. I say it's the study of rights, duties, and a responsibility. Those two words, rights and responsibilities, or them if I say three and rights, they stood out to me. And also at the back from Honoma, I'll say how individuals can participate in their communities and societies. And then based on that definition, in the way I'm unfortunate, I think I manage echo and they say some of Yin and I say Yapapanama and I say penny for no man. I can't say the door I can't say in civic education. No, we didn't come on and call Nimusua, not quite to say even say government should do this, government should do that by pushing a could do baby or no any DBR. It's as if say people want to say no. You're too abana mom. People use that word, you're too abana mom. Why should I be the one to do XYZ? You're too abana mom. Why should I do ABC? So in short, it's as if your face you're too abana mom and you're selecting something for wins, your jumano area. By saying I don't make introduction out trade, just the voting part now. It's just a tiny fraction of what actually needs to happen. About one day, obiara to me to aba, obiara to me the nekokromotie. Ofa kwalakora the neko janum to say obet me at aba ni bi. It's nothing. According to say, author dying. Obiara in America, I say, oh, good credit. You have somewhat decent income. You can easily purchase a house, but the maintaining part of that house, that's what become an issue. Nkurɔfoɔ bebree tumi kɔ car dealership. Yɛbɛma wode car bɛfiri car dealership akɔsisi a no, but maintaining that monthly payment and keeping up with that car, no, that is the hardest part of becoming a homeowner or becoming a car owner. And see, I thought it was very interesting that we constantly keep saying civic education, but when it's put to the test that we have to actually live by what we're saying, and then that becomes the whole problem. You see, the things here now, I say, I'm glad we all understood that we need a civic education, but we should take our time and look up that definition and notice, say, the voting part is a tiny fraction of what we actually have to do. We can all do that very easily. But to keep this thing working, to make this thing work, the hard work comes after the voting. Don't stop there. You have to. After so what because now you have to check people. You have to make sure so your fellow citizen. You have to make sure so within your community and your society, among for see a banner on my and that is gonna happen coming from Minewo. Yijuma ebeye wo area, your mountain mukitwa no. Yijuma kitwa ebeye no. That is what will help things transpired. So, I hope say what did I mention as a papa smiling.
Matias pa nansa na meja awo no so Mr. Wu say the amount for can say here civic education and if you have civic education say the Oma elements within civic education when does that civic education when does it end?
When does it end?
That's right. Yeah, civic education they see
No, Papa, may your question why, if you allow me, please.
Oh, that you okay then so to was it?
Some commoner minion can your questions be brave.
Eh, say yeah, happen the abon come on here pick ba. You know, everybody so over.
All right.
Some young
Yeah, Papa Smiley, this time, civic education, plain, a new expiration date. When I also name do was here, when I also name we are said there is no expiration date. And think of it, civic education. Education is something that you should never stop educating yourself. You should never stop educating others. You know, until the day that Nyankopon Betun is suffering, you should always try to evolve. And if you stop educating yourself, or if you, yeah, let me put it that way, if you stop educating yourself or learning, it's as if you cease to exist. Let's put it that way. You see, I know there to answer you short and plain, in civic education, there's no expiration date. We will continue. So government in the year ideal, even to where we want it to be in Poprona, we have to keep on educating ourselves. So now, obi abetimi ato dan by the maintaining part, ɛhɔ nom na edwuma titire no wɔ. And if you want your house to last as long as kurom ha nom dan ɔmo na ebi wɔ hɔ nom a ɔmo si yɛsi 50 years ago, 70 years ago, it's all because of maintaining, and they never stop to maintain. So you have to keep educating yourself and maintain, keep maintaining it. In a day, it will last forever. The minute you stop educating yourself, the minute you stop maintaining it, it's gonna fall apart. And that's just a fact.
Okay, all right then. Medasi. Thank you so much for that. So we'll take you the time and trouble to go check. Yeah, what civic education is all about. The elements that are within civic education are very important. Also, the rights, the responsibilities, and I about
Duties.
and duties.
Yes.
The the rights,
I'm putting him then I'll say
mm-hmm.
I'll say how the government works and how individuals can participate in their communities and society. So how the government works and how you and I can participate in our communities. The government no any dia now so you're there. Just because government it doesn't mean no we keep on educating ourselves. So we should always remember because at the end of the day, but that doesn't mean we have to keep it up, keep going.
All right then. Thank you very much. Now I tell you what me. So
So,
nanka officially no. There was a of a body and me kono so. Nanka of a body kasa. But say of a episode busa question me. More than a mouth of no busa question now. Or busa question we are of a body so. Of a chum. Bamaso.
I drink Kessia. Yeah. Me dear, me a year, said the beer. Now, the Aka or Maranum Seminole, and yet cry. So, it be pepper penna, Emmy de say, Minia, some supple, at the Walkasana, make me tea. Said the literal meaning of the Bible, none, I will never be a while. The literal meaning, in practice, it is different. And yes, I say because that be a media can say any part of the away because you see this theories has come up what could see above all society a year educated, enlightened, and educated. Yeah, society and yet largely enlightened or educated. Until me amikra kawo platform say if you part do a kotoaba will be or dabonting and so also kotoaba what toaba will be. I'm will be papa akoye MP when you ask Gracia what to down which no on the other hotia onti ade oto onti ase such people need education, civic education. This is what I've been saying and no pena meaning by the future of the man as a duties it depend pia about to omonti ase they do it on the blind side out of illiteracy and woman journal form and will be CC woman because and I was can be say the fact about one year no and say about constitution juma and so you see what the buyer say hana adina duty is say aban and they say rules I didn't say rules ni nyina no e full of potholes and so you clear road tax road worthy into potholes I mean na say me coffee the potholes say aban no onye is it saying say I say me na me coffee the potholes na we see say aban no me ka say wonye it's a will be a journey there. Can I say, make sure they mean the country is full of potholes. The responsibility is the government. The government will do road tax roads worthy. And not only what this can be, as one side here to one, that is a problem, bone of contention. And here, because you born on the buoy, has here, and no, we need education. A Debbie Bedra, and he said, I was sorry, so because you must first get understanding what for what. What was a people can say if you had the age now your Toma MPP and DC no I can't trust only Bibia won't just no one say or mammy to MPP say a woman until no one will dear please we abua crama out to be trained say sit stand and no stand up and you partner would you behave with this way it's not and yet that is why I say you hear a deliberate sustainable education. Ever drew baby, and that will be higher enlightened education. Then I want to say definition. Mr. Safu read here. I feel that you are too. She say you know. Any part to do Pino and you know, MPP and DC manifesto. I got the almost yes. Don't you do one say MPP and you flag in the colors, and oh dear, don't. In Ghana, most people behave like Western animals. They don't understand anything until we cannot go. By the definition, what the literal meaning, what meaning as if we betray the salon. This is this Yanam Petemekasa.
Mr. Now a definition now or the man what's your says they're called Cassim Pacho.
Or see, me and Ned Dipado don't see a pair at the civic education. Now, civic education, what we mean, actually, duties, responsibilities, back on I'm fine. As I say, the both sides.
And rights, duties, and responsibilities.
Some I mean, so Mimi Adben said, Nipa don't need more duties, one need more rights.
And any all cast yes in Ghana for your civic education, and I will say, and
There be what I'm saying. Let me see here, pastor, still civic education.
Time I will say, maybe now because Casamuna say, you would do any knowledge as a dear, you know, yet mean and yet salad meaning now or the king come and yet mean Genesis, yes, I know can
be any dear. Me say, ye hear a sustainable civic education, as here for many years. Namrebi a trouble, that ye near ye independent from the Gold Coast up to the First Republic, you know. Kwame Nkrumah ban huyenina, ye jaye, and ama sa election tokwanina ababi sa. So, ye twa so adi ankedipe pia ye so enlightened, ati abatwo ase, wo right womu, the assessor wo ye, any will be an ye yamefa board a crana. Wouldn't say a buy be duty as offer and our assembly in one fire, which we call Quack Busa. Now, Hano, Ubiaka and what to be a fan, not in the baby, or say, a woman, Mikaka, a quantity to Muka, buy us a man for what we have a beer. So, no, just will be a misbehavior because education, there's a huge vacuum. Mimi say, we need that education. Yenya Krama and Shemukin and yet sustainable for many years. Because a general education, basic education, and you will be a 35 million population, you will be an will be. Falling short of that, you need than even second or third cycle education. In terms of on a form, papa. Me feel say education, the idea is here for many years.
Okay, and then there's some kind one in the argument, yes, sir.
You hear for say MPP any 33 years. We need the same 33, 35 years of sustained education. And Sana, you do baby, and Sana yes, we need that education. I'm not part we are near number.
Okay. Now, okay, Samba, we will say it is the duty of the government so to support who, right? Yes, sir. Okay. And see, in terms of education, if the government does not fix the pothole, what other education would you give to the road users?
The Nippon say road users no almost here, Yatroma Quaitira, Obo say, Adena buying Aji car on the BR road tax no word until you bet throw petition be an you bet a demonstration. It's a human right. Yeah, we can demonstrate. Say, I buy Ghana roads in here, and yet we talk now. Say, into a demonstration. I am open a message to central government. Say, if they say more 50 a road, man, yes, people can go on demonstration, which is done all over the world, especially in the developed world. You know? Yeah, to go on demonstration, that's your right to do that.
Okay, all right then. Apart from that, what other education do you think we may have to give to the road users?
Piano, you see, society, and near my young society will be ano. Say, and Koya Achia. Baby, I'm a actual school and Kola at in Biasi school. It is wrong. It is all school now, in Biasi school on the tree. As I speak, some parts of Ghana and Kola don't in Biasi. It is wrong. People must speak up, demand, add into that you need public, reliable transportation. Maybe I'm a car platform. So, add then parliamentary, I vote to add unanimously. Jessica out of VH car, ama all the 275 members. Campus almost a normal Jessica, a top fleet of buses, and the whole can say they are baby, train buses, no be on that because government in a year, government of 4 by and of the people, you know myself, equal share of the national cake. Inti say yani party trotrom, it is so wrong, and yet say ni party trotrom dia. That's to say, I see any ministers in there, they shouldn't be driving in V8 cars. No. And yet, it's and that is almost widen the gap between the rich and the poor. I see, definition of democratic governance, I see, say, motivate car more. Not necessarily to V8 car more population, no, and no feasible. No more buses, trains, Emma baby, I woke be and I'm still team Kajitia baby. I should say, Hannah, so, any hospital, you put at that form, a nampasso. Nina, and yet, at the body. So, it's wrong. You're right, so part in governance, you know. You mean, because I'm saying, will be sorry, said, year two about Aquatia, will be a whole. What that until what I contain them, it was also a cotuaba. What free says about what's about control for what? Walk two because every our mammy and our papa at Tuma party A and our B and until walk or nim be all seek for what would it to me as what he has said, would it to me come out with you MP? Your man as grass at the end of 4 years. You better look up as a mini MP or as a minister. Obekwa brotre the yin ne man nyina obefri akotia ho wo call land the US now the other one ti akotia ho you see we demand accountability and fairness na nipa no kwoto abal onim sasa na man nyina wo ho so onimu a kebia na obeka bi before but nipa do no enim because there's that huge vacuum no education one mu di actually go on yourself without understanding to say be emwa don't think but human beings there we think so we should be able to think. Me and we say be Kotuama party A, I can see MPP and DC. Reason bench na meto. We are two more idea no by Akotia constituency. All these questions must be asked. And so Nipa Nipi Omo Musa or Kotu because Omame to party A and our party B and nothing or Kotu. I mean, listen, it's right. No.
Okay. All right then. Thank you for also views. Na enye bi amami muso. What do you say? How the road users, especially drivers, would use roads potholes and as if what was no. Should also be part of the education that we give to the road users now.
That's all. We question to be about why.
Okay, so. All right. Mekai some time ago. Me ba Ghana. Na me fa Uber. Nti me take car no ma ye kono. Me say dru ba bia akwan no nkoyi fura. Na abranti a ode me kono. Ode ka ne bom ne basa.
Oh.
Nti ode bom basa. Ti ma me busa ne say Mr. No, ti anya bia yemfa ne say your leaders wo munim nyansa. Oh. Na say nyansa no form. Ana sa kwen ya yehu ni say o media ma na say. O mo merepe. Emaye. Na bia sam pempenzwe. Nanado any kurasi no na say ba wo mi ana kurasi no wo de bia mi ana kurasi no. Okay.
Yeah.
Nti se ode car no ebo amlem kakraka na se car ni denchi ana se bibi ye so to a greater extent no say we play part in that maybe na anya bia se ode tum ode car ntum amlem boko na ofi boko a ebe ya na o si ebe na ode car na bobo amlem ngingin no right you can say open tema kusimi na wakofa nipa
foforo ko hwie wagu ntema
but have you thought of what happens to your car after say ode boom sa no you may have to visit the mechanic more often than usual sika kakra ubenya extra you may make in dropping me early no besa she me boa o say ya no nti let's say although ma anya kwan no de which said ye ka civic education and what and we don't have to stop pushing them to do the right thing but as of present now omonya kwan na wo Christian no and don't say we be too kind say uchi kanu M25 so right nti o the time na mu a na wo fi boko e ba sa akra na wo ankasa wo nipadua no wo nya ahoden because wo de wo bobo amna mu sa na fi on kudu fi
Sisi,
anwumre no na
wish.
sisi nyina de be
And yet,
ti me ni abranche ne boss an komo no kakra bi wie na fi ya ko ba bi a photos wo ho bi me hese wo de tumboko
you were free
no wa fi
mobile.
boko
Good,
wo de
good, good.
tumboko no wa fi boko right. And then man busa say what kind of other education do we need to give to the road users in the event say government e their potholes e go honor sir. And
Yeah.
he rightfully
And
said
where
education does not end.
we are Juma Kessia or Hopa, we are there.
Education does not end. So now in
Yeah,
pain
they're very good.
in pain yeah na said we go about sending a message across oh yeah na said then oh you have to let the person know know how to think and know now how question is say 1 minute say but just let the person know how to how to think and one with me and make other decisions on his or her own going forward. And see, thank you very much, Ofa Kubitu Berma,
Thank
for
you.
Nkoma when they are born and me. Bye. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And
Thank you.
yeah, let's have also later on. Mamiko Ofa Boy this way. Now Ofa Boy this one can be. Yes, what kind of education or can be fine. Yes, some a definition out there. Sorry, sorry. Some definition of the other and I say, or this will be cow one. See, Ofa Boy the Bamaso.
Adwokase
Ofa Boy the Boko there.
nyame adom bɔkɔ
Beautiful, beautiful. You, any, yaba. What in common you've been with me throughout the chassis. Also, boy, in common. Why? Who didn't it?
yo papa matie bia matie bi kama na ofa kofi kase yɛn nkurɔfoɔ yi hia education ɔmo nkɔ school na ɛm sɛ ɛhɔ na ɔhama paa sɛ yɛma ka onipa no majority no kɔ school na ama saa abatoɔ ne nneɛma na ɛkɔ no ɛyɛ akyire na mode sam deɛ no bɛbɔ no sɛ civic education for no mo nso ɛyɛ na ne nyinaa yɛ type of education na papa Ghana yɛ problem no sɛ obi ka sɛ school ɔmo nkɔɔyɛ na ama yɛ problems no ɛkɔ soro saa ne nipa no nya adwen ɛnyɛ even 1% koraa yɛ problem ɛkɔ soro a ɔman no nkɔ yie yɛ biribiara no yɛ most nkurɔfoɔ a ɔmo from ɔmo sɛ America ka sɛ elite ɔmo ka sɛ ɔmo yɛ educated ankasa wokɔ baabi a nkurɔfoɔ a ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nkɔ school na ɔmo di ɔmo mmara so a mmara no ɔmo di so fɛnkyɛm but baabi a yɛfrɛ ɔmo sɛ East Legonfoɔ korɔ ɔmo sɛ ɔmo de ɔmo ɛyɛ elite no Legon campus hɔ lecturers no ne ɛnɛ sɛ papa na me follow ɔmo abatoɔ na could you believe sɛ Afanyo Makina ɔyɛ minority leader ɔyɛ lawyer ɔyɛ wei ɔkɔ kyɛ sɛ ɛnɔɔma ɔdi pɔtɔɔ anka yɛhwɛ no nka fɛsɛ no kora deɛ sɛ saa nɔɔma no ɛyɛ full soldiers no ɛna bi a ɔmbɛkɔ akɔyɛ nkurɔfoɔ a sɛnea wɔfa aka yi sɛ ɔmo ankɔ school ba saa time yɛatɛne ma ɔmo ankɔ school no koraa no behave kama ɛnɔɔma ɛkɔ so wɔ Ghana nsɛmhunu a mu di no nyinaa yɛ more educators nti no baabi a mene offers sam ɛyɛ adwene sɛ ɔpɔn sɛ yɛakɔ school agye school certificate no nyinaa yɛhia another education a ebi a kuo bi de bɛma yɛ a ɛno no nyansa nkasa wɔ mu fie nyansa wɔ mu sɛ ebi a election a yɛkɔ yi ɛnyɛ sɛ kyenkyere akye sɛ ne no ɔfa kofi ka no obi papa na ɔpɛ adwuma ma no ba sɛ emu da hɔ kama deɛ a ɛsɛ wɔma process ne kɔ so na yɛ educate wɔn unless sɛ obi pɛ sɛ ɔabuse ayi no obi pese o abi su process no you know there also all right so fight for right because e bia me makoto aba ma ba na meto no because of say me pe ade bi say me pe we nti na meto wo na ogina ba bi na say no because of say me wo power nti no me ma wo will na say wo decision na wo take no me ma ne mam wo take kura meto go ho ne de ne ehu say na by say onam oso obi poster bo ba bi no atete na wagya obi de o che enya wo so kura na wo ye ayi ona wo hwe process ne so no saa nipa no wako school oye lawyer oye we first ne so de ne ka say lawyers na aben a fine enti civic education ni de omo omo dwumadie mmodi na papa saa nkrofo we nso ye ka say ye call mo budget mu a na bomba de eba be bo mo yi saa so see mo say mo ni resources but na no me hwe mo resources kitwa bi kra no subsequent governments no eno mo de emo no aban ye ba kro de eba na ekro de eba na ekọ de na eba na ekọ papa omo diskapa o enso ye hu omo dwuma ni yi omo enso asi ekodo omo bi na omo bo enya abato nkwa eno ma bebre se ne na obi kam se no fa kofi se hwan omo kire manipa ye hu ye right eno ma ese bi a asumasi ona ye meyo ona ka eso ye we ma ye nyina se wanya hemfa ne ye di nipa nbekọ hemfa ne ye di ye be channel ye complaints ne di akọ ye kra ye right ne sei demonstration achi no di ne be ye ye right kra say demonstration no mo kire sa no ma ni nyina because papa say ye ma saa civic education for no anye saa no ma no ama ye na ohun ebe ma ye ye mambo na say ye country na ye tu ye bebre krofo a omo ho kwan na say omo agye ato omo so a omo gye ho sika ye twi omo ka ye mbibia na omo ankyere no ma na ebe me ya bre ite bia ya dwen be ye party papa eno na me am krofo bi ahia na ye discuss no ma bi ena me ko ka asem bi se ne tem bia me ka ne hia ni nyina education na ese nkrofo educate ye no obu ho ne onfa ho se watu kwan wa akọ school wa yeden no party asem na de wodi tim even though no for kasa amanfo da bonte Africa nkrofo go abonte but almost soro koto aba but apart from that so mu go abonte omo fa so we yeden a kwase ande obenya bi wo ba bia kakra but ye hwe majority no ai wa ye ikrum na aka no ma bi asi yi firi omutim ena nne kura nso no papa saa ye wo metumu me MPP ni me NDC ni no papa eso atepa o person na be 70% na ba be 30 ahwe kura enuru esi no education se ne ye ka no omo educate amanfo social media through social media omo adwen mu bie ko it is ba bia me de kwa me san ba machi no papa me no mo discuss na ye discuss mahama performance ni ne no ma so be ka emre bi wo ha ya me ka se me pe oman ya mekom na matumi ada na masori na me ne me ma ye kwa nti se abuchire ha 2 o'clock 3 o'clock me na ma me ni obia even though crime or ha but crime na wo ha na America ni nyina se obi commit crime ye try say ye be find solution and ye be hwehwe nipa no ye punish nipa but ye ho no ye secret say no that time another time na America na too much ufa ha ye boat you but papa sem na meka na mre bie wo say o yes twam no esa ma na ho so chese ennafam na nipa no se ne ebi kura metimi agye adi se ne o kan but still no and toss from won't even find the argument. Say, oh, MPP for na SCTU could do more boys in the day, but I don't think the power amount. It is yet power yet MPP wona or more queer. Nipa wuni atiatia mu a say woni ye de power be ma wo bra behwe yen so na nso no homo wo ye omo yi ni yabo nipa tuo pe ni yakuno na aban na ne nkrofo te just like that papa de yakura ne say nyese tuo ni yabo ni nyina wanso teshi no ngwa ho ni yakobo ni yesa apra ne se ye ko ha wo me ni yakobo ni apra ha da kuma ni yako ba bi be 3 ni yakon mo just like that. Mahama mu krum no ha ono a president ni krum na chi wo abuse ni krum sai ni akobro amanfo tu ni akum nipa be 30 bo ko de ende sai no de akura de eni enka ne sai eni dada eni enyefe because omo de omugu so omo but na obefa ha bu hu ana enkrofo twintu no che sai insecurity na doso koso na no ye bo ho ye hu dede metietia mu ana hame se da ache me ko Ghana na me so me nama enko yet se bi akwasi koyi a wose me de metom tuo odi se oto but at the end of the day bi a ukra de obo ho ban ukra tuo na oba bi nso ko ba bi a saa omo we de ye ka se na ye ahemfo ne yi mu omuko papa could you believe said two de won say straight bullets and ukrofo mo number bi na tuo ko bo it's a fraud telephone so say oba enam ema bi akoka na e dia asem na beka eti education na ye ka ho no papa me eno na ha me na free flow no me so me de tum fra mamu say mama otu kwan waba on try say akotia ba election kwa obeka ho bibi enye se wo kan keke wo kan ye ema ye nkran hye ye yi kakra de but omunfo mo na nsifo insecurity no ye kwan a na wo kan ho asem kwan yi kuye Kumasi to Accra ye chese ye death trap ene wo ho ekuye ye bokoboko nso ne ye fa kwan we su nyina ba besi na ye ne nam so a ye chese ye every gathering bi ani ekupa chese papa duru ba bi ana ha adwen na mede masem wi am se o kan asem bi se ko bi no de car bobo yi me em so aka asem no ha papa ade ba ko aya na mo kano raw sani ba bi a mote no mo mfa nkrofo nso nhye bushu nim ne se nipa no no otwika no driver na otwika no ebi a wape adwuma saa be 3 years yo ne ba be dikura nyi eni atwa sesi na ma no se o afọkọ a omo de 3 million e ba ya twato enti okọ ne se ne wo kan no o ka se o doji ye man ho ya ewo yi na ye de no kra de ntise ukọ kakra na ebi wo mu dame group nti obedoji we nyina no ahwe a onya 1 million kra enko 6 na eno so na adwuma na bebo no itse ne o ka no me ye sure say drivers no bebre ho anka nyansa o mutim so ka no ese kra me ho be kire mti ne nka menya bokoboko but we any mistake so na ko ne ye gi a ye gi no bi gina kire gi driver foforo gina kire gi oh papa say ye o alternative kura de nkobeka so me ko na say omoje kura na ye den ya me nya ituma foforo ye
Okay. All right. Really, your habits. You hear this. One say education. I can watch it, and you're one sided. Right. Yes, utu ekurafono. Na utu momonenso. Afu. Yes, I know mokan. The education is not something that we give to only the drivers. Into Uber ready use oh see Uber ready use na wa chechire mu say ya chassis you can see bi dia ma driver no it's a driver na on content mo a oh bi a wonya sales no van koma ka wona yes
sa pepepe
it is wonya sales no okono gidi na wonya singa na e de koma ka owner oh what education would you give the car owner as to the state And I say, and Yama, a branch in a year in the car now, son, when I say and the effects are a benya or car. So, what kind of education would you give to the car owners as well?
Okay, sir, mean 2 to 4. Direct the ambo.
Because it's no fool.
Educating.
Educating.
The open materials because can you cry into no for? Or no, or your hands and sick and rubber. By Semeno may educate one can make us send ye quano the state of road no near no martier no. Ain't he? On funny say a car no or 3 million. A be a day, Bosomen obenya 90 million. But within Bosomen, a be our tie, bepai, or jam a normal baby. Or why ye bebu, or break ubasa because of giddy sanka. Nya botre kakra na nipano instead of say be a 3 million now, not sobra 1 million. Na at least car no instead of say obeko maintenance every 2 weeks, no. Maintenance and uncle bear 1 month. Me and I made be educating and as a medical can't send a bear, medical honoma be apart from accident, apart from winning and obey ties and so no money about no say be an say bank and so any time for end of the month. No, it's papa.
Was it, come on, no. The bottom line, they say, we can never have a shortcut in this life and win. We can never have a shortcut in this life and win.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, already. Already. That's not bad. I need to say life itself. Abasadi, I need to say beating the law of cause and effect. Beating it. And you see, sometimes we may feel say we beat it. But Ocean Crawford, they use the shortcut and everything that they know very well say it will come the ramifications will just befall on them. They can kind something just last over the weekend or say we can make choices as to what we need to do, but we can't choose the consequences. So I say, and see, you may make your choices. Say you will go this way, you will go that way, but the consequences not there. What make you choice? Maybe the consequences no over. Which mean can say, what consequences, right? And see, let's look at things from the broader perspective. So the kind education shouldn't be one-sided. Any or mutual and or can reduce as a whole. What kind of education should we give to them? Right? There was an instance I don't know if they have sorted it out. And for we track and some particular place and I can't bomb and say no man overhead. I feel overhead and the people felt to say it took them a long time just to go and walk over the overhead to the other side. Meaning that I can't area how baby now. Okay,
Adenta.
Okay, all right then. Now how bunkro for pa right?
Adenta.
All those people need to be educated. Oh, everybody is not beyond education. Nobody is beyond education. And you know, when we talk about some of these things, let's keep an open mind. So now how we'll be able to
even though you're better, but I see a cost of educating a send your work and I'm saying no mum never solution.
Yeah, sure. You anyway, that's it. Overbody, that's it. Thank you so much. Now home so. Overbody, really the idea. Let us say. Hey, sir. Question. Tell me.
That's a question. And you may time no. The question.
Okay, all right, Mati. Sam, Mr. Wadi, ma offer chum. Enko offer chum ya ma eja henu ne Abi and a Bibi Ebra. Me him of Frey Kaka. I'll come back soon. What's it? I'm still with you. It's the I'll just come in. Why? To offer chum. Yanko na fi yuri ta de some better why
Yo, matching me that's a papa. Me ti say me nua a friend say Mr. Albert or say or can be fa afenyo marking. I'm say reference to akwatia or mo to about na one chrim enti nwenyamre so abusa no nti me ka de minim. Me so me ti radio ho ni TV ho a me say election na e koso. Na de me bia me TV na papa bi o ye srebuni o ye NDC mpenu. Yo mo say o ye first or second vice chair, the fellow Azoka. Bibi Azoka, or Tamale, now NDC, or Mumpen National Executive anymore. Or Casase, so be true as a fenyo markings, no, ewo ha, and can ye another by election or the Krumo, which means a Kubikuno, ye will say, yeah, to me, a threatening, and whatever can't fenyo marking on one shame. Afenyo marking so abekasa ewo ekosi se asempa FM biti minimum kaja wonu sisi onko baby kro no ayi azoka papa azoka no kan ho asem no na wo twɛn the approach for be ye because nan say emsa say bi ba media mu say wo bi atro bibi call social media for bi ho yache no into what the police will do reference to this azoka man there me matie TV show radio so or no or kasa say Roberto afenyo makina nka yebeye by election which means say by election ye only on condition say will be a rule and ye by election that means will be a threat and this as papa azoka is why NDC me nti me hwe me hunu how society ye di 68 years now will be to be threatening obi ya me matie ti police front me kasa o monti and say ye frɛ papa ni ebusa why affliction you are as affliction or just a be what threatening will be there must be a punishment to that man so about to the to akatia na say we be in the public space radio the TV so na ka say we be to no enka ye be by election the chrome win about that means we be kuna a threatening afenyo mark no sisi onye boni bia onne the secretary friend say just include you and nam na on free akotia wo man crime because onye boni bia no obi hurihura no onya na obehwa kopi say abato no be wi anwure no so ansan na nkofo friend say papa no azoka no ebiku no nti on free akotia no omranka wo say omba no onye bibia woni wodi asem no edan apolisifo say IDP no di nipa be 5000 akogu ho na say we ekosi say you be no by election which simply means say you it's a very serious matter coming from Azoka na we NDC penimono enti when we nyina ni niema ekoso we memu enye ye civic education this will be a ye nyina there be there's a platform ye nyina ye ti abrochire ye to abada bia just say koka even see baby what seriously wrong with the black man organ why ye be huna enipakum ye can with impunity ye nyina kra say there is a law police organization. Can you stand in the street of Madrid, Spain, and now say Finland, and now London, and now Akasa? The police will pick you up straight away. They'll lock you up straight away. It's Ghana waka because I see a party a wabem. And yeah, was here because we make so IVP no ebe free azoka no police. Boy mati enti police for nkas it's in the social media e wo TV ni radio mo Ghana has sia and yet sansu ni ban bia e wo ye ho ye de ekoko ye bi we have no respect for any single line of the rule of law, respect for the rule of law. We don't think 1 minute. So over 2 afenyo makina and kaybeya another by election or win about. That means you want to kill a friend market. Why? Why you partner a disabled? That statement you used to the man. I mean, listen, Mama, you as human being, you nipa, yeah, animals, you're much more sophisticated. You are drinking it, me drink. Sa, if you kasa time, wouldn't you nipa ne kasa? Asima papa can a fin qua, Yansaba couldn't a wood, Ayakotuaba. They would see Uber 12 when you make a better election or you buy elections. Why? Why speak like this as a party leader? your party in government, yeah, what's our party, you would want to say in 3 years' time, yes, I to about more. At the end, why, yeah, yes, what you are to. I don't think NDC have to be in power. Many people's women in one rights, they should vote massively against NDC the next year, 2028. Because I don't think I can live in a society here. Penimo woman, sorry, I know can someone a fee, Yansaba could create, yeah, me, and crack to me. Na enukura tese right be no wo sa fanyo makwa ye bibi kura no a tese o ka chen say wo betu na nka ye be ye by election wo be ku no no win ba ho you it's wrong and wrong enti masa Ghana ne dia from the time na de bia me kan you two Kwame Nkrumah ma egu ye no na NPP from penny force mo na mo so mo pe Kwame ko mo pam we no look at what you've given us and na ye nyina ye team bi no very sad the economy there nobody is stopping this no discipline. And fa adwene pass nipa enye bibia can be would be worse than animals pasa na yeka MPP for ye bi NDC for ye bi wo mum ye no na da bia because wo two criminal organizations and wo ma be try also for the past 33 years wo mum gusu am say yes and to wo mum to aso now we must find a way to take out these two parties because it's no the next generation. Me, I don't have much time to be around. But one more by children, one more 10, 20 years here with before. No, I'm worried. I'm not happy with this MPP and this politics going on, and nobody is stopping them. It's going to get worse than it is bad now. It can only get worse, and yet it's very, very bad. Mr. Sapo. We don't know if will be fulfilled.
Yeah, offer that's the brave, and offer me say, and so offer, tell how can he, and call ye and anka, make example out of whom, Nasamu, punishing and as a can next now could be quite and could be dream by way
of away. I saw Castle, okay. MPP about NDC. What man you next this this is a democratic governance. You can't do that. I think Ghana, Jimmy country, Ghana, and assassin. And soccer must be picked up now. As I said, by this time I can say, hank of goodness. I am locking it up. You are 2 about in here. You're not by crying. Not yet to treat them, not to sell. Me, I say, and this for beef up our police headquarters. I bought them some. No, I could go yo, free Azoka, free dead. What's your woman? Woman, I could go to go. I mean, what kind of behavior is this? No.
We refuse to hold people. Hold the people accountable. Yeah, and I can hold the people accountable. But anyway,
I'm watching what Mahama would do to this Azoka man. Mahama is the president, the party vice chairman. I don't know. And I said Mahama can't. Me a cheno, Woma interior minister, Muta, Yati sa Azoka, me a hank of good. See a tea, a you for you won't to me free Kumasi, a don't bank and Yoko, yen lock on up. Pa, you're 2 about in Ria. They say the police for me busy. And from tomorrow, you can't hear Busana. Why? You play back there, as well kind of knowing what it means. In law, we're out of order. And you threat, you don't have the right to threaten another human being's life. Say, we were told, Mr. Aya, you better buy election. Say, we were kono. This whole couldn't be answered. But it's so bad. As I don't think he must sleep. They must lock him up straight away. They must speak him out.
Yeah. Interesting, interesting. What train of a young idea. Anyway, you're calling him of a that's a bit brave. Again, no, of a Kwame and son of Mefro, no, real quick. Of a boy, do Timinka. Of a boy, do or of a body. Oh, it'd be away busy. Mammy call of a Kwame, so of a Kwame.
Yes, sir.
Me, Bamaso of a Kwame.
I drink it you.
Now, they went out there, just who know an answer of a Kwame, they went a minute for me. Okay, you there of a Kwame, evident to me the metro of a Kwame. See the diable call there.
Bibia Boko, because wow, it was a never cause we no. In
Oh,
fact,
there, and it's Tobo, of course. Say, Mama Obama, so we, and yes, sir.
yes, I'm very.
Sir, and free for Friday. What's me the for baby and to say, Bibia and your book or sir, you know, you did show by a moon. Okay, with him last Friday, common aid, and yet the question bit to what kind of education? I think so. Cry educator assistant. Yes, say what kind of education does the Ghanaian voter need? It is okay. Treat him kakrame and not fade. They show bubiano the way you go up, and then you free for Friday or five. Yanko you know.
So, I'm say my contribute to debate, but many can see there was a kakra. Oh,
Exactly.
Obi Abeka say we need civil education. But civil education, what the koye kase more, and fa papa. And a definition of me fee say fitting on say as a citizens, you be who your rights, your responsibilities in nation building. Sana me de me te asepa. But Ghana for no yenti sa word no yenti ase we kasem, particularly uba akan kasem mo the omunima ne say kibimam kebia, that's all. And now woman so a woman be sebi woman be educated, what they tell us is a what they kotoaba. Na utu wa be no free sa police station no akofi. Na fe small girl ni ma on be bia o maye na ye declare results no say ani mukrum say ni okay me yes sir, because me tia the me tia say transparency and a hide bonny enti obi a wakoto aba no so ni right is obetra hon ma hwe say the elections no course a now so onkofia block on civil rights no be again friend is saying civil civil education is about nation building say a party building the amumentiasi but say nation building mi ko tie owura bi kasa wo sa elections ya course wo friend is saying akwetie and na wo ka bibi say if they don't vote for NDC any development woman who said bebo woman edi toso say sabi yenyansa no eda form how say ye chichiro my Ghana ye friend ye try a country Ghana ye try say be nation now we a politician we a senior member of the ruling party now be gina hon mo be ka say amanfo amu krom ha say man to ama yen candidate ne dia development ebebom na ekotiafo wo magya taxes ituana akotia minim say wo munye hwe no wo mo asase fi free diamonds ma about the Ghana afi de akoduro ni say sa partisan democracy no eno nti yemma akotiafo so wo mo anchusu de aban no pa wo mo rights nyina abo it is any achichiro oman no ye ni nipa sebe wo ye analytical thinkers enti politician bia me no already said you say classify no onye six mile he's a politician like a tribesman a Greek for a use no he knows nothing but his party he doesn't know anything about Ghana nkoso nka ho enti yen as citizens no and you was to me gina ho kase system na ye use no mo ma ye man no entua na mo enti what we have to do ne say and they say you will see a changing system sir the confrontation democracy the people be no say yo mo nwanwa na kese mo nwini ho yi sa na tie e power hunting all means come in chroma pra de kai was the politics is a dirty game and a friend is said to us or saying and the ends justify the means. Okay, it is a Mama so big na platform so I say one more party no violence and I experience it say even one more party ni could hear sometimes you almost hear keep course benches any a year idea you to me the messa be ye that day no more destroy area that will run of a few more cars will freeze and buy no oh almost coach an idea. You can't say a bema that is so beer with me show violent. And this or castle and car or betu run one camoja beku for more. You don't doubt him. Now, o men be our life, you know, nipa human life. Your money consideration, no. That is a woman, woman baby, a umujina. So, Ghana, no. I'm sorry. Your mom pay say. Ye benyan krofo a ombeti tie na ya ti die nti a Ghana no wo ho na eye dwuma e wo se ye se e wo se ye kekere Ghana na ebeye oman ti se any other oman a ye benya security ye benya nisa ni penyina hie bi e wo because akwantu a ye kotue nyina ne se ye krom pia boy nti wo mu atutu kwa no bi kra akwantu ebi nso ope kwani a wo mo beba no ma sitra mo beye kama wo fi bet ube fi a wo mo atumi na kodi wo mo nsem no they are not capable and also wo mo nye responsible and also wo mo nye equipped and also wo mo ni competence ya de chechiro o mai nti kwa bibia basa na me overtumo ho a me twina adwina baso wokas no ka bibi se enka wo se ka government wo ba na ye needs no wo solve my ti say bibi ti say public transportation but as a matter of fact so the kwadwindwinu mu a overtumu e de wo mo ne se Ghana for no ye nyansa no yetumi invest in certain areas ti say auto trotro na auto taxi there and there utumi nya ho nyansa no ni sky edeyo enti de wo se wo mu mi ma dwemu de yo se ye ne se okay ekwani akai no kofa so no ye individuals ye ni ahoden a ye de yo se kame de mi kra no ye ma mi method a kame tumi a kire method a citizens no abitumi a build wo mu rules but ye di adwuma na ma ban de abani hu se kwani a wo ye no e wo so hu se e be last Emma solve route network no but the base obu nani aguso na so wonya akwan wono no failing so okaso ojai akwan no build transportation system adia citizens no betumi aya and me for the time being make say want to the boase na citizens no transportation dey on betumi a invest wo no one fanani nko areas individuals ana yen as group no yentumi nye no nanka wo the taxes no bi aye because uko Ghana development wo ho no are ho me uko hospital wo Ghana kra utumi say nyame apata o za de ba ya de bebe fi enti yentua na mo yenkekire wo man no na yemma enkrofo so a yenia ye Ghana fo yi a wo mo tu kwan a wo mo afi wo mo ani akohu se de enkrofo hu hu kwan a ye kire wo man no mo nso mre mu because o man bia ye di nyansa na kire if you block nyansa you are blocking your own development eti Ghana no one system no edigency yen say confrontation democracy edigency yen echichie mu instead say ye betumi ahwehwe unity of purpose enti tu nka system no nke mpia to nchen Lawrence yemfa nkoma ne yire ne ma na in free Ghana for so ne ahwehwe system a ebetumi unite Ghanaians ne yi violence e free hon mo na ya be dwini say ye nipa ye nipa ba ko a ye wo duty see echichire ye mai anything other than that we are wasting our time me wo my busy into me best ro na me man we see ya me pacho
Yo, for Kwame, that's it, baby. That was a lot. That was a lot, and I can tell. So you speak as always with a lot of passion. But yeah, yanko your name. Abe, Abe Owa. So Abe, you're ready, dear. You better call baby. So, baby.
Hello,
Yeah, baby. Bama so.
ayenkase.
Yeah, Oba can be an air.
Awo na me kwan da hɔ de atima kakra.
A crime baby that other than to
Na
Robert Shell.
meti.
I'm sure. So, what's the question? You know, what's in command of wedding tea, and I see a free for
Amatin
Friday
komo no
and
na
tea.
question na ka wo kai me kakra nka bebua.
Yeah, question. You know, it came from last week Friday. Papa Smile in the bed to or yeah, Bobo Ghana. Question and say, what kind of education do you think the Ghanaian voter need? It's simple. TTRNT. Education when I face Ghana for Motuabano, and then education I face all here to help them basically make the decisions they make.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yo, me metia chiefo nyina na mo so na metia obia. Na regards to your question no. I think say we have been giving a lot of education to voters and I see my own education. Na from say yɛnhwɛ yɛfrɛ no sɛ manifesto na yɛmfa nto aba na bi wɔ hɔ nso a bi wɔ sɛ mo de slogan hwɛ w'asetena mu na to aba ebi wɔ hɔ nso a education a we must give ne hɛn na nka ne nyinaa ne yɛ sɛ deɛ wobɛhwɛ manifesto ne adeɛ but you and I know sɛ manifesto no ɛnyɛ adeɛ koraa no a obi wɔ hɔ koraa no a wɔka aban na wini a ɔmo aba power a ɔka aban ne ho a yama ne tumi as a minister anaasɛ a position yɛbusa no manifesto no mu question kora ɔntumi nyia no we believe sɛ manifesto no ɛnsa ɛnfa baabiaa ɔmo mfa nyɛ adwuma nti voters no ɛna Ghanaians and Africans especially so ɔde toɔ sɛ twerɛ biribi na ɛfa bɛgye sika a the whole world Ghanafoɔ ani sika na ɛbɛdi first sɛ twerɛ adeɛ paa na ɛfa bɛgye sika twerɛadeɛ ne ɛmmɔ yɛ nsɛm ma wo aish nti wobɛtumi ayɛ manifesto ne dɛdɛdɛdɛdɛdɛ bɛkasa kama but bɛsi aban mu a different story nti voters no ɛdeɛ if they will be truthful to themselves I think say the education no the ɔmo ana education no one should educate them on certain because education ne deɛ yɛ educate obiara menasi aneɛ mehu de asɛm bi a yɛnka nkyerɛ obi but wankasa no sɛ wokɔto aba reason a wode bɛkɔ akɔto aba no na sɛ woanhu ni saa na kyerɛ sɛ woasua biribi afiri na wɔaeducate wo ɛne ɛduru baabi koraa bi bɛtumi aba mbo last time te sɛ ɔwɔ ahe sɛ yɛnyi aba bio yɛnyi din no firi so na I wanted to ask ɛdeɛ nti ɛdeɛ na aba ɛsɛ deɛ ɛdeɛ bɛn na wayɛ just 6 months ɛdeɛ bɛn na asi so ho nti I think say you say there obi can say don't advise the fool because he will not take it and the wise also does not need advice so don't give advice nti so who could to be say you could educate will be how to vote today at this time we have been voting for a long time media we don't need any education there voting na no ankasa betimi ama yɛ asua adeɛ because I think that no be truthful say ɔmo a moayɛ party lawyers no ɛyɛ ani ebo yi ho dua ɛn na ma yɛ sei ɛna mo de ma yɛ adwuma ɛn sɛ wa nsuo wei nku wei nye mu sei na ɔmo buru ne mpanyinfoɔ so mo anye mu sei ha nti ɔmo ayɛ saa na yɛ ɛbɛboa ɔmo ama na sua adeɛ ɛno ne yɛbɛka sɛ the life will teach you a lesson the life will teach you a lesson so nti media education afamu de I think say ya bomoden bia enti no yenyai na when ya ye betu ho fi besua de because that is the best way to learn afutu ndie moye enti like we were saying say ama obi eko treti obi say ko betu no obekunu anaze ye be say it is becoming pathetic now. Say generally police unity no overcome say also overcome say it is not nation building but party building. Say political party obi na ban or aban was so na ojina ho police for one or kasa no or kunto you don't care. And the police will be begging the person, oh, jai, oh, nyehwe, oh, dear, jai, oh, to was a bibi kama. The person needs to be arrested. Even acquire or call hospital. So we call for good intention. So call say the hospital no come near Juma ye or mu ye say mispractice. The first so call her friend gang mom be that one no crabana is in kiachino. Near money bill. And son as some no could be wishing. Aka say, see, any hospital no so come need Juma say. But this is a person, a normal person, or co treaty, so born one mono, or co treaty, or co distracted a whole hospital, or co commotion, or whole hospital. No, he's sitting in the comfort of his home, and now, setting committee. Say, you now committee no so could transfer on budget sitting allowance near the day, no matter recommendation. Yenti say, me nam we na me bura hospital bi na ye mo hwe me ba ma betena ba hours ma nyim se na me yese na me kasa bebre na a wo free police na ba police ni be pam me je o kofie na ya ti committee here nhwem no ye be chwa sana ye be kana kire yaka but I say we are building party you know the police does not want to say anything. The police don't say anything. And obi aye de open. Now we are saying kura bi akoko kan sem bi o TikTok. Na me bi Facebook we say saying girls being so sa TikTok. O ma koka say tia Mahama. They do ma ko gina court ya ma o mu bill ni ade. O mu su. Na obi so ono so ko threat obi. Eno e o radio so TV so no. Ono de yenya ne hwe. It is all you say ya. When people ask questions, so the president near breeding there, a day course a CG attorney general, you know, judge, no, or Chinimu dying obey, you know, or pound Korea civil court, you know, obey, you know. Month why, yeah, you see, I wrote 10,000 pages or 1,000 pages. Report about so be, you know. They said, because a man who quite soon, you know. It's any day obey yellow be, but there are so many also pressing issues. And I to say Accra, ya butu power crap, pipe. But could be a boat para police in the kicking or copy. Here should be a chiase. Butu people. Just say, where are our police? Police never more. It is a they are not echo so sometimes we are talking no. The Bema a minor I am metal baby and then a higher young and a higher because if we don't regard our police, we don't have trust in the police. And I say indeed a lot of people could say it will be a true bibrisa or say the registration of guns, no. Oh, by a register man and one no. And you know, you could see say a number of people who will true any of them in years. And there are so many pressing issues. Was see me and home. Accident is quite be paying a bimini question spirit and spiritual. Me share Facebook, they are more driver or video. the kind of driving more driving I be because if you are driving well and somebody is not driving well now accident. There are some basic things plan or driving no say careful so you overtaking. So maybe but every careful now also you overtaking now be share what can innocent people na you overtake unnecessary speed unnecessary speed monzo moka monye maintenance papa biya munyi yenye I say every year biya odo ka be ko check up every year biya odo be ko check up ami ya check biya say a road where the ansana ya samo asiso ba ye de yenye ne sanso of speed e machine even cars na titi mu kra na enye very good enye made for people to your friends passenger car ye twitwa ene di seatbelt die ni enti ekobomu a problem na no kra ikowu the concern of people say na president ma and aban mu enye no na ezi kan was ye kan driver na no kan car no any kwan na okofa say what went wrong ye nim car ni kan wo mu nim car ni there is no na say the abobom kra na say your friend is say you see prague yes they don't have any education meaning so more insurance so omba cross so see a na di twi the only education biao and so they are using the motorists that your friends say road they don't have education they don't have insurance any etiti ho saa enka sikapuduo obia meje lances 2 million near training near my lances near training no one say ade na ekuta wono utani pankwa but okodide obi wo ha ye tricycle nti say press ya be ko uye nse bedum eno ano onim road signs bia onim se ti hwe ne pente obekun anazo de betwu ka ho uye sikani a no ada form me pa cho fa cheme wan fa nche na uye nipa bonini na uye kristo ni wan fa obi de kai akra yo so hiani kai kra no bebi odi po ye ebetimi kra to ka no oni bi di ho fa cheme ye de a cheme wan fa nche na uye nipa bonini ene omo de titi krom obi azo nka ho hwe but dako senke ko bo president camp ko president convoy biba ne obi akroso na na minister biba no be ene obeti committee sisi a ami ahwehwema say o ye ne if you say enye ni say so what I'm trying to say there are so many pressing issues I was see me ni ko hu ni cheze nation we are building the nation discipline we free akwa but ye ku ye nimba kwa ni asabe aji oh is it chinchina we ma me free. It is true. Say, yeah, but me be o MPP. Chinchina we know through. And we if you have do say do think say some people will have trust in the genuine person out the neighbor. People will not have. And your nation idiot and want some kind of I be but when you talk I yaw say that party we say oh, but I think say we ourselves now no we will learn as we go on because we got to know we got to see things well for ourselves because there are so many things that is happening we expect say but I said say na say president said yeah and I said yeah should that yet ayi and I yeah bread holding doing there yeah nti what kind of party media education party you say there is no kind of education I could to vote for but ono ankasa no ade na oya wi a betu because obi bre obi a reason o de to aba o to aba na wa nya obasa nti no ade ba kwa American churches we say party for no hu say every day show say enye party members na omo kontokwa ɔmo kutakuta card ɛyɛ ɛna ɛde ɔmo ba aban mu fɛn mu sɛ ɛyɛ nkɔɔfoɔ bebree bi ɔmanfoɔ bi wɔ hɔ a masa sei ni ti wanyɛ sei ama me ti no ano no there are so many people a ɔmo nyɛ party affiliated it might be say hey me free but ɔno no wanyɛ ne names deɛ ohia ama no a ɔnto aba ɛna obi wɔ ɔkora ne ɔde ɛma no t-shirt ɛbɛ mepɛ t-shirt mo ama me bi mento ama wo and I will be at the mentor. And that is how it's going. I think that they should also learn from that. Now, every boy, that's it.
That's baby. That's baby. What boy and come up by submit was yeah. Because I like. I mean, the be out the free buy. You know, it does make sense. Say education because if it's not then be a near kicking me you 2 months for near say by submit was yeah. Also say there, yama life, yama abrabo experience through experience, you know, almost basically idea be frame. And yes, I
But
cemetery was yes,
they
I
are
know
learning. They are learning so well from there. They are learning so
by
well from there because you could
Obi
see that.
Subeka City. I
Mm,
mean, for 30 years now, almost that's why yeah, sad two parties went. Are they really learning something?
party
Almost
for
nearly
oh,
be frame.
the point is the party for nankasane day. Oh no, they don't care. Who the man 8 years a man. They don't care. They don't care. Say, Monto aba mame bi mu amumfa. They don't care about that. But I say employment. Say minya obi for adwuma 8 years. Na akatua ne good one. You accept it. No why adwuma no 8 years. You were there. No akɔtena fie. You wadi usika. Na wasan ba. Ɛno koraa no wokɔtena fie kuro bi a wonkɔtena kwa. Wobɛnya supplement bi kura free baby. Nti ɔmo no they don't care o. Nti a group of people ɔmo abɛgye adwuma no sɛ management yɛn na yɛbɛ manage adwuma ɛna ɔmo nya na yɛdi tim. Nti mo no yɛbɛma mo kakra but mo anyɛ satisfy a they don't care. They don't care sɛ yɛ bɛdi nation sɛ Kwame Nkrumah mo de si wɔn anim sɛ ahafoɔ ni sei wɔsi yɛ ma ɔmo sei ahafoɔ wɔsi yɛ sei sɛ deɛ ɛbɛboa bɛboa but okay nkɔfo wei last year ɔmo anto aba na ama nti no wɔn pɛ nsuo bi yɛn kɔ pɛ bi ma ɔmo wɔn bridge bi yɛn nyɛ ma ɔmo but what about say yɛn nyɛ adeɛ no na ɛmoa the nation mpagya ɔman ne nkɔ gyina baabi because up to this time sɛdeɛ ɛda bi yɛka no yɛ transportation system no ɛnyɛ papa yɛ accommodation system ɛnyɛ papa obiara pɛ na ɔkyaagye deɛ ɔkyaagye sika na ɔgye a no wadi ɔmfa nyɛ maintenance ofie hɔ na adeɛ no abu agu obi wobɛti kyɛ sɛ accident a whole lot of things a wɔsɛ nka yɛti kuo ne nkɔfoɔ kyerɛ adwene ne yɛtumi implement adeɛ no nti na nka yɛasɔve this issue ne yɛkɔ yɛn anim wokɔ mman bebree Malaysia mo they started last time na obi de ɛyi bi to also people were living in slums but I'm saying no let's start building this for them ne otu afidie say yɛmfa camera mra say na kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo afiri hɔ but yet the end yɛn gya ne because you say no wokɔ ka ɔmo say politics na numbers so numbers nti ɔmo de ɔmo va ho but yɛn no wɔn no a wɔwɔ no wɔsi dɔkono boɔ say ɛna yɛn pɛ say school mma kɔ school a ɔmo yɛ friends ebi kɔ fie ebi tena fie na ebi kɔ nti no ɛno nti no mɛkɔto aba tia no tu kɔto tia no ɔbaa no ma results na wɔpɛ no so ama wɔn deɛ no wɔn sɛ wɔdi nkwasi asɛm na ɛno no wɔtua a good lesson hɔ so they say nti ɛno no because we need education a yɛmfa ma voters so if there is any education yɛmfa ma voters obi bɛ tuma they are move but still.
Yeah.
They choose to do but ọmụ a etu ọmụ de ọmụ fa ho nipa bɛyɛ 1,000 bi ọmụ fa ho but ọ deɛ man
But you
4 years
see,
na ɔbɛyɛ
but you see, BB, here's a situation omo found by omo actions, ne omo behavior no is hurting or is impacting the masses. Until now be can say into office say perhaps we should use like a punishment as a tool to maybe get them thinking straight. Like office say no no would there be any effectiveness? Say like, should we use like a punishment? Like obi bibi enya to say anka akwaya okojina baby anka oka asoka owe or make it that statement no. Nanka trainer bitina baby ni a trainer so as a form of punishment. Perhaps it will get them to start reasoning by because me who know on pa kune trust and
Ɔnze
na me join
asɛm a
say
ɔka no nipa hwan na ɛbɛyɛ punish no deɛ nipa na
eh no no
ɔbɛ
no
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 ɔno ne papa no no ɔyɛ adwuma no
no
ma
no
no
no no what me you me
ɛno ni
ama no
asɛm
I don't know so no what me you me ama
ɛno
no
yɛ
oh
asɛm
Charlie
enti
I can't be
nka nkɔfoɔ anka
brave
yɛhu sɛ nka ɔmo yɛ bi a ɔmo yɛ nkɔfoɔ anka yɛhu sɛ oh this guy have been in the system for a long
yeah
wafa npp nsɛm wafa ndc nsɛm all right let the person continue so but in the broad daylight oh if you are genuinely everybody knows that this guy is coming to serve you yes I know what breaking system now
yeah
because nothing just say acquire or call hospital dientina anka at that moment or how you did the nunca administrator na free police obi abaha be disturb ye tikikiki ni abefan
yep
ye buy oni ho way akọ you social media person or there any enim no ya akọ no fie ni akọfa ansa na abebusa ho asem enti next time obi ti wo obi ntimi enkodi nkwasi asem sa so they say amani to me or to me hospital no atwe camera even kura your work conduct sometimes when we teach any who video a obi ba na o kan brofo bi anya ne or dey to Facebook ni ese I ask myself say the parents of this child no maybe a kura sentino obi amfa it is not right work conduct hospital nurse ni no video obi nurse ni no you say yemfa nya adwuma hwe para boche we adwuma ka wo twukura dudun se embara pa na wo de nam no wo de mbara ne nam se bibi tutu a mbara no ne apply so enti yet saa nneɛma no nyinaa no ɛnyɛ adwuma ɛnkɔte committee yɛnyɛ sɛ yɛnkɔte enti no ɛnkɔte da bɛn ne yɛbɛtumi adicate so there should be certain ɛno no ɛsɛ yɛhwɛ ne yɛtoto ho nneɛma but ɔmo deɛ they are interested in yɛyɛ kwan yɛsi hospital ɛne wei ba na obɛsi hospital wei ɛne wei ba na obɛyɛ kwan wei ɛne kwan no deɛ ɛbɛyɛ wei ba na obɛyɛ wei ba na obɛyɛ wei but the system is corrupt so institution ɛba from institution ɛsɛe da biara ɛsɛe we should build upon we should not destroy so nti pathetic but anka wɔn mo a the point is that wɔn mo a ebi a CPP ɛne ɛfrɛ yi sɛ wɔn mo a wɔn mo yɛ ɛfrɛ ne sɛ wɔn mo a independent candidates wɔn mo if they really want the nation wɔn pɛ ne yie so wɔn pɛ so wɔn ho deɛ it is not say preko pɛ mi wɔ scanty no mo nto aba ma mɛ president meyizi yɛn start parliament wɔ no ka CPP fund on focusing on parliament one more aba independent candidates near the ade resources no focus on parliament and by now be 15 people NDC for NPP for parliament nan komo so no ebo and he will build this house so sana then out of mono ya take back you know betime this is the plan I betime dey yi MPP ni NDC na free but without it no individual you cannot and you say baby from base you say free baby but as a normal black man you don't want to sacrifice the be any penny show you will scar want to mommy but again of one to buy was your baby so the way of moji around 3 months so no but you better about we be shock you be I want to be a shedder as a shedder really the baby about the resource never shock you. Ubetua nkwan de eze de wo aburo ene wo nkoko ubetua nkwan de ebedi wachi so but a plan bi na eze de to 10 years plan 20 years plan nanke ye working but ye punish you because ono so person obey the same thing so a big problem. They say, who is going to punish for it? When you be a punish, will be about no bed or on any crop for no man, but you man watch it. How far, 8 years ago. Because gold body and can resources here, as you say, a fetchy sika war. Sika no, what are we using it for? Oh, adventures be a bit me amazed. Because one what young trace a bridge as a juma or bridge bridge. Obi agina katua or the tua bibi. Nura utugu utiaka oka utiaka. Gan obi oka be trace utiahu. You also utiane usuane so beto chiwa. So and crofo di on make ya pragia on the nabwe. Insurance new. Sika puduo pa so mo de adwuma jiska. So enti nema bebe road and kofo over speed si abomodi akoto camera bi abesi baby etwa sika ebetima fascination enti enko bosi ana say yenko ne na because na say camera fo no maiska o omba ozi o ye be agreement ye be ba be kire mu IT ye be ba be kire mu ya IT you say baby adu ye bi yenko ye betima kire ye be ba be yemu say ye be ba be yemu omo nyoku agriculture up to now ye were agriculture professors this having a obi pronive which agriculture so indeed me who oh meska but you was a near na you say we have to force the people to do oh yes force you me any ye up to now so offer say and near aye pasa he say ke kuye so hospital no wabuki wafre na bani abuki kwa ne wakɔgye wa yaresa no aba up to now be out in kudi hospital say bank kura na be say atuati I don't know first it me kotra bank the whole day but the whole day we discuss koto bank the whole day kudi commercial bank bane bank bu okro ban na mo ma echi mo bi echi e pia virtual internet but we are still as where we are yeah.
Maybe so one last question now for see my what can I say in here education be my life experiences in that way, I know busy me bisa will say now there oh yeah a war way no say no be sorry turning to God's way.
Anya me aduma echi
Yeah. Oh, okay. Obviously, maybe I said Nadia yeah war no turning to God's way. No, would you consider it as part of education or what do you think that is?
In that you need education, and as a friend say, the religion requires no, and I say osum no chire no, something that is a continual process. And
But I
also,
think yes, yeah, and no, at the back, yeah, brabo, like you're sitting them, so
one thing is
not just
on say
religious, like you,
yes,
you hope to
yes,
see a
one
bit
thing is
transpire bad.
on
Me too,
say,
cause
but Bible no, and ɛnyɛ ne nyinaa na yɛfa sɛ sɛ wade say how you make you live your life say abrabɔ a ɛti sɛ bible nkyɛ sɛ wokɔ school wowie school akɔtwerɛ kɔtwerɛ application kɔpɛ adwuma we have a normal life but ɛsom the way I'm telling ɔsom no a religion no a yɛsom na obi ka sɛ as yɛnkɔ is not the place a yɛkɔgye solution to our life say me ni adwuma nti me kɔ asɔre sɛ deɛ ɛbɛyɛ a menya adwuma it's a wrong thing but ɛnɛ no religious you know wofɛ tete koraa no tete no koraa no ɔsom nyinaa nkramosom hwan it was not a mean sɛ ɛhɔ na ɔkɔgye mmoa bi sɛ bi a obi wɔ adowa yɛsɛ tete obi wɔ adom akyɛde ohu a wo koraa no a ɔyɛ adeɛ no ma wo a nhu sɛ nhu no mpo no wada no ase papa yi ɔyɛ bɔfoɔ ɔso ɔyare ne yɛde awo bi akɔ no hɔ na watete aduro no asa ne yareɛ ɛne wo nso kɔ a na ɔtwa bɔdeɛ bi na de abɛda no ase but ɛnɛ obi so ɔ prophet gye sɛ wobɛtua sika wobɔ yɛsei but that is not the thing nti no yɛabrabɔ no a ɛyɛbɔ no in life no deɛ enu a yɛsua nneɛma no bebree firi baabi bebree wokɔ school a wobɛnya education bi wɔ school yɛn a yɛwɔ esu a yɛde awo yɛn ebi a ɔsɛɛ papa ɔsɛɛ maame but as you are going through life no wotumi reform it by learning from your friends by learning at school ebi a the way kura wodidi obi wɔ ha sɛ ɔne papa yɛ but wokɔ school ebi a ebetumi akyerɛ wo one or two bi na afei deɛ wɔafiri saa tebea no mu ebi wɔ hɔ nan fofo asɔre nso no wobɛnya bi afiri hɔ but the problem that we have this is asɔre yɛ okristoni a you are to live a certain life and that is what we don't see the Christians portraying that kind of life and it is a big problem. It's a big problem but we classify those people as they are not Christians but they have associated themselves to the religion. And I say, Obi or just acquire no man. I'm coming. Obi or pastor, so and you know, I define there, but in case of voting, no, I voting no dear. Your vote say, you also education, Ben, you inform of voters. And I'm saying education, yeah, they are more mercy. Anka was all here a manifesto. Now they are two about. Who has a be a dependent lawyer?
Education
So,
there continues.
yeah, but what was say no? You know, a friends or parties for no more was there. Manifesto no community so. Into all her manifesto, you will be deceived. Any panel, oh, me don't need problems or don't need panel. I said that Casabo Coboko, no, a cry, no, a funnel, a fake, yes, yeah. And you call her no, so, obit deceive you. Ɛna friend sɛ bia wontumi ka sɛ mene ne firi kuro nti kuro mu pɛtɛre wo nam abi ka nti no metu ama no ɛno nso you can be deceived over there but the only I can say me say na mepɛ sɛ ɔman ne yɛ nti no metu aba ma asomasi ama naba nti metu aba ma asomasi na ama naba a ɛsɛ sɛ mahu sɛ akoa yɛ nsɛm a ɔka yi nyɛ no na ɔbaayɛ ɔbɛyɛ nti no it has taught me a lesson. The next time we'll be the Casabia. Nya dia did a seminar already, or Kanachi, Atu Abanamano. That's it.
Yeah, oh, baby, yeah, that's it. That's it. What point come up with questions in that does on the answer. Yeah, mom, I can't be in tea. Yeah, quite Abe, sir, honest out here and can. Then say I'll be still away busy.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, what is the How are you?
I'll be by myself.
Yeah, I think it's it.
Did you have a call there?
Charlie, yeah, I'm a bit busy. But it's okay. I'm just listening on and off, on and off.
Yeah, no, we're just continuing from. Well, today is Free for Friday, so if there's anything you've heard and you want to share with us, we're all ears. And we're still continuing the questioning from Friday. What kind of education do you think the Ghanaian voters need? Because for over 30 plus years, like Ofechun was saying, they've always been voting this NPP, NDC, and the average Ghanaian keep getting the short end of the stick, and they still keep voting that way. And sitting on the and so people just keep voting without looking at their system. So, what kind of education do you think the voters need to perhaps change their way, their thinking, the way they look at things? And besides that, like I said, today is Free for Tuesday. Whatever else points you want to hit, the floor is yours.
Well, I heard Mr. Chum briefly. I think he was towards the tail end of what he was saying. Then I've heard BB to talk. But I'll take it from the tail end of what BB was saying. I was quite surprised that BB feels that the Chief Justice was removed despite people making noise. You see, when we talk of accountability and integrity, all these things fall into place. If the person is wrong, he or she is wrong, irrespective of the level she occupies in society, if irrespective of the role she's playing, and irrespective of her political affiliation, she's wrong. So by saying somebody wants to remove him, despite what people have said, I found it to be, Akufo-Addo did the same to other people. You understand? The Auditor General was removed. Charlotte Osei was removed. If their removal were based on, cogent evidence, why not? But with this particular woman, she behaved as if the job or the role she was occupying was her own, that she was entitled to, despite the infractions around her. Do you understand? In fact, in the end, I felt so disappointed that former chief justices, former legal, people have occupied the position, we call them ex-officio members. People, we expect them to exercise some level of integrity through all this overboard and say, no, it is unfair to be discussed, for her to be sacked. And they were so rubbish in their reasoning. The fact that they occupy the position, they felt, somebody should not be removed. Who is she? Or the fact that belong to a certain profession, when somebody occupying the same profession is fooling, I should support the person? Look, the only problem with what has happened is, I don't know, we don't learn from this. The only problem with this is, what lessons are we going to learn from to benefit the whole Ghanaian society? If what has happened will be enshrined in our ways of working, the way our institutions were behaving, that when they give you a position, you are not entitled to anything. The position was given to you to perform in the role. The position is not your own. You are not better than any Ghanaian. If this can be an example, we can translate it across the board, that will be good. But that is not what is going to happen. Akufo-Addo removed other people. They did not even let others know that, hey, the same way you've done, if you don't perform, if you don't know, but they just use it for politics. That is the only downside of this. But otherwise, if she has, caused infractions, the petition people submitted were right, she's not entitled to anything. The role is not her own. She's not the only Ghanaian who can perform this role. But we should roll over the lessons learned across the board. Then I heard Mr. Chum talking about civic education. This civic education thing, Sam, is supposed to be a continuing thing. It should be going on at any point in time.
By who?
We have an institution. We have the NCCE. And ironically, the leader of that NCCE is an Article 71 holder, equivalent to all these co-mininis operating in our system as big men and women. The last one I knew was Catherine Addy, one lady. If you see her, you ask yourself, what qualified this woman to be given this role? She doesn't even know what she was doing. But hey, it belonged to Akufo-Addo and their fraternity. It seems she relates to Akufo-Addo's wife. Catherine Ade. Do you understand? It's supposed to be a continuing here. We have organization, one organization, there are many of them, but one organization called the Citizens Advice Bureau. Any information you need, you go there, we'll give you. They will link you up to the right places to go, the right institutions to talk to, and everything. And it's not a one-off thing. It is not a seasonal thing. It is not an election thing. So it should be a continuing thing. It should not start and end anywhere. But because our institutions are not working, our institutions are run by personalities, by powers of the day, the government of the day. That is how last time I saw Basintele or whatever that the name is. This guy had the audacity to wear fire service uniform. She was like one of the commanders. It is so abhorrent to see this guy dressed like them. And sycophants were cheering him up. An abhorrent thing like this. They were happy, and he was being saluted like a fire commander. I said, come on. But that is what the likes of Biniwa and his people appreciate. Then they will come here and tell us they are youthful. You don't manage a country with youthful exuberance. Do you understand? You need brains to do things. Then Mr. Chung, I saw he was annoyed about this Azoka thing. It's rather unfortunate. Because if they say people talking anyhow needed to be arrested, this one is a typical case. Because nobody has provoked. There was one video too circulating about this same Azoka. Initially, when he was confronting the other guy, I thought they were joking. And this, come on. I mean, if NDC doesn't call this man to account, then I wonder what we are in.
You just call the next person your mother.
Exactly.
What is this? And these are the people of leadership. These are not. He's a first vice chairman of NDC. Jesus Christ. These are the quality of people running this country. 68-year-old with these characters. And see a dude get here. We give a sign that we chop your head off.
That one cry is he needed to be arrested for that.
Arrested.
At least in prison for about 3 months. Because what the Sieduketia did was inciting violence.
You give the sign that your head will cut off your head. Where on this? This is a village boy.
So, Mr. Chu, let me situate this thing properly. So, Mama's code of conduct. That Mama's code of conduct, what does it cover?
Nothing. Nothing is working under Akwantufuo. Nothing is working under Muhammad.
Mama's code of conduct only relates to money or what?
Look, I don't know. There are two stupid political parties. I've been saying this for years, and I've got enough.
Yeah, but Mr. Chu, when you go there, you make me annoyed. Do you understand? You are here. I know it's here. You don't make me annoyed. Where are your people?
I'm trying my best, so I've got a battle on my hand. I've got a big battle on my hand. Hey. I've got some stupid people who behave like I see in my CPP. I'm fighting.
No. We are joking with these things, but
it's comedians.
Look,
everywhere you
this Azoka needed to be held to account.
Be arrested today.
At least the man needs to go to jail for like 3 months. for inciting that violence.
That is Yedun Ketia and Azoka. They put chains in their leg and let them shoot all the gutters. Because he says
Otherwise, that mama's code of conduct is useless.
Useless. I'm waiting for the people who are coming to defend ND.
So the code of conduct, what does it cover?
Nothing. Stupid people running the country. Azoka, these people are running their parties in government.
And he wants to be president, though. He wants to be president. No, next time, 4 years' time.
Do you want to wake up one day and say your president is a syndicate? No. People will not.
Rollins warned you. Rollins said,
no charisma. This man can.
Rollins said, the way I knew you fenu, who didn't need to rap Pongonu, so Pongonu Johnny Pa.
Rollins this Tantani Pa way will be the president of Ghana, Massa. Everybody will vote against them straight away if that is the next leader. Yes, he can be the leader.
No,
but people will not vote for him.
These people are undermining, or they've undermined the authority of Mahama.
Mahama is afraid of them.
Yeah, they are making mockery of Mahama's presidency. Do you understand? It is unfortunate.
They are the powers.
Yeah, in fact, you see, because of the way the Attorney General behaved, the spirit of Ora is dead.
All the people they arrested.
You understand? The conduct of the Attorney General has killed the spirit of Ora. Because if Ora can give some people 40% discount, Ora give some people 40% discount, what audacity do you have to claim 100% from other people? Ora had audacity to free people whose case can be proven beyond doubt, but Ora frees them. What is the moral authority have you got to arrest some people? And Yedun Ketia has incited violence, and you have overlooked. It is similar to Akwantufuo. Akwantufuo commanding people anyhow, commanding chiefs to stand. Then when his daughter was doing worst thing, he just overlooked it. And no MPP member talks about that. So this is what the same thing they are doing. Me, when I see Mama now, Mama is like a I don't know, I see him like a caricature or something. It's like a joke. Do you understand? After this particular incident, that helicopter incident happened, you see that Mama is disorientated. He doesn't know what he's doing. So it's unfortunate that these two political parties, MPP and DC, the people, they lack integrity. Do you understand? Their conduct, it doesn't set good example. You know, the conduct, set a good example for anybody to follow. Look, if they don't arrest this Azoka and do something to, I don't think the people they are calling or they are catching for saying their mind or something. Because these two people are even supposed to be more enlightened than the rest. So what is their audacity to arrest people? And where does Mama's code of conduct fall? You know, what does it cover? That is what I want to know. Is it only to do with money? Or if it is misconduct, what do they call misconduct? Because what I said Yedun Ketia did, if Ghana was a society which is intolerant, this thing could have led into something else. Because Rwanda, what caused this Rwanda was somebody misspoke somewhere on the radio program. That was all. But to go to election grounds and tell people you are going to cut their neck. So, I mean, where is the maturity of these people? Where is the integrity of these people? We have reduced our political dispensation of life to making jokes. Well, so I don't know. We unfortunately we don't have an alternative. After the election, all those people who came to say they are alternatives, they've all gone to bed. Even Afafranto, we don't hear from Afafranto. Owahene, your man, we don't hear from them anymore. You know, and the annoying bit is, these people will come 6 months to the elections, and they want Ghanaians to change overnight to them, to warm up immediately 6 months to the exams, to the elections. Then they say, oh, Ghanaians don't want to change, they don't want to try. 6 months, who knows you? We have a problem. Sam, let somebody come, unless you have a question there.
But yeah, right. 6 months, but what is it? Doesn't I forgot? I think it was a opportunity. He would say that they don't allow people, or they've taken all the money, so people are not able to get involved.
Who has taken money?
I mean, like between NPP and NDC, they basically have all the power. Like, they're standing at the gate and they don't let anybody in. It's like
Yeah,
gatekeepers.
but
So it's
Sam,
hard for anybody to put themselves out there.
yeah, Sam, I don't buy the money argument. You understand? I don't buy the money argument. Okay, if the money argument will work, then we don't need civic education then.
Yeah.
Because you educate the people civically to change the way they see things, to change the way they reason. You understand? So if all what you need is money, then hey, continue. Then we don't need to change anything. I don't think it's money. It is a matter of letting the people know why they are in the situation they are in.
Yeah. But no,
And
to be fair though, I've heard of Afranta, I've heard them on a couple of radios in Ghana. I told you they came out with a plan as to solving the whole Galamsey issue, and they're inviting the current administration to take a
Mhm.
look at it. That will help. Now it's up to the administration to decide whether or not they will adopt the idea, the plan, and see if it'll work. So Afronto is
Sam,
making
administration,
some.
whose members are at the forefront of Galamsey? Yami and the rest. Do you think they have the moral
But
authority to?
I, I know what you're saying, but at least no. My point is that they're out there. They're making noise. Like they're going on radios. They're being part of these political shows, and every time there's you know, they have panels on these shows and discussing. There's Afronto, NPP, and NDC. They're always presenting somebody. At least the one radio that I listen to in Ghana, they always seem to have somebody on the panel. So I'm just saying they're trying to put themselves out there. So hopefully they get louder enough that we can also
Yeah,
hear
but
about them.
Sam, the people who go to these panels, they don't have any authority. Do you understand? They don't have any authority. Even those so-called MPs, one or two MPs, and so who go to this panel, they themselves they don't know what to do.
Oh, Abe, you
Do you
have to
understand?
understand. I mean, the leader cannot do everything by himself. That's why he has these people that he deploys to go out there and speak on behalf of the party. So he
Yeah,
cannot
but
be in
but
every
Sam,
place
Sam,
himself.
Sam, me, I'm the one person who will not buy the idea that the leader cannot do everything by himself. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Can you? Why not? Please, can you do everything by yourself? Can you be in two places at the same time?
Uh, you are a leader. Do you understand? You are supposed to lead, or you are leading the whole of Ghana. We all know that you are just one person. you can't even do what we call co-location. You cannot be at everywhere at the same time. Do you understand? You cannot be at everywhere at the same time. So that is why you are allowed, and your inability to be at everywhere all the time is what creates what we call gaps. Do you understand? There is a gap between looking at your front, looking on your side, ahead of you, and so on. So what do? You employ people to fill those gaps for you, so that they will enable you achieve what you want to achieve. So, Sam, if you don't employ the right people who will fill the gaps for you, would you blame me?
Okay, I see your point.
Eh?
I see your point. I see your point.
Or you want me to say, oh, he's one person because he cannot be at the same place all the time. There is no his fault.
No, I see your point. I see your point. Just we get it. You can't be everywhere, so just make sure you handpick the right people to do the right job. And if they're not doing it, you replace them. So
Exactly.
I get it. I got
All
your
right,
point.
Sam, and
You
see
too.
if voters, right, also do not do their civic responsibilities when it comes to um, getting a deeper understanding as to who they are voting for, and they choose someone who does not know um, who to choose to guide and support him in unfolding his policies. Would you blame yeah, the president as well?
But Asbali, I don't, you said there were breaks in your thing. You say what?
Some back what's your
Okay, Sam, yeah.
No, repeat the question. He's saying that if the voters,
you see, Abe, you were saying the president not answer and surrounding him to do the job very well. You're talking about the gaps, right? I don't know. You were asking, say, would you blame you? Wow, what can I say? Yes, I can.
Yeah, but Asbali, yes. The
Is,
point
is,
is,
is, is that what you said? That's what I want to find out. That's what you
yeah,
said.
the long and short of what I said was, as a
Mm-hmm.
leader, as a
Mm-hmm.
leader, you have been
Mm-hmm.
given a mandate to deliver some level of performance.
Mm-hmm.
We know that you cannot do it alone because you cannot be even at both places at the same time, let alone the
Mm-hmm.
whole country at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So it means you have gaps around you.
Mm-hmm.
So we've given you the mandate to even select people who will fill those gaps for you to enable you achieve the assignment we've given you. So if you decide to select only your friends who are not interested in helping you do the job, we'll blame you that you are not performing.
On the we that is why I asked what kind of education I also demand a Ghanaian voter. It's like we think our responsibility is just limited to some place. Our responsibility may be shallow. Our responsibility is just little. But when you ask Sam boy with the definition of civic education,
Mm.
the area of education and I say responsibility, they're very huge. So, oh, it's like we want to shift blame. Oh, responsibility. No, okay, yes, you keep blame on people. Meanwhile, what we also needed to do in order for us to get the appropriate people to take the mantle and select people around them. No, we don't do it very well.
Okay, Papa Smiley, hold on there. Do you
Okay,
think,
now.
or
Mm-hmm,
don't you think that if
mm-hmm,
the voters, eh,
mm-hmm,
don't you
mm-hmm,
think if the voters are enlightened,
mm-hmm.
it will make the work of the president easier?
Now, what are you trying to tell us now?
No, answer my question. Don't you think it will make the work of the president easier?
Because we will know what we are looking for in the president we are choosing. So
So,
so where should
it's
we go
like
next?
it's like Papa Smiley, you are doing business. Eh? It's like you are doing business. You have a product or service you are selling, but your customer doesn't know what he or she wants. Would you continue and dupe him or her? Do you understand? We used to do that. These things in the olden days.
So
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 this
what so
customer, he
what
doesn't.
so what say o say me ton product and I'm a
Uh-huh,
customer no we need
uh-huh.
your pay.
Yes.
Will I continue to dupe him?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, subject to me businessman or me principles.
So your principle. So you think you can continue apply your principles all this while?
If my principle is say me the answer me misika, do you
Uh-huh.
think what can I do? I'll consider what you are saying now.
Okay. Stop there. Stop there. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you've got a customer who doesn't know what he wants. So you be
Mm-hmm.
duping the customer. You price him out. At the time he doesn't have any option. Then somebody comes around and say, yeah, this your seller, the man is wicked, oh. Eh? Then the person starts listening to that customer, providing, guiding that person to the right thing. Do you think that customer will be minding you at some point?
Now, take it back to our country, Ghana.
Yeah, so
When
back to our country. Yeah. Yeah.
1 second. When other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever for whatever reservation you may have, when other
Uh-huh.
people come and then they are letting the voters know, say, oh, these are the things that are not going right in our dear nation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try and do things differently among other things. What do our customer now you do? What do they do?
Well, Papa Smiley, you see, we need to bring the customer. That is the public. We need to bring the public to a certain level of support, which so far these leaders or government we have ignored. Their assumption is they will pollute the environment, they will destroy the country, the people for their own benefits. But it will reach a point, like somebody was giving statistics those days when they say I was born MPP, I was born NDC, is more or less dwindling or is dying out. It will reach a point where the
Wait,
people wise up. We want
wait,
it to be
Abe,
faster. We want it to be
wait.
faster. Yeah.
You did. This is the second time I think you made that statement. When you talk about a civic education, at first
Uh-huh.
I asked you who is supposed to be giving the education, and then you pointed to certain institution, and
Uh-huh.
then right now you said it again. The government has refused to, I guess, give that education. Do you honestly? And I think of Arbet, that's what I was calling him earlier. He also made the
Mm-hmm.
same argument. Do you
Mm-hmm.
honestly think that it's only the government's job to be giving the civic education? Like, is that what you believe? Like, this institution is their job and they're the only ones that can provide the civic education that we're talking about. Do you
Uh,
think? Is that what you?
the basic okay, Sam, let me it is like education. Do you
Mhm.
understand? The responsibility of the government is to offer education to the public. But beside the state-owned education, which controls the larger syllabus, there are other private sector people who are also providing education. So both of them are supporting. So we expect a bigger responsibility as far as civic education is concerned by the government. Then others too
Wait,
can supplement or complement it.
who are these others?
The private sector or the individual,
Private sector.
CSOs, like charities and so on.
Wait, and
Their
you are
work is
not a
supposed
part
to
of
be
it.
supplementary to what
You
the government
you
is supposed to do.
you're not a part of it. You're not a part of the others. Like you and
Some
I are
I'm
not
part
part
of
of the
it.
others.
Some, in civilized societies, eh, like what we are doing now, or what Papa Smiley is doing now.
Uh-huh.
When they see that what your contribution to developing or helping the community is good, you are qualified to apply for grants.
Put the
Do you
money
understand?
aside. Like let's put the
Because the
money
government
aside. Let's
knows
put the
that it
grant
cannot
aside.
do it alone. So the government will encourage others by way of support. It could be
I just
financial resource, any other support
I mean
for them to continue.
I just want us to realize and understand that when we talk about this civic education, it's not just up to the government or some private entities. It's between, when I say I'm pointing it to the standards, you and I. Educate your neighbor, educate your kid, educate your friend.
Yeah,
And
but
along the
some
way, they will
we
also
are doing
educate
it.
somebody
We are
else.
doing
Because,
we are
like I
doing it
said
already.
before, if the government is not doing it, what are we going to do? Just sit there and fold our hands to? Like, we have to do something. We can't just say they're not doing it, so we're
Yeah,
not going to
yeah,
do it.
some we are doing it, but the impact is slow, the impact is concentrated, and so on. Do you understand? Me,
Fair enough.
all my friends who know me, the people I interact with, most of these stupidities they can read through. Do you understand? For instance,
Yeah.
me, all my friends know me. That me, I will not go, and they know it. I've exposed them to how some of these so-called software are thieves from long time, including the so-called big guys. So they
Well,
know.
I mean, not,
They've
then
come
try to
to
make it
realize
short for
that
us, all
all
right?
what I've been saying is true. It's taking
Mm-hmm.
time, but they realize that. Some we can
Yeah.
do it, but ours will not gain the gravitas we need for the whole country.
I agree. No, I do agree with you on that part. But I just want us to do the little that we can.
Yeah, we are doing our
You know,
little. Look,
let's do
we
the
can
little thing we
decide to
can.
go.
That's all.
We can decide to go together now.
So
There's
when
one
we do
organization.
talk,
I
right?
say,
When we do talk, this is what I would say. When we do talk, instead of
yeah,
saying they, we should say we. These pronouns, when you keep saying we, it will register. People will understand it's not they anymore. It should be
yeah.
we,
But
us, like
have I
all of
used they?
us.
Have I
You did
used
say,
they?
have they come on when you started? That's why I asked you this question. You were like they, and
Whenever
you
I use
responded.
they, whenever I use they, I'm talking to the so-called. I don't want to even use the
What the
word
only, what the best number,
class in our
best
Ghana because
number,
we don't have political class in Ghana. We have thieves.
best number. So I'm on for baby. But you have a man, man, no
Okay,
making be a
okay,
best number.
okay,
So when I say,
okay,
come on, I day, I can talk to
okay,
you all day. Let's go.
okay,
And
okay.
to Yako, let's see. I want so to Yanka. I want him. So why him Auntie and can and I'll say usually there's a lag so Auntie and can. All right, I don't think so. Why Auntie and can? It's been like a minute. So Yanko name. Let me take a look. I think say after why hand as I say a book always so Adam. Adam. So who will honor say Auntie and can? Wait me meet you on Adam Moha.
Yeah, me wa ha.
Adam Bama so
Adwene kɛseɛ.
to be able there.
Nyame na adom biribi abɔ.
Ɛda nyame ase. Well, when it try, and it's Tuesday, a branda free for Tuesday, and say, if you are bonus of person into who and I say, if you've been watching this and tea and say, so on a Akwantufuo radio, near tea for you share. What do you need here? By a mon, Yako Yenimun, Papa Smile Friday when on the question, we buy any yes and bobo and it's very simple. They say, what kind of education do you think the Ghanaian voters need? Simple question because obviously yeah and say any amount and that's what we're all fighting for down there in 90 and we've always been voting the same way and things seems to be stagnant and see we just want to find out what kind of education do you think the Ghanaian voters need to make things better. What do you need to hear them?
Okay. Mede nkyia kɛseɛ ma yɛtiefoɔ nyinaa ɛne yɛ distinguished panelists a wɔwɔ platform yi so. I think say yeah go for Bibri 80 radio no. And you know another medium of education to the Ghanaian voter is also Akwantufuo radio. And so apart from the government, or media, another medium to the education of Ghana because they listen to whatever goes on radio, on print media, any BBR, then it inform their decision, the choice of um government. And really, what is government? Government is about the rule of law. And you can rule of law. What is the rule of law? It is a constitutional doctrine that is administered by the law. And see, that is it. Now, yeba education and dissemination of information to the voter is first start from the presidency. Now, let me say, and in your line of argument is here. Now, one of the panelists, I don't know, the government, and also the president is the leader of the country, yeah, the head of the country. In our case, you know, the executive president, and see, a lot of powers have been given to. However, the constitution gives the government, the president, an opportunity to choose members of his cabinet. And then that constitution gives a specific amount of number of people who should be chosen as cabinet members from parliament. And so it is binding on the president to choose. So for instance, let us assume if the NPP were to win power with their minority, let's assume say president the vice president win with that limited number of people. I think he is supposed to choose. The constitution give about 60 to 65%. It's a mandate. He cannot say shall about 60 to 65%. I've forgotten the actual figure from parliament, meaning say the parliamentarians he is supposed to choose among from this few. And so you tap on the expertise of the parliament. Apart from that, you know, we have SOEs, state-owned enterprises. Ah, we were CEOs and also appointed by the president, by our chief directors. So those state institutions, you know, I also have a responsibility to disseminate information to the people or the citizenry. And so the citizenry take information from that inform their decision. But however, today, those things are evolving. Those days now, ABR, you were only GBC. Na obi di van bi anaasɛ that microphone bi akɔtena ɛkora bi ase na nipa no aka biribi kɛkɛ, then we all follow. Today it is changing, the world is evolving. Just nea meka sisi no, within a second no, the whole world ɛretie. And so it is also another way of giving or educating the voter. Again, there is an institutions in Ghana which that is mandated to also disseminate information to the voter. That is the I've forgotten their name. Niaomoni Electoral Commission. Their information. I've forgotten the name. They are to also disseminate information, but successive governments from 1992 met me, I can say, lack of adequate um, equipment and answer to equip those people to do their job and making sure say those days. I think during the Rollins era, it me who move vans, no more call out. Now who call a crowd the vans will be the same. I forgot the national info. I forgotten the NCC, national communication, or I forgotten the NCC or something like that. So they are to disseminate information on behalf of most of information, but it's because we share from 2000 to date, they don't equip them well. That is also a shortfall on all successive government from 2000 to date. Apart from that, government communicators, opposition. That is why we have to get a responsible opposition who will put the government on his toes. So the government will also do the right thing. So they also disseminate information to people. So people who goes on the print media, the radio, the a TV or whatever it is, they also disseminate information to the people. That is why always I say the fact say obi anya opportunity etina radio so or communicating information to the people does not mean or does not take that person to be the most wisest person, but just that the person is just having a privilege. There are equally competent and more intelligent people who do not have that opportunity to sit. So when you go and you sit on radio and you are trying to do certain things, you must make sure you think, you do your research well. And when you come, that is where I always say that in a discourse, you bring out your facts. And so the other person sees that no, this is not it. That inform, who share your voting pattern for some time, Matimiaka said from 2016 to date. It is no more. That is why sometimes when we speak that the Ashanti region, the Volta region, is no more a word bank for certain political party. People think we are joking. It is no more a word bank simply because the youth are now sophisticated, can easily get information, and can easily analyze information. And based on that, it informs their decision making. And so these kind of things. So na sɛ wokɔtena ase anaasɛ you have opportunity, you must make sure you bring out. And if somebody also have a contrary view, by the
Adam,
click of something, yes,
Adam,
yes, Michi.
just come in briefly and then ask you. Also the youth can get information and then what would they do with the information?
Now, the youth, what I'm trying to say is, for example, let me use example. We have come to Yaba Akwantufuo radio, Aye Kasa.
Mm-hmm.
We are speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I have been given opportunity to disseminate information. I will
Mm-hmm.
not hide away from my political party. The policies of the political party is what I'm trying to defend. The policy they are putting out. And so if somebody also have a contrary view, the person will also put it. We don't fight. However, the people of today, the youth of today, when you put up any information of today, let's assume say, Yenfani say, oh, MPP had 38%, Obi so many 40. By a click of Obi ɔtena fie anaasɛ nipa bi a ɔtena fie nkɔlaa na ɔmo fie no, by a click of ne phone no, that person can easily get the result ɛbaeɛ no, the result na ɛbaeɛ no. Just couple that with some years back. So this information that they can easily access inform their decision making. That is what I'm trying to inform their decision making. And it is the reason I'm saying is that now there is nothing like a world bank for anybody, because the youth of today are trying to make sure say they get more information irrespective of whatever you are telling them. They get more information, they do analysis, and then it informs them on their decision making. So when
Okay.
decisions are
All right.
made, and
Mm-hmm.
today you are not making good use of that mandate that has been given you, the same people
Mm-hmm.
who gave you the mandate, the same people are going to change based on the information at hand and the things that
Okay.
are being the education that they are getting. And so that will inform them whether to keep you or not to keep you. So when it comes to information, it's spread across. It's not only the government that does information. We are also doing information on our 24 radio. People are doing it.
Mm,
The print media, everybody is doing it. So information, education comes in a whole lot. It is not only about the president or the leader of the country, but it
okay.
involves
All
the
right.
people
Well, yeah,
behind.
one more thing, and I'll leave it for some to carry on. Now, I know, say information there, also is infinite, right? Now, what kind of information, Anna, it should inform the decisions that we make when it comes to who we vote for. What kind of information should inform our decisions?
Okay, the information that um, we should the first one is economic information, the economics of the country, because everybody, irrespective of who goes school, who yet them, at the end of the day, Nipani wants to the bargaining power in his or her pocket. That is number one. The bargaining power in his or her. So whatever you are doing, you are going up and down. The first thing the people will think of is how comfortable the people will be. And so if the bargaining power of the person is very good, one, it informs them. That is normal. It takes their decision. 2, infrastructure. 3, education. 4, investment. It goes on and on. Now, apart from that, policies. Policies of whoever is in power, and then the opposition. So you bring your policy, the opposition come to either criticize or acknowledge and bring an alternative. That is what's also informed. So the policy is the key. The policy of the government of the day is a key. That is what also we need to educate the people on. What kind of policy are you putting in place? Is it a good policy? And what if it's a good policy? How is the people benefiting from that policy? If it is not good, what are the impacts that is having on the people? And so those are the most important thing that I think the government of the day has to educate, or the opposition has to criticize the government on, so that people, it will inform or it will educate the people on who to choose as a leader. Papa Smile, let me say I've answered you.
Oh yeah, you've attempted a question. And Mama Sam at us. Why? Later on we'll get back to that. Why? And Sam. Man into us no morning come. Why?
Okay. Okay, so that those are the few I have for now. And so if somebody also have, they can go ahead, and then later on I also come.
Yo, Adam, that's a bit brave. Let's see. I think that Prince. So Prince Tianka. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Say so. Why he? I feel the honest Tianka. Why he? Oh, why he? Probably drop it. Okay. So Prince Enyanya ready. This why he so near. I think she best started from the beginning.
Sam, wait there. As you go for another round, no. And
Uh-huh.
yeah, busa. I'm say busa at them. What kind of information should inform the decision of the electors? No. So okay,
Mm-hmm.
kind of maybe all kind of policies and ideas in one sense, right? uh of the government and the opposition and what have you. He was just making reference to the ideas. Now it takes me to the question that I asked at the beginning. Say, um, in what environment and ideas flourish very well. So, busa. Now, yeah, say a party may have the beautiful ideas, the amazing ideas, and what have you, but in what environment would those ideas flourish beautifully for the development of our dear nations? Yeah, no, Busan's work and why? You, also,
That's it. That's it. All right. Opportune. So, hi. And so opportune in what? Yan shots in free of Albert or of Albert.
Aja,
It's not be so.
yo, yeah.
Yeah. Not me beside him because you make some comments in your first round and anything. I'm your friend will be some but I don't even remember. No, I think it's no can be because it's a I don't make his statement the same thing. Education was in my can I say almost I think you were trying to refer to the government. And then not me person in Bissau like you can't start civic education I know facing one a master civic education, you know.
Oh, say yeah, oh, body, yeah, share that. Me say I had that. Yeah, check who budget did at all. Yeah, then for to mono
Yeah.
eso mudi muju mankasa.
Yeah, I mean, we know you're doing your work, you know, in sister department and all on and so send an enemy be a different common. May share that an amateur dream basis because a maybe brain on we expecting or more. So by at the end of the year, almost yet dear, almost bet me and Cassia, bet me a conquer a whole village by between me and one. It be a bit me a conquer like your neighbor, almost dying to what why so. Just make sure again because you can't say civic education now. Did you know I can't be an own gentleman?
Megye tom sɛ bi ne yɛyi bi ne
Sa
yɛba
pepe,
yi ha yɛ educate nkurɔfoɔ yɛ educate yɛn ho yɛsua nneɛma bebree yɛka ho
sa
but
pepe.
deɛ yɛka ne sɛ wo sɛ sɛneɛ yɛamammuo yɛka no amammuo no yɛn nyinaa yɛka ho but at the end of the day no yɛwɔ nkurɔfoɔ bi a yɛn nyinaa yɛka sɛ yɛtua sika ne ayi de ama ɔmo ɔho enti no yɛka yɛsi mps ne wei no mo because of sɛ obiara wɔ dwumadie kakra di wɔ mu police ne saa nneɛma no yɛn nyinaa yɛwɔ dwumadie di wɔ mu but at the end of the day sɛ peace ɛnma a ne yɛkɔ akɔbɔ nkurɔfoɔ bi so mɔ ɔn deɛ mekan but yɛn nyinaa yɛka ho nti deɛ woka no woyɛ ɛyi 100%
Yeah,
right.
no, for yeah, and commodity into I mean, yeah, and it sounded me person like yakwe nimuno. I would just love it. Say, Anka Yin, Bina Santias, and because I remember Brevin say, so Otto Butti and Common do a hand in Bebra. I remember Brenia, yeah, and it didn't say a buying and this a buying, but so no money, some say, bye. In a way, Yin, I can't, and I don't know, me person engine to me say Yin, I can't be because, yeah. Two parties involved. Yɛne ɔmo sɛ yɛpɛ o yɛmpɛ o yɛn na yɛde ɔmo sii hɔ nom nti ɛsɛ sɛ yɛtumi yɛsua sɛ yɛyɛ biribi na ɔmo nso ɔmo ayɛ biribi sɛ ɔmo nyɛ deɛ ɔmo yɛ no a yɛtumi yɛ ɔmo di sɛ na ɔmo soso no wɔn ɔmo deɛ ɔmo ntumi nyɛ yɛ di o baa ɔdwe mpo koraa yɛn na yɛkita power no mu yɛn yɛtumi yɛ ɔmo di ɔmo ntumi nyɛ yɛ di nti tɛn biara no sɛ kasa ne sɛ mete sɛ ebinom sɛ ɔmo anaasɛ aban no a na it doesn't sit well with me so. They have me the same thing. Woman is but anyway, no, no, ketewa bi na me pese me no in this nti second round na ya ba no Papa Smile bisa question bi sisi if I wrote it down Papa Smile is ultimate can just make sure I said it right. Say in what environment will ideas flourish and I say bisa Papa Smile so what honest ultimate can
And one and seven in what environment will ideas flourish?
yeah basically and I mean alphabet and your specific type of ideas if I understand what he's saying yeah
mate ase
like what I say
mate ase akɔ mmeka sɛ
Sa pepepe nti wo deɛ ne yɛtie kyerɛkyerɛ mu ma yɛn yɛtie o
ɔfa smile na kae adeɛ ne sɛ first biakoro a ɛbɛma adwene no a wɔkyerɛ anaasɛ wɔnsusuyɛ no adi mu no ɛyɛ asɛm no a anaasɛ nsusuyɛ no a wɔde kɔ no nsusuyɛ no a wɔde kɔ no sɛ ɛne nipa no a ɛwɔ hɔ no anaasɛ ɛne conditions no ɛbɛfa sɛ ɛyɛ suitable to condition no a ɛwɔ hɔ no a wobɛhu sɛ nneɛma no a woyɛ no ayɛ yie ayɛ te sɛ waba yɛmfa ne sɛ Europe ha na wopɛ sɛ wobɛkyerɛ ntoma fira yɛmfira yɛn ntoma ne yɛ yi na sɛ winter time awɔ ɛba snow tɔ na wokyerɛ wode ntoma even though sɛ bi a adeɛ no a wopɛ sɛ wokyerɛ no ɛyɛ ɛfɛ deɛ ba wobɛhu sɛ ɛyɛ nkɔla yɛyɛ bibifoɔ no mma wo ɛyɛ aborɔfo no wɔn bɛhu ne sɛ ɛyɛ nkwasasɛm enti wobɛsusuyɛ no ɛnkɔ baabiara na saa nso na yɛba awia time summer time na wopɛ sɛ wobɛkyerɛ bi a tete efugu yɛ yɛde hyehyɛ ɛho nyinaa sɛ na wobɛkyerɛ saa nneɛma no a unless sɛ bi a ɛyɛ particular occasion bi sɛ culture na wɔrehyɛ but wopɛ sɛ wokyerɛ nkoraa no sɛ that time na ɔmo nhyɛ wobɛhu sɛ ebi a wopɛ sɛ wokyerɛ sɛ ɛbɛbɔ ne ho ban but ɛnyɛ adwuma because of sɛ ɛyɛ time no ɛna baabi sɛnea yɛde kɔ anim a mefa sɛ ɔsom yi mu a yɛsonsom yi sɛ wokɔ Muslims countries na sɛ wo pɛ sɛ wode Christianity kɔ na wo start sɛ bi akwasiada ɛna wobɛkɔ akɔgyina abɔnten abɔ nsɛm beginning a ɛyɛ ɛmfa nti ɛmfɔrɔhye ɛnyɛ adwuma even though sɛ bi a idea na wode kɔ no ɛyɛ ade papa ɛmfɔrɔhye wopɛ sɛ wobɛyi kaa kwan ɛma wo manfo na woankyerɛkyerɛ wo mu na wobɛhu a na wodwiri ɔmo dan gu a idea na wode baa sɛ wobɛyi kaa kwan no yɛ adwene no but ɛnyɛ adwuma because of sɛ sɛneɛ environment no teɛ no ammoa me nkurɔfoɔ yi ebi kura kaa a ɔmo hunu adeɛ da deɛ ɔmbɛhu a sɛ wodwi ɔmo dan gu enti no ɛba saa a ɛma no ɛnyɛ ɛna mostly nso no ɛdipendi yɛn ankasa yɛnti a yɛ ideas no yɛntumi nkɔ no yɛ bias sɛ woyɛ mu no mmɔɔ no sɛ kodu environment no na sɛ bias wɔ mu a wɔkodu environment na Mr. Ebene of Akwantufuo wɔ hɔ na sɛ wopɛ sɛ woka asiedu nkɛte asɛm a sɛ ɛnkɔ ɔmbɛbɔ ato agu sisi a because ɔmo adwene no ɔmo si mpo dada a nipa no ɔmo anda man ne ne bibiara no sɛ obetumi apɛfɔmo ntumi mpɛfɔmo adeɛ no n'adwene mu no wasi ne pɔ dada ɔho de adeɛ no kyerɛ n'adwene mu no ohu NDC flag na ɛyɛ onye o wabɔ no pɔ enti unless sɛ baabi a wogyina no nipa na bie ɔmo mu na wafa kwan bi so nkakra nti no sɛ ideas no betumi atu mpɔn a sɛnea mo ka no depende baabi a wogyina mostly no depende baabi a wogyina even though betumi anya mmerɛ afa baabi a situation na ɛwɔ hɔ no what study na wayɛ ho nyinaa hunu adeɛ no antidote sɛnea aborɔfo no bɛyɛ ɔmo deɛ no ideas na nanka begin ebi ɔmo de ba sɛ awaleɛ baako nyɛ anyway no ɔn sɛ ɔmo baeɛ no the way ɔmo bɛhu yɛ culture setup no ɔmo amfa ama begin no because ɔmo de banka nyɛ adwuma even though ɔmo ɛsom Christianity nyinaa koraa no ɔmo amfa mɛhyɛ ɛkɔn begin no ɛnka nyɛ adwuma because sɛnea na yɛ setup ne yɛyɛ adwene no yɛsi ne pɔ no nti no ɔmo fa strategy nkakra de ɔmo nneɛma ɛba bɛyɛ ɔmo education ɔmo bibiara ɛbɛfa yɛ na ɔmo wie ansa ɔmo introduce ɔmo idea no ɛno nti na etimi ma no flourish ɔmo idea no yɛ adwuma nti sɛ environment ho na na mo ka sɛ environment no bɛyɛ yɛ unless I prepare according to ayi no o prepare na ne idea no betali ɛbɛyɛ bibiara pɛpɛpɛ then ɛnoma ɛbɛtumi akɔ ayi meka asɛm bi wɔ akwatia deɛ no ho ɛma ɔfa kofi ne ɛbɛ mu bɛka sɛ ɔmo nche azuka man no but em sɛ ɔmo according to ɔmo no ɔmo nim asɛm no ɔmo nim the other part a ɛnyɔma kan yɛ nti no yɛ ɔmo te ya ne sɛ yɛnche saa nipa no even though kabetimi na ɔmo ayɛ adwen but because of sɛ bias ne dɔɔso no nti no ɔmo idea na ɔmo de ba no ɛmfɔrɛhye because ɔmo adi kan yɛ bi mi yɛhu deda mmerɛ bi twa mu a sɛ NDC wɔ power na ɔmo yɛ ya o mahama yɛ sɛ na wadi mirika no akɔyɛ MPP ya na ɔmo mu ɔmo ano din ɔmo nka ho asɛm koraa even boys yi koraa ɔmo ka sɛ ɔmo bɛku mahama atwa ne yere ti me ya mete sɛ ɛbɛ defend ɔmo sɛ ɔmo ka ɔmo adwen nti aso ka anya na adwen na ɔka ɔfa kofi so to ɔka kyerɛ ha sɛ wato tua to ne fie woba na ɔbɛwia na wokura fa ne fie abɛyɛ di nsɛm hono hɔ a ɔbɛbɔ otua ku ɔno no yɛankye no enti sɛ obi nso wɔ ne fie na wasiesie ne fie hɔ no nɔɔma a ɔna wobɔ wura hɔ sɛ woyɛ afɛ nnwoma aka woyɛ mmara nim ne nti no wosɛe ne nɔɔma a na ɔka kyerɛ sɛ ɔno bɛto a yɛbɛyɛ by election a wo nipa na watɔ tue sɛ obi bɔ wura hɔ a wobɛku no no wo sɛ wonte ase yɛnkye no enti ka wodi kan de ho kɔma police sɛ me nso no madi kan aka sɛ obi bɔ wura me fie bɛdi nsɛm hono hɔ a bɛku no ɛna obi nso Aba wuro obi fie akodi nsɛm no nipa nso obeku nti me si yanchi sa nipa nti monche me first. Oh, enti idea no sɛnea na mo ka no ebetimi afɔrɛhyɛ depende area no ɛne sɛnea ebesi ayɛ hɔ no ɛne circumstances. Nipa no sɛnea meka yɛ nyinaa biases dada. Until say wobɛtry na wayɛ nipa no mu adwuma yie. Sɛ nka mbaeɛ na meka afenwoma ke sɛ ɔdi nsɛm hu no azoka boy ne deɛ azoka man ne deɛ nso wɔ no ne deɛ no ka ne sɛ school sɛ borɔfo yɛ a moka ɔnkɔ bi nti ka ɔnka nkurɔfoɔ no ho na ne nte but wo a w'ani ate a yɛ lawyer no wokɔ kɔduru baabi ekuru kɔtete obi posters apc ɛkyɛ sɛ saa deɛ wei Lawrence time na esi Lawrence time but because of say me yɛ group of people me ka ɔmo ho nti me yɛ menya nkurɔfoɔ defend me ti me nkɔdi sansɛm no obi nso ehunu sɛ wadi nsɛm no no nso ɔntra ho nka se yɛn kɔfa mmara me kae sɛ boy yɛ na Ben ɛka na sɛ mi ɔyɛ ya na ɔkɔ na po sɛ himfa bosom no so because yɛhu sɛ this time no mmara no ɛnhyɛ da nka nɔkorɛ yɛte ɔman mu na meka kyerɛ sɛ nkurɔfoɔ gye mpɔnkye bu ntɛnkyea enti no sɛ ɔno de bɛkɔ court ɔde bɛyɛ wei no ohunu sɛ court sɛm no wo a woyɛ lawyer koraa no wogya court hɔ ɛbɛtete ne posters a ɔde ne sika yɛ wobɛsɛe ne nɔɔma a ɛne ade nti na ɔno yɛ street guy ɔne wɔn fa mbom na ɔno de abom enti at the end of the day no sɛdeɛ yɛ condemn afenwoma ka ɛnyɛ yie no saa ne yɛ condemn wei ɛnyɛ yie ka yɛ ka ne deɛ sɛ ɔmo de ka kyi afenwoma ka na ɔkɔdi nsɛm hunu na ɛto mu a then ne yɛ so yɛakɔkye wei enti mahama code of conduct na yɛ ka yɛanyɛ ama nipa baako sɛ ɔno ɔmake wobɛtumi akyerɛ w'adwene wɔ ho sɛnea mɛkyerɛ m adwene yɛanyɛ ama nipa baako sɛ ɔno ɔmake sɛ ɔgye tom sɛ agu engu yɛ yɛto aba maa no a yɛma no nya 57 no yɛde yɛgyiri sɛ ɛyɛ adwuma yie ma yɛ sɛ yɛgyae yɛ nneɛma bebree na sɛ yɛfɛsi street a yɛn nyinaa yɛbɛba street kwan no so mmerɛ bi ka sɛ bi sɛ akɔa bi na ɔkaa sɛ wonkaa mɛsɛm a menkaa wasɛm sɛ yɛba street na yɛn nyinaa yɛpɛ sɛ yɛ criticize aban no sɛ ne na meka na meyɛ ndc ni but meba ha meka kyerɛw sɛ akunkum ne saa nsɛm hunu wei ɛkɔ so nyinaa no ɔmfa ne nan si fam because Akufo Addo time ne yɛbɔ n'akyi sɛ mekɔ na te sɛ hɔmmɔwɔfoɔ yi a ɔmo ko yi a modi asie du nkɛtɛ asɛm sɛ yɛkura si nim ɔmo nya nkurasefoɔ no ɔmo di festival kɛkɛ no ɔmo ko ɔmo nya nkurasefoɔ no ɔmo fight akwaba kɛkɛ the word akwaba no ɔmo ko ho sɛ yenyi akwaba yenyi wezo yenyi we ɔmo nya nkurasefoɔ no ɛko saa na ɔmo we ho ɔmo yɛ educated wo bɛtena radio so na o defend o kyerɛkyerɛm deɛ nti yenyi ɔman ne nyinaa yɛsika yɛde asi airport asi nkran no esi nkranfo asase de akwaba na atra ho mfititi bi no yenyi mfiri because esi nkranfo asase so na asantefo ana sɛ other tribes no so asɔre sɛ no ɛne capital no so akyɛ wɔn kran yenyi nkokuma ase sɛ ne na mahama kan yɛ mmerɛ bi na nkrofo asɔre ati ɔmo sɛ ɔmo mpren sɛ saa no ma we nyina ba then idea na no de ba ne yɛ capital no kodi ha 3 months na kɔ ha 3 months na obi anso nya airport no bi na ɔno so de kasa abɔ hɔ saa idea we nyina nkrofo kan nyina saa nkrofo no nye nkurasefo ɔmo no ɛma ɔman na kɔ so ɔman yɛ kɔ yɛ nim no nkrofo bi ɔmo from ho elite people ɔmo ti capital ɔmo no fra nkrofo bi sɛ ɔmo yɛ nkurasefo ɔmo ti saa hɔ no adwene ɔmo dwen nyina no sɛ airport no a yɛsi no a ɔman ni nyina sika no yɛnkɔ yi akwaba ne te hɔ a adanya akwaba ne mo nya adwuma saa medema no bɛsi na yɛakɔ so na ɔman no sɛ yɛ ne bɛkɔ no
Sam. Yo, avoiding. Yeah.
Sam.
Abe.
Can I ask Mr. Bodi? Yeah, can I ask Mr. Bodi a question?
Go ahead. Listen.
One, the first question is, Mr. Bodi, did Afenyomakin go to Azoke's house to provoke him?
Two. Yes, NDC headquarters, NDC quarters, no, Azoka, if he, omo office.
How can NDC headquarters be Azoke's house? Two.
Na
Let me
chairman.
finish and go. I don't want to argue. Your last point. You see, your last point touched on one area that I don't defend it, but anybody who brings that issue on, I'm happy to deal with that person with all my energy. Your last point raised the issue of tribalism. You understand? Your issue, the last point you made, raised the issue of tribalism. The way you put it plays the tribal thing. If some people are fighting for homo war, some people are fighting for greetings at an airport. What should that have to do with me? Do you understand? Look, me, I argue on this line on everything, but I don't talk tribalism until somebody provokes me. Look, my stance about culture, I don't condemn only one group of people's culture. I condemn even Ghana people. I don't buy any type of rubbish we call culture because that is what has drawn us to where we are. It's not been progressive to us. But unfortunately, the way people are so engrossed in culture, when you talk and it goes against them, they say, hey.
Anyway, okay, I have a question for Mr. Albert, please. Only one question. Mr. Albert, we'll see. After your marking call NDC or Kotiti, can you show me the proof now, please? That's the name of the evidence. The name of the game is evidence. You see, and I say factual.
Factual, baby, I'm talking to you.
Evidence. And they will be able to put a mobile phone camera. Show me. As I can hear your camera, your pictures in our TikTok. Won't you show me Tamwa, a phenomenal echo and this team poster? Show me the evidence. Remember, can you see? Show evidence.
Azoka Diano send Diaba and I say, what TikTok, Menko.
I will show me who. See, show me.
That's anyway, so go show me who. Baby, a TikTok, and in Tijuana, we will.
Show, as I can see, what you see. You see.
Me say, a final markets, MDC for or more quarters or more office.
Show me the evidence. Show me a proof.
Now what look at the one proof. Someone me proof. What kako?
Oh yeah. Let me say. So what TikTok access I have for kind of. As I can say, you see the entire mobile. You see, I find your masking baha. That is a Zoka speaker. See, yes.
Me want the video. Original and crop for titia. Yeah, no. Me want the
video. Family number. Give me number. Let's first salary. What me?
Mate. Why? Please. Me the best and do. Phone number, man. Passing do.
Papa spell the brings here. Why? Daniel cancer. And as Zoka don't see. Yes, see. One can say was see. Indeed. Now say, Abra you walk court. Police you walk. That's what we are here. The opedia. Are we building a democracy? We are here. The open. It is our case because about 2 to 3 feet. It told the man, like a casa from protecting me. I will be fear. And yet will be office. It be fear. You cannot walk in the street with your gun. No, that's not what the law says. If I told we are not willing to make sure why. I am fear. Sabina Kumasi, and now Accra, now it's tourist and Budia. It's only the army and the police. I've got a young me. It's only
over. Memphis a better argument. The attorney Obi office and the property. Obi office is and property. And then the ultimate mongrel. Uncle Sano.
I'm saying, the walker. It's your messy, maybe to IGP, the man license. I have to protect until my inspector of the family fee, baby.
And if I protect who I protect who, and I'm saying, Obi headquarters and Obi quarters, no, Obi office any fee.
Office at your public space.
I don't have public space. One I catch it out. Obi private office in your public space.
And this year, your Rollins that and this in the buy. I obi to make me a casa make fill the form I remember. Are your public place?
Who bet me a casa who fill the form I remember problem. Who bet me ko say who ko bubu omo no mato agu.
No, Mrs. So I don't know yet. Show me the proof why the pastor for proof of why. Thank you.
You obi akase we bana.
Yeah, c'est moi vieux, my father, c'est moi vieux. The Prince, yeah, okay. Prince, what's the main can?
Ah, me ton kapa. La bom say.
Bamaso Boko.
Yo, any ye che obi a.
It
Any
feels
dia.
so. Mami probably, and I free for Tuesday, but Papa Smiley, the questions a bit so bored, so say, Oba can be a, I mean, in kind chill, na say, Odrin one. Papa Smiley saying to Mbisa, I say, in what economic, social, religion, or psychological environment will ideas flourish? And then question number one, into between economic, social, religion, or psychological, what environment will idea flourish in this, based on these settings? And then second question, or the buyer first, when they're not union buyer, saying what education does the Ghanaian voters need? Or what education do we think they need to be able to make better decisions at the polls? And see, those two questions, no problem can be. And that's it Tuesday into 3 4 Fridays, they'll be putting me the call.
Yo, ye better was any yanum any benada. It's Thursday of Bamaso. Ye be che nyanum nyina say nyakopa adum na. Ya say share ho from since Friday. Ye nkasa. Ye better Papa Smanis was a chairman, emeritus professor. So am I a konya no. Yes, it me kasa bi. Dedi kan na say or see education be na bit me na mo Ghanaian voter na omotuma ye dey my yɛmfa ne saa wɔn sɛ Ghana yɛwɔ structures wɔ onipa na ɛyɛ structures but ɔsɛ onipa no a ɔyɛ the most important resource ɛfɛ human resource no ɔno sɛ ɔmanage ɛnɔɔma nti yɛka civilian civilization a ɛnyɛ car na esi hɔ na train na esi hɔ no onipa no na esi na ɔsɛ ɔyɛ civilized ɛnyɛ yi no so onipa no yɛ civilized na car no kɔ yɛ abobo yɛ akora yɛ no sɛ deɛ ebesi afa no na yɛtoto nɔɔma because onipa na ɛhyehyɛ mmara ɛnyɛ mmara na ɛhyehyɛ nipa enti Ghana nso so yɛyɛ biribiara no na yɛwɔ structure since tama the British no take over officially 1844 no bɛyɛ colonial administrations de nhyehyɛeɛ bebree tututu hɔ ɛnyɛ nnɛ na yɛto aba na Ghana foɔ to aba so that's it yɛato aba in the late 19th century as that time no na legislative assembly nti no ahemfo nyinaa na ɔmo ka ho yɛyi ahemfo ne natives ne bi na ɔmo ka ho enti ɛnyɛ nnɛ na yɛto aba baada nti na electorate at that time no ɔmo no mutumi to aba yɛnti sɛ in the history sɛ bia yɛakɔto aba ma the time of say yɛpoopo hwan ne afei deɛ sisi ɛnɔma nyinaa enti yɛkɔ fourth republic no saa nhyehyɛ nyinaa nso yɛde bi bɛwura mu sɛ ɔsɛ yɛtumi etu electorate no fo in general no the Ghanaian citizen and nti na one of the first institutions na yɛte yɛ abra yɛkɔ constitutional rule in the fourth republic no yɛto aba 1992 wie no 93 and that first session of the fourth republic by Act 452 of the Parliament of Ghana no almost in 1993 almost established as a friend the National Commission for Civic Education was my card says civic civility civilian civilization na onipa na yɛka no ho asɛm enti ekoma obi bia Ghanaian citizen literate na nyina na ɔmo function is to educate and encourage the public to defend this constitution at all times against all forms of abuse and violation. Or more humans or somebody kitty say bit may defend the constitution at all times, not sometimes, against all forms of abuse and violation. And the constitution is also a honor war electoral commission as same room. So that's here. In the electoral commission, the constitution established here. The electoral commission is on the Jumaye. Enti the by no NCCC including electorate while we are eligible to vote or say NCC omo educate ye na yɛtumi different constitution yɛ different constitution na easy nso a ɔka constitution nso no ɔsɛ ɛtumi different easy sɛ ɔmo nso bɛyɛ adeɛ ɛsɛ sɛ ɔmo yɛ na yɛn nso yɛyɛ adeɛ ɛsɛ sɛ ɔmo yɛyɛ so ho ɔmo adwuma baako ɛtɔ so mmienu NCC National Commission for Civic Education to formulate, implement, and oversee programs intended to inculcate in the citizens of Ghana awareness of their civic responsibilities and appreciation of their rights and obligations as free people. And to what we are Ghana, but I just say, and you say, oh, sorry, I saw Papa no Mammy Ghana, and no one say we are Ghana. Adam, because you say it's not now, it's not enough to be just being a human being, because you're what you're from humanitarians. Yeah, what do yeah, what do you be more Grammy? Ghana one music, you know, your uncle Fonso Nipa say, yeah, what do so why Nipa Abro said you say Nipa. Ain't education na yen here no a civil education. I fire the do's and don'ts of a Ghanaian. Ain't yes, kwa men near signboard, do no unit, and he said, do no unit or Kojunsa, that's the way you're uncivilized, I don't know. But I'll say Onipa. Papa say yes, civilized, no. Oh yes, I'm run. Oh yes, I institution. Or say you implement him, run. Because they can say Emra, so I implement and I enforce. It said the creation. I said what the Christmas to Kusu then we can work like a cry, no so light and a light nation and one no for baby to say another season beba yes abedi can say Easter ni free idea than the kikeka home. But Semra no enforce they be a sign it and a norm. And nothing me ba America, you can say, do not litter around no. And to cut your bogane, a ready and will litter $250 no. Now, Kuku, a ready and Makoto to name it $250. Now, one can social crown woofer. Crow, I come a casino, and now would you would this way, Jimmy. Baby, I come a wound so be to know the wood to a ready for what can say you ama. Soon. And Nuntina constitution catch east in say. Answer no be better abano. Or so timid 18 years. But enya no nkwa. A compound statement say, would the 18 years here or say sani bakons or be a sound mind. Oh, maybe 18 and months and my code line biometric move me by your data na me ko to abo debut. Where the 18 ane but enya no nkwa a qualification by or see who say why you need a sound mind. Sound mind no eno na yenyan di ho adwuma so that's a sound mind no because adibia your instrument are the measure wo pese to measure air pressure a barometer wo pese who the speed of the wind are anemometer wo pese who the direction of the wind are wind vane into America wo pese go grows and from above pese wo sem rofu kwakrofo no mo de gogoro wind vane no pese who bibia and from maneko into bibia one instrument you use. And once we talk about sound mind, then you talk about adrenaline. About 3-4 years ago, maybe because I did test sound mind, no. And say you can sound mind now. Yeah, then say the uneducated part of it say you can't so now you impart tools no in my because also sound mind that when and what are we going to use for the sound mind? Because sound mind at the academy into Nippon bar. Said ye en kanan kopodun say atrokwa ye instrument or say your lie detector or your lie detector honum atrokra na atro ti yetimi hwe ne ya hwehwe you know said ye waves ne kono timu say and ye find polygraph test no so polygraph test o ye the test lies so that's it enti no na so twantro nam de na de na kasa so de e be de ne ye yetimi a detect any sa no money nyina sa no mano into polygraph test ne any lie detector a detect deception a measure will say the wo ye wo normal si for wakoma no kran so twantro wakoma no kran na ebu blim o blood pressure nyina etimi koso wo mo me nyina no ya yes ade nyina o enti ade bia e for mine so your instruments e wo honom any test ye 4 years na to general election in between no any to district assembly selection in terms of 4 years we yes be call 2 years year to 2026 yes be call you district assembly so enti enya de eden isina enya data of obi or eligible we eligible na just say obia na to aba. I'm eligible to vote but just say o say me ko to aba. Me permit but at least you data no. Into so share say ye be yen ka by elections anoma we nyina ye nyina no ye kohwe ye waba na machine wo honom. Machine wo because I say 18 and sound mind yeah. Yet me kwa 18 kwa nyeduma because enye one statement compound statement or say we need two no ekabom ansa na ye complete statement. Man say 18 kwa. And one can say ye kote so wadwen na say wadwen ye sound na undi 18 ye koto aba. Enti brofo na wo hono. What was the framers of the constitution thinking? Unfortunately, omunti ase kra na eno na or say yetimi interpret say what do we mean by sound mind? So nipa na hwe what you busan say within say bafo we age na ye no mitimi kan no so na at least obi a na adwenye de be de no say odi kokumenu ha eno ko betima ye parameter betima use nti unya kan ya na hwe 18 within say Kingsley bafo na yakohwe pampa na Kingsley bafo de na obi a waboda mu de ontimi mbo ne din na just de ma pass no but yenye sa de no enu nti na de bia na hwe so Texas eneka Texas Texas sa papa bi na ka na asem se na me na posiposi ya one ka na asem se or say Texas Gunan, or say a politician is a fellow who will lay down your life for his country. Ye ka be a politician na o yoni pe bia o don ko betwa so ama ne man. Enti won say kwase say me ko so de bia electoral balance no won say politician bi e kontokwa na enye politician na e kontokwa no. And the video metu yi Akwache by election ties erupts between NDC and MPP supporters. And it's one a kopota omo e MPP for and NDC for politicians no kopota you. O me kofia kode fufu ene abo 637 e dey ya omufufu ne aben kwan ye ready. Jollof nso ye ready. Wo tuji mikro ni bi. Ba enipa kwasafo na omu ni sound mind no so hu. Ene e dey obi bewu. E dey ya chichi nkofo bebre nso obi enu obi de o masema ma omo. Obi ntimi ye say police chi was the police no then but the 3,000 policemen are call uni sika ye twia as taxpayers ye do call no wo hwe car pa and obi kan police na e wo no si omo ankase hu e wo sound mind and omo hu say omo ye independent omo ntimi kan ye say can say order from above they be amobusa question who is that order from above because the highest position in the police is IGP now no yet the highest police officer in Ghana no or no see order from above it why na yes above him about constitution you see any friend no or say I BBF civil and no maybe and say it no also police na hwe and why na you above the IGP or the IGP next IGP now cause only sound mind so we are independent body who na what to me we are the prime minister of the to say you can't the president of the nation Ghana civil IGP president because on a civil matters one on company or a president and your president be or Jubilee House because assemble police na ekwu what is obi akofre mahama na police na what was semko but esan say National Commission of the Makajem say the abona your friend politician no he knows the power of the National Commission for Civil Education in why they also obebu na tebre anoma wo bubu na taban so anaso ututu ne flying feathers na ontumi tu e dey say esenyini eti de bia wo say flying feathers no e wo na basa ne to no e benyini pe no wakopa apaso no wa clip ti say bia obi a wonya akokɔ no wonya akokɔ wo say anoma no na no ye bia no obubu na no ye pe ndi big yenye so mbeso so mo ho nti na no nya ba pe wo de yeye ta na eto Samson here ntwinyi ye mani tunyimfu ye ya ni etwa ye ni etwa kosi se ye Philistine for no omo ye forget me no omo ye complacence and omo am pam money anko Samson obiem omo ji so ye tutu na ni awie after the Samson ni tunyi na efu yi ase kom koso etwitwa ni tunya ka ent member eti NCC ye bubu na taban how many times what say NCC ni ebia wakọ denchemo so anase nenche nyase anase wakọ ampa ha na ampa ntu anase dunkura onko akra na ani kumase kakra na oye nedwuma enti omudi uti na maka je say also mu etimi cheye civil rights ne your responsibilities no omutimi nkyerɛ because the politicians say da NCC betmenya adequate resources obetuma kyerɛ Ghana for my enlightened no omadwuma egu ka obi no be Azaka boys obi no be Delta one invisible force obakɔpɛ adwuma pɛpɛ bi ayɛ so that's it ɛna yi sini so wɔ nhyehyɛeɛ ɔsɛ ɔhyehyɛ sɛ ɔsɛ otimi yɛ programs ɛyɛ promotions ɔkɔ radio TV na ɔkɔ mentality ɔkɔ kyerɛ ɔmo me say ewiase Ghana nyina adwuma ɛfo kra yɛ yi sɛ adwuma 4 years de be pa na won sɛ obi MPB angu de ba de adwuma be na woyɛ ka 4 years ke yɛ simulations you to be create scenario you koto abakra na obi fa balabosa send ye na omni police for na ye ni security for na ye simulation no ye ni sound mind obi aye all the software of simulation ye de to ye nye Ghana ne di ka to aba ya ye ni nyina ka obi makoto software na ka di cheche na ka man ka proper one beba no so that's it enti ne asem no enti education ye nya ne de NCC yo so do maye no che say it's not enough just being an illiterate or a citizen. This is what you're supposed to do. Na is in Sudan diaba. Na ka we komu ye sade we nyina na police for so omu so mu independent a. What is so be ye ya but ye ko say if ye minimum we kran na kran mi school fees on the chairman mi o it won say akwani di kwase mo do tetem no na police ni gina ho o hu say at that time no onye brother man o she state uniform o so uchi ni pakoni wie na mo kofi na so wahwe mu a wo sa timi ko wa kase police ni yahwe aso mu no tata no yi watade wa kofi ni wahwe aso ntu utimi ko report ma police no but they be a familiarity no and ensu breedy abuse of a system no we dey minimum no me wo pani me brother ni o na no na bo ami o omoni mu ana nkofo ne kuntokwa wo bra ya yi se memo bia mekuntokwa ho na police ni hwe wo mo police ni hwe wo mo obi entimi nchi obi entimi jebe ye wo mani ache ba ko bi na wo motuma nya se o ene se ye de ya ache ba ko bi ntino ya ade entino police for na ngasa omuni sound mind ye electric no ye ni sound mind yi si na ho no eye omo kan se 7 commissioners no omuni sound mind so that's it enti nipa oni sound mind they be na what meant to interpret constitution yi constitution is also not in baby no one of case 1992 ono anyo no of a pen just ano mana yensusu na e call referendum na yi tu mu enti papa the whole country ni nyina no also sound mind kwa na edika ehwe ne kese mental health care no me dem gi se nipa bebre wo a adwene ne enko correct from top to bottom ye nyina me de ebia won ka ho de but me an kasa me hwe normal ekoso Ghana na odwene wa won ti ase na de wo no far religion social economy one de bebo ne de religion religion jusu ye can say social activity so that say religion institution it ye ka religion na the only difference never say it was spiritual context that it just say there's a supreme being. So supreme being be anyone any religion be. And the Christian religion Christian say there's a supreme being and almost some far Jesus one. Over Islam, I didn't Islam yeah religion say or Mujidi say Muhammad oh and no more Allah so over Hinduism so or better say over a Buddhism or because say Sadma Buddha and the season no. And yes I just like any other thing. But a social institution because it deals with human beings and your angels na esom e nipa and so 20 once a nipa social being there religion has the social in enti hono the preachers and the leaders of the that association they also have the duty to say ometma etu omo worshipers and followers and people say this is how we must behave. And so maybe as a Christian of your Bible, my Bible talks of so many times of discipline. Koye juma enti o say ensan pese nye juma mama ni di enti na obi nso to say Christo for say ye nya akwadwo o say ensan nye mama ni di enti koye juma o small po no o ye real estate man no o ye tent en na nke beka say regiment no no ye satam na nipa sin na tent mo o say me kan kan me mo chance bia mo behwe ba me ye juma no ne Priska ne Aquila en ye juma Peter no oyinam so that's it enti no so what one say bia oh medium ye Kristo ni me nkwa adwuma ene de biam ti asori dem a Proverbs emebusem also a little sleep, a little slumber, and a little folding of the hands, then poverty will arrest you like a thief. Bible na kasa asem emebusem o kira say ye adwuma. So won't be a kwadwufo so a men ko nipa bia wo se contact ya wo ne kohwe se dio eyi samre ya eyi entatia no unze obehu tete bia no kutaduane because winter eba. Sama no ma ye adwuma for 3 months 4 ba no ewure bete insuo betoto enye satam no sisi no omo run up omo saving of food no omo hibernate omo nest mo because winter no e form no omewu ba woni pa de ben hye na waye entin papa religion no enya de ya de bone ade bia ye direction no entin am ka just mathematics no or cover scalar quantity and vector quantity. Scalar de a magnitude 500 a magnitude, but 500 of what? Any direction here has a magnitude. But vector betcha say for bearing count, direction count 500 degrees north. Enti say me what I pursue one me from compass. Me nkosa or say 500 degrees north. Enti me share north. And answer southwest. So that's here. And answer you to me say 100 meters. You know say 100 meters from point A to enter what direction. If you say you to me can say obi a share forward now walk or show which here. You better disqualify. And obi answer on the line means line so you bearing obi a who could do obi line means you better disqualify. But there was some races be you trust on certain runs and some automatic for obi a lane. And if that type quantity nipa as a other person would you must say direction be now they go. Say for bomb push you when you kunko bo. And answer will say una say me nyeduma and so who misinterpret Bible no. And Newton at 2 Timothy 2:15 no or say yenye adwuma for a yen ferry na ye pai nyakopa asem no pepe penti there's division in the Bible. It's Bible in campum but when so uncle Bible studies are obeyira into obeka Old Testament New Testament na boom any adjeba krana what was the idea na nipa krana kasa asem no obeka boom it's papa religion social economy ni nyina no all the fact social and so makacho the government also have your social department or so that's here e be na ye Ministry of Children and Social Protection and what and women. And they say you bro and ma na say ministry no one na say one protect ma ye to ma mona akora mona ye hwe nkora ene nkora 15 no 16 and I say them say NDC for aban no omako families na omuma pa 16 nkora no ekohye na apen no say omo beye no ma omo ne ade so ba say ye social responsibility ni be don't say you can social media na anti abano from here make us omo kwa na so ke mo national funeral and state burial enye sa politicians na cause omo don know ko galamse hu adwuma omo to no omo friend no responsible one you know and omo ko we ya de but akora wuo ni peni we enye peni de wa ya akora da about friend onye peni da to wa ya gene life e peni so ni nyan so ye kwan ya yenye ya and the papa you fix a social aspect. Now you fix a social aspect, you fix it will reflect on the economics because ubeko eduma ubenye usika no tria eto abanso benye sika e dia ye eduma unkotana asori them 7 days a week abra bible na Christ no kodi yi kraba no ye eduma so that's it Christ kura no ba no ye eduma wan tranta ho sa edute also twane to a wo twane to wo munya asem bi ampa no ho enti obema man ye GDP ne beko animu adwuma bebemu ne anoma pi enti papa we know what you are supposed to do we have the structures enti na kakra because of time sake no na kakra mekano no last one de ye wo no say ye akotia ne de omubusu a say omakan 91 Evan say okay, since in the war no say 119 police stations na ho. Since 94 no 120 police stations. 94 and no dia ba 94 and it's a 94 dia. Then say 94 divided by 120 no. Then say yenya 94 divided by 120 then say ye twemu 78% times 100. The 78% akabe just about 12%. That's a kakrebi na 94 no. The 120 minus 94 next aka 26 police stations and or say yedeba na no 94 out of 120 no KBS 24 or 26 police stations na yɛ dɛ bɛwie no total valid votes near 26,656 or more to aba yes valid no 26,656 total rejected ballot ebi no 234 and they rejected here 234 and they rejected na no no MPP total valid votes 26,656 no enya 1,144 12,144 representing 45.56 45.56% 45.56% one Ojinama MPP asumedu and a bay do no Ojinama NDC nso nya 14,354 14,354 and also representing 53.85% 53.85%. And Tina say 14,354 no. You got 12,144 for free man. 12,144 for free man. I say MPP NDC lead MPP 2,210 votes. 2,210 votes. And Tina say we about say MPP to me recover no munye become and sign no more winning. We just first to the post nti nya pede nya pede wa obi kwa the one cry lidia we wini nti say no about numbers nti percentage kwa the empanto nche nti 14,354 no any 12,141 no yedi eduma obi bia oye arithmetic na obi a we lead obi a no 102 ono na ebe wini say 120 goals constitution ye kan nyina ewia for now na dia ye twa almost 80% aka about 26 police station MPP nipa no eda form 2010 ebia na 26 ni de ebia na na hwe o hwe akotie na one of the swing constituencies of Ghana. In fact fantastic say na kameme pe se de osenka yetimi tu yaba emane ye kama swing sana obi abekọ obi abekọ na nkofo ju say oh na akotie na MPP stronghold ama am koye yum say oh say kwa na nyesa because we share say they very close and yes to about 1990 because we share say they very close and yes to about 1992 no and this na win here technically 1992 no MPP for boycott here and the one na say o boycott eti my this na win here almost said defending seat in 1996 and MPP break James no and omutimi win almost 2000 2004 2008 ni nyina na MPP ansana baba jama be win 2012 no NSA call 2016 Mahama time so no MPP say win here ansana MPP NC sabi win 2020 and na last one year NSA ye ntia ye by election we win 2024 and the MPP win ya to about 9 times within the period of about 33 years ya to about 9 times ama MPP win mu 5 and NDC win mu 4 and ebe 5 it hono ye very hot a hono na se wo ye politician ko so ko hono cause etimi ko be bia na nkofo dwen se na mi se bia ye MPP strong ama onto se mi ko ye research mu se na initial na ye NDC for stronghold the hono so ye bia akotia hono so mo be bia mo tu kala mo ju se aban we be to mo ni tum so mo tum mo 2024 no bia Canada but we share said ye info one for ne dey omo post buy no mo nya prediction one share likely say NDC bit may win because o makasa ko flow a random sampling ebusebs amount for no ka say say ye MPP in the winning last year but omo hwe no ma economy ma kakra wa be ye na o mani so is in the public domain obit ma ko read there respondents ne kan omo simulation ne economy no omo say akoyie ama omunti no bia yenye nwie die but MPP omo odwuma ye 2000 yi die ebi wo papa 2000 waso nya saa yi na wonya +1 kraka ho na wodi ayenti na papa kakra ine free ye Akwantufuo news files no na sɛ mogye bi so anaa mo abɛka kyerɛ deɛ aka ɔnan deɛ ɛyɛ 94 out of 120 na mehu meda ase.
Yo, yeah, that's it. Thank you for the update on the election. No, yeah, that's it, baby. Me a call you tomorrow, no. I want him. I want him. I think she's still on T and can't see. Focus watch it. So T and can. I don't think so. No, what can say? Some T and can is away already.
Ɔmo yɛ ma no ntie wɔ akyire me drive.
Okay. That's it. I want him T and can the Kwame.
Yes, sir.
Kwame, what's the can?
Beton kapa.
I better joint. What's the bebre? What's in common bebre? I know say. Will be become farm for a joint. So, obviously, we know one boy in Kumokakra. By second question, be a papa smile, they bet so bored. My member, no, waiting me yeah, I say economic environment, and I say social environment, and I say religious environment, and I say psychological environment, ideas, ever flourish. Opa to me from about could be whichever environment.
Me funny general environment between my information and it's freedom of expression. One of the basic fundamental basic rights are also nipa bienya
Environment.
Freedom of expression. One of the basic fundamental. Who can adwene no? Make sure say all respecting Crawford's rights. Enti or maybe as we hear adwene and I hear the attitude. Enti say who can adwene you're right. But who criticize it there, make sure say obey personality ne free ho. Na adie bi a obi aka no information and also criticize wo ho. Na say wo ko attack personality nipa kro ka ya. Na say nipa kro fa ne se bia wawura ne boundary mu kika de ni say otiasia ene or ono so all right say ono so defending embassy president ni no ono an oba say opese o hold that position no and ni try ye ni ato ama no but service bi no oba berenda enti service or render no say enya de aye ni gye ho a as citizens ne de say ye war certain rights bi de yetumi kan ya adwene only say yetumi attack Mahama say unhu say but the office adwuma no de ye feel say de oye no nane kwa mu a ene yen as citizens ne de you all right see yetumi kasa na ora buzi an kan ye say utumi kasa but me all right say me ti de o kan controversy mu no na Ghana no de no kreni arewo sem no say oman no tikofom ena yehu say oman no tikofom ena ye recycle system no ena ye repeating this na mibusa say da bay ena Ghana fo ebesua nyansa ehunu say system no enye na o say at least operations no be brebe since so many decades friend is saying Lawrence in the constitution by meaning say major and significant amendments be that now constitution so focus for continue ababy ba for the Egyptian what can more be you man mine say yes na anytime Sunday strategy you decide to do and I would just Sunday as na na woma basa omo be ha me ya ma pinkasa ayesa de ketwa ne say strategy anema enti say yentumi ni nkase nature no ansesa ne ho a okay nature will take its own time no dey asesa nema ano your friend is saying your amendments enti ento aso sa mapon
yes afa kwame afa chumo ha afa chum
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
yeah afa chum second round na na ya say what here do do na and see person for being so
Remember that.
Yo, Mati.
yeah yeah
Kakra di no meka. You see, what is happening is me the I am ya pa ne say adia you can't the world body no man a wo wiase nyina. Yes, ye puye ho Ghana. Ya to aba e wo akwatia ene. Omo wie say nwure na papa bi ya your friend say emra ya hyehyɛ constitution do's and don'ts ni nyina no yes okoteti poster anti ko betro no ho a nka ye beye by election of federal market that means obi kuno a threat look what they granted class yes federal market okoteti poster no, which is wrong bad but does it where in the world say you are getting power with there you did wrong as a fight another wrong. I mean, this is the rule of law and and then you have people supporting such stupidity. As someone, Papa, a friend of Zokano, said, Obi Ayabonia, said you also can say, was your friend of Mark Ayabonibi. You go and make a complaint to the police station. Now you're afraid, you're that is, we allow institutions to work. And maybe at a start, former American President Obama Bagan Rabidi 3 days. A foot you yes, as some more countries say, young build strong institutions. And now America, I will somebody out in Yambuchi, baby, I mean land. Ya Hankwa, the attention of time. Yes, you have fat and bread beer, yet a bodam sem, Jimmy sem noir, the bay. Ye Pesica, I consider Buddhist or Bayabusia. Sika what Ghana chroma gold need damage shisha forma. Ye nim yan sakrasi ye too. Katasa bofu kwa na beji busiawa. By them Jimmy Jimmy. Debi I am bobo. Me wo ye jina ye gane puti Ghana ha wo ye juma ye. Wo yare a wo be ye jina me makota buchi mo so wa buchi. Ye timi tra Ghana. Because ye ni penimu a adwene na me de senkamra ye adwuma de a ese papa ne friend azokalo ese IGP tiro anubri ya do busa no on tire mu de ti se wo keka kan no so we dey ko kase komfo nisiko as na no mi ti se nkofo bi trotron se bi fa ya ti won tumi TV o atro bi ko social media ya post for akofa no azokalo so si nke ye beye apenyoma ken by election. That means this will could answer a by election. We could a threatening statement. Papa Penimua, where MPPM the first vice chairman, when you Penimu pa leader, wait a general Casa Simi Baba and the body Simi. Well, Oman Masero, since 60 years ago, a Bodam for the story Tia Kwame Kuma Kwame Kumano. When you over there, 69 years. This is the state of the country. The type of politics. I represent. I support Pato for people from. But I'm so sad.
69. Let me face 30 years.
Oh, that be independence. There was 68 years. March. I was September, October, November, December, January, February. I got 6 months near these 69 years.
But when we did it,
there be a fourth
30
republic
years.
in the 33 years. 1992.
Okay.
Now from independence, 1957, from Gold Coast to Ghana,
Yeah.
a year 69, I can't 69 years. And you hear Jimmy some
Jimmy pension, no.
Yeah, some
pension.
stupid people be the woman want to government, one year to embrace constitution, you're fine, man. And fine, man. Nipa be. Ebinum ka say Mahama kwa I see doing ketia na be press. Now, one better one. 69-year-old. Everybody. Charisma no here. Ghana, big country. I see doing ketia by a president. I don't want to believe that.
No way. I know the no way. But no the one only try president or what I say.
Me say me need that say a bit me see. No, I don't think so. The party can come up with a better candidate. And it will be our namana when they start to me will change petty. You've seen pictures of that. Is that a leader? Is that somebody you would respect anywhere in the world? What is the start to me or change petty? Sex and would John Roy will say. What's up? So beautiful from. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I want him or her. And I still want him. I'm Tianka. Okay. Well, you're calling him Bibi. What's not can be as well?
Your friend say, hello.
Yeah, me too.
He say question. He asked a man. I will be saying.
Safo, are you more me Casabiana?
Oh, near frost.
Oh, Master.
What Bibi, my second Bibi, my son by wife.
All right.
Okay. I want him. What about the Bamaso?
Yeah, too many police chance crack. No be now on workers. I did way all the time. My Fabiano work at off.
Why him? The patch of my frost. Now, they want Bamaso.
Let's be fire. Oh, my man. Now, oh, why in the Bibi? Now, my Bibi, Casadana.
Oh, dear, Bamaso.
As you can see, let's say,
yes, I don't book also. Weekend in the call, okay.
Oh, Charlie. Weekend in the Boko, social media, no. We.
Kill a church and who can you know?
Jose,
Mr. Killer church and who can you know?
What you jacket?
No, killer a church and who can you know?
Killer, dear, then I kill a Hakutia.
I'll call you too, dear. Yet you why boy gun and come on, yet you.
Oh, Unia, Bibia, Edio. Now is the code Bibia Ediana. Bibia, said he a penon. Sad, I was have a canoe. Katanka, said he a penon. A yamu say whom foot in Funny, and you who is the epiest sa, I was it Tamwa. Yet now you remember who say, yet you met it. As one become a really pretty. Me say, said ye pay a horn. Said ye be who now could sit say. Ye ain't gonna phone, ye gonna phone, who say gonna phone, I say ye gonna phone. Ye can say, who come back to us sensitive, say, ye Jimmy do.
Wait, what's he a Jimmy at? What's he a Jimmy at?
Yes.
Hey, boy, I somehow can you? Jimmy at
because they tell you say, a yam say, ye who are the papa, and ye who baby a year could direction Banagana, say, oh, Kanaka, direction Banagana, ye could see that. To say, who could social media. Anya attempt a tribalism. Anya attempt a tribalism. Anya tribalism a political chaos be the way be just said no direction. Now who say we say the queen? Where you the pass mark? We say who say the tumpon? Eti can't who said the air cost one. And in your magana ye and no a foot from now a foot to flavano. Who said the results probably ever chrono? Debbie. Me want to say no maybe at here and no maybe at here because I see some creative teams here. Se broni ba mu se sia ka so ba be ko ya fa with 3 seconds oba diga na fa say just like that. Obi ba mu se sia na oba di ko no fufufu aye se first ne kokonte kwase kokonte boy edi. Se kokonte boy edi. Di na afo pa e beti de Ghana ade ato eye ensani se we Ghana ni ade ni di afo e bi kra de bia se wo ko e ma dwa ye e no kra no se ko twa ticket. Me na make to say chrono ayafu e open for so obi bia baka so obaji chrono ato no so no fa because who are the people bia chrono enya to ko we a to ko we enya atemdi we a tribalism we ade me mpere fa we say we na we de ko ye say no we jim no we abodo we kwase na we sa de kro sa enti de esie no ade de ekoso no me say ejejeya de masa no gusu esi ene ebesi sa kusi tama ya kasa no ye ni be ho say na ade we ya che do na ade no say ya cho aya che afi the social media ba ya na ebe showcase jimie no abula be dedi me na me catch akoso ate afi the social media be abe expose there na ewo in the dark no say social media yi aba to about say monhwe de mo ya mo ho si ya mo ya mo ho efifie bebrebe no si mo ya mo ho enti se ya nkase hu se debi ade ya de ya che di yensisa na ho na be sisa ma ye ho na bitima ye sa ede sisa sa de be hwe enkabo mu ni kro nu me si ba ku yo eni sa o ma na efe Ghana no odo eni o ma na efe no ma Ghana no bebi bia no a edi ye nyina no ye di tire nya ba ko ebi ni kro we se mu na bi di kro ni how many languages ye ka na so many languages be bi twin fain na mbo ba ko di a na ehwiti ye na de ehwiti we ka we di na we ka we ni we di ata na we ni sa na be ni sa dia kantan ka de we di tumpo di ko edi entimi debi enye sa dia regi bia nyi enye the country regi bia nyi enye ono ankasa eni no ho regi bia ni no ko eni no ho because dia aye ho we yokudu sese die any odoni baby biara no kantanka any political parties for so baby gidemu a wo mo so no omukura adwene kesi a wo mo so fa ho a agudire wo ma Ghana no ye to obabo ye fa create confusion no to obama e ma ye nie wia wo ma no ne kusumu omku enku omu nyom watem ne kusu ye ni no ne wia no do omku mu sa na ade tie mo 100 200 1000 no mo fandidi ne nkeka mu timbom na ye ndi no blo amugusum ati ye hudi akunana eti ye hudi eti nku ye hu bisi ye ekono eye ya na criticize ye enu na sa party we ba ye party 8 years betra so ye nyina hu de 8 years party betra so mo ye nyina ye ni tua na nka ba we ye kokotu akotie we nkanya ba ke kokon ho enkenya aba yakotu ba won si ya jetum se a strong word intino chinchina na e wo se de besi bi ensi na ye de yense gu nwini aba no we the other side so si ampre eda ye na ye kroma no so no ye kuma politicians we say momo asa wini vote asa wini power wini whatever ye twa kote the entire akwatene si wono no enti eni ya wura fuo ne ni wo emye fere any ye say will be me MP e wo kro so ana any ni development people be do simple work with ya me said kantanka debi bibie ni hono bibie no I am say ayana aye sensational banana de azuba asuka o kwe da any be ku we da eno ana na efe oh any MPP ne win ye MPP oh ye e na deba din unye free mu enkoso be na de brewo basa ye ngwasefo ye ngwas kana ka no mega chu bisi sa me pe no ene ye nya ne saso ne be ko di sei sa ku ti tamu a ya dwere be ho so se na din ye hui din ye hui he okura so de mu a bukata ura so de mu bukata ufo bi so mo na djuma bukata ura ukura ba bi ko pe bibia bukata say Bukata be let's you be to sue on Mampinu Crano, Bukata womu, be biera, do create him and throw just sa empty way in the tumbo. Say Safo, baby, away, it is sad ye ni any yintimi and positive intimate kabumu man sanaka wa. When you think I want to be because a few don't go what time we. When you say be from Korea Canada, where a be a doma to ye in San Manuel. So the mission. And you know, yet me ma Akwantufuo because next year crowd is show the same and no man I just say crowd ye one. Because and no question and yet and what's your Akwantufuo radio. Because ye queen who said against what's your queen. Ye queen who said get a brain. Ye queen who said Ada say Adita was your queen. Debbie was your queen. Ye was your queen one more essay politicians of yes, because he said you and he say we chat for so many years. See that ATS tube Queen who was our platform uses when we musuba yuzwa Yababa Queen who said and ya pray for so many years. And now could you who say 8 years now opposition 8 years opposition now or more MP or 8 years again a course of power put ya. Dear Pan, I could tell you say a course so more Akotia. And Mamma was sending you to my yoy or Kotia. Be in one of them, but sorry, Yankun, Azubo, Sasu, or Baby John Membuno, and the way back to Kuno, and the way back to Kuno. Hey, Michelle, I'm saying, no, I say, you won't near trouble to social media, the people support it, it is support it. David, me who and I'm saying, see, I need you, who and I'm see, I need you. Yeah, I've got a see, ye pay a bimu epic development, Papa, my one more. I didn't put to him coswordly, any ye get him before, and we are due Konoma and Punto Biabano. Yet there be a binny hawk in this idea. No, wouldn't know, but just I did by you, do what them a good you must say. I can't a chrono cantaga. Yen no chrono, and in the yen, Obiano met my cousin Croy. I create him. Omon pe kono yie no enipa be trepe and I say one and I say be nipa half me na make akire wo ye pe kono yi amagana wo bre eye ba ni di ko ye wi kanta ki ye tuo sanka ni ko ye se wim mi wa susu no ye nyina nim se ye ko ye nipa no wu ye no kra no wono no this ko bobo se no baba ye ni nyina ye ni ye di hon ko kyerɛkyerɛ ɛkono aduane ne akesesɛm ko ye akesesɛm ye beba ne ye hihye tuba forums ne ye tso ne yesu se kom de na busua no mamu no mu ni adwuma yo na sa akodo na de guso koso sensational lifestyle ene ye yo ye mpa butuo na wo ye se wo pagya wo ya branch ababunu na se ni pebe wo ni do na wo pagya kakra bia na abusua no asase as amu tu sen kane ye bread wo ye yo after brand wo fifi no ye ba tutu mu ama wo ye di no kwentimi mba wo betu kwa abuchire mfie duo no enam so tu kwa abuchire no ebo se buso ni nyina ye fa ne afafon o brand name school fees and abra we etu tama no nim nyina no wo asudie dawso efie nyi wo so koya kakakra wo hya se na wo mpija ye kura no ya sa de ato o ma no ne last week kind obeku school kokusua di nimdie me hwe knowledge what platform so a ene amanone a yasere amanfo the system na sera pam nyina kwakota won na ni nyina no eye ni nyina no bi no system na pam ni pa free kuma kwata chamanone ankomu nya ankomu tum konkomu pe e system ni e bi na ani je o se ba kuntu ebeko yango ye hwe ye tase ni ye hwe ni o ma se ade we ti mu ye ti ebo emo ye offer tumaka 30 years and over yekuso ye wo ni ye bi okunu ma ye ni nkabu mu papa ye wa wo peje bia ni ye chi wa wo peje ni ye chi ye mpe so obi di ye ami ho so bi di ye na ye mo ye nim sa de no yo debi we na e be dia and you protect you and the way the media and you protect you as you protect you and protect you say no wo no and as a woman mo what you say bibi pie no ekoso kantanka me de Mr. Bebre mama se me huru Ghana na me huru Ghana me huru Ghana na mo permit me huru Ghana me huru krono because you chrono as you pe chrono ye as ye na ye bibia na ye say as chrono as still papa bi ye bibia ye be huru chrono ye hwe bibia beti mama chrono yi abado oso no ye kneti ye na ye pushi no or 4 years be ye pushi no no ye wono mu kura no ade o mu kura mo ya wo ye dede ohun ya wo ye dede ohun o mu kura mo 100 and something members of parliament eti ade we nya ade wo saka mako e ma gidigidi bia ade mu pe bia Ghana for the mama bia Ghana for the mama wi Ghana for the mama na aburo so ade mama aburo so ne pa le se na afi de mugusu yes ade we say we nipa de we de be yam omo ye we say ni nyina mo fan we say me so mo say wia mo omo ye mo ye na mo twere ko mo say wia mo 4 years mentality kura ye nyina Ghana for ni wo mo die ni nyina se kwa be se nyi gide bi na yen kikikikim na yen fa kwa bi so ni nyi no ma bi na ye 4 years na fa ni ko tra be nya ko ni ma wonum sa se jeto mu kura yen fa ho enti mu ndi mu nya hunu se enti kura yen se kura yen jeto mu a ye ni pa ni bia enti mu nya hunu se kura yen na mu ye jeto mu a ye ni ba bia ko obi ni jifo bia adi ko example be ma se enti se helicopter military helicopter tu ko ton wure ne yentimi nya force bi timi trace it ko yi o ne ye ma young boys koko farmers dey koko stacks dey ko sa wono a na mo dine mo ye ko ye gina bia ne helefa a wo se bi di be kuma sa de koko ko so ye hu se bukata ye 419 ko fo mo ye ya na wonu mienu nyina edi hu a ko fo be biesika do so de go botomo ko $1 million ye kan $1 million a obaba on gusu to wono okusu titi na ho no agada ko ye wa 3 bi ko ya no mama 15 years agada free so de kuma 15 years uko Ghana TV station CBA the agada ye wo di wi afa ko fusika do gusu gu TV so egusu ye 419 ho na pam wo no mo ma mi ya mo pam ni free ma mi ya ma pam ni ya mo se na djuma anso ni so ko ye wo gadrio ma pam ni mo amotiti woni mu nyina na wo sake pam mu nyina because the mamni ye no eye mu nyina na mo ye de oye no mu nyina na mo yo enyo no kwa na ye ankonti mu ye de oye no eye mu nyina na mo yo wayo mbeki ka ye ya ba wayo mu ba 8 years MPP for ska mo ji nyina Ghana for 80 so mo ji ska ni nyina so wayo mi be ye wayo mi 50 million 550 mentimi ka say 50 well, you me $50 million and the $1 million. You could say that I'm home. It's the image is here. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm only sure no way. Now, and no ma anything. Yeah, a crown will be bummed up, will be bummed over Bejikuna or Bejiko in seconds, or Bejiko in seconds. Yeah. Yeni kabumu regions na ankasa ne gu no regions na Ghana o ma create amaye no ya ankasa no ye hu se ye nyina ye baako enti ye nyina no we have to force forward said ye betima boy am kro nyina obeto we so no koka we akoka we na we akoka we na we akoka we na we akoka we enti se na amano ne omo ye ya enti kamodu bebi omo no omo nyina hu so mo ye kro baako no omo nyina kabo mu enyo mu nyina bedu kro no ene kro no yiye said ya wo kra wo no won ko school kra wa Ghana won si classroom don work and next a doctor be me hu Nigerian doctor bi was no we veterinary doctor in Nigeria and onya visa ba UK or buy no for say anko ba practice na you know the field now or buy when tima nya entrance into the field no or koye carer as a doctor or be carer in United Kingdom for so many years or be carer no afi wo mo no koye retailer and what they say this or now unyanya ne grounds ye and you want to do a trend of course to be all African countries and now they are politicians in the Masado in Asoma and the politicians in the Mawasan winner what they Ghana and one school da you will never be able to Ghana woman see classroom da wɔn tu kwan no la wɔn ti bi kura to fie etua mortgage every month ɛso wɔn ti kum wɔn ma wɔn ti mi yɛ ɛso yɛ tia bɛka sɛ ebi a yɛ tia no na ebi a nipa wɔn ho mɔden ɛnti ne nyinaa yɛ politicians na wɔn apam nipa fituma bebrebe na wɔn kɔ yɛ kɔ so na wɔn kɔ tena yɛn hunu sɛ kuro no slash a yɛ atemdie social media mo hwɛ comment ɛwɔ hɔ no ɛne atemdie videos amanfoɔ yɛ more videos amo hwɛ ne nyinaa ndodo na yɛ ɛma ɔmo kyerɛkyerɛ ɔmo tu ɛna ɔmo de kyerɛkyerɛ ɔmo tu na ɔmo de kyerɛkyerɛ yɛ saa small shops yi ɛne yɛtwa video bɛbɛ kyerɛkyerɛ ɛmfa mpuntuoma bibi yɛ bi ɛmfa mpuntuoma ɛdi yɛn hunu sɛ yɛkɔ yɛ akyi yɛn hunu sɛ yɛkɔ yɛ akyi yɛn hunu wɔ anim nyinaa mɛdɛm ehu atra sɛ yɛ tim ti ehu atra bibi no yɛkɔ yɛ ne tell Bahama de oba ebia ono oto no ebi na adwempa wo ti ebi na papa na adwempa wo ti ebi na adwempa wo ti ebi na adwempa wo ti but yesu ye ne ye se etia wan hwe ya ye to no mo a ene ye to no mo a ye se wo mom ko 8 years no next 4 years no ye sa ko to ma masafo na now how can we complain that much? We cannot complain the abre ne a ene time e be hu se ndi abre no ene the moment abucham do stage be yintimi bi Emi say you do sa stage no and the ye de ho say see abre pa ni abre ni pensa no ma material papa go form rose ni ye rose ni ye katakata ni ye no ma bia and ye be hu say ko be say de gina mu a gina ma ye ko ne sa see ni gina mu ya enti mo ba o sim bebre ni anom me se ma mo platform mo ba mo maje o pokwa onyo kiba bi na mo we na ma pa na mo kabi na guinness bi na mo bi na because say ye pen no ye be say sa ya kusku certificate ye bi certificate ya kusku apeduma okumu no mo enso kokko ni eduma say kama pay kra anya papa o kusku ni nyina okoye ni nyina ma $2,200 e bi kra $100 so ni nyina kusku ya certificate awon be kwasi kwetwe be we PhD we say me master's degree in this what dey foko enko gaba and you should say we say ho entimi fa ekwan ebetimi side between this say be ba say ye kusku ni adwuma yi a e bia akora bi wo fie no won ka say o abese panyin we obi sku no ko ni adwuma wa no o panyin we ni ko ye no enam food ni ntino side we say with my course say them we better change to course say me ko sa food we say did you say no one more there's no examples you don't see people somebody that you can ubet market say we don't want to wo mama hwe people come into that me to day me too e bi nia and your man who ni faso na ekoso eti kantanka edi na me say I bad dey be ho say na papa small na ne susu e yo say ye MBC and ababu say this election ekoso no should send signals to ye nyina me hu say o man no enyina ye yo ebi amoto mu hu da me kan enyina ni ye politicians ni yusu ye no mabi politicians no yusu ye no mabi say say hu ohene ebu bi ani ohene mu hu osofo a kane hu sofo a no sofo kwanu din koma no okoma unya problem rap sofo fia ana so hu ba fia no kasa no okoma ba oyo say self respect there's no respect anka wonu hwan ena ka be shop panyin na ka we de obu na nimtia wonu hwan na betuma so camera e di panyin na nimtia wonu hwan ena wo hu teacher obonten na wotima ko chia teacher hu teacher no odoji be no ko she fie because won person won teacher be hu so no ma bonten kantanka me ka chiro me say ebu di kro ni mu pie na ebu ni mu die ena emra so ni edwuma kro ni mu bi obeka so emra wa ni emra o eye no kro emra no eye kwa ya chini papa ko se die Supreme Court judge woman ye di emra no asile di ono nko a ye di ono nko a ene se emra di ono nko o bebrebe ono ma akedi di no yi akose ke bebrebe o se ke di ye di ono mo bebrebe o se ke di ono mo saloto asem ba ye na ye MP before no wasunti no na ye edis for no tino ye di mama no obi anka wo hwe eye fe ye de sa trend na de corner sa na we di tumpo IGP yo IGP on wo ye na juma aban fufo ba ne be sa no na de IGP so katanga we di tumpo ye di tumpo You been to point. It's me with the good I jagrado. Buta Mari se win akran and then I'm on. Oh. Eti mo ne mi a me sem ba mo ninje mamonko kra mamon kasa no because you need do ema ye ho. Edo bi enu me catch up. Tribal do ni ho. Tribes edo ni ho. Na wuti krom na kasa 1 2 3 you need do ebe ne create magina ekunu nyina so ye se Ghana of free tribes won ma suffer for won come sorry and na me na mo come sorry ntino won come sorry wa sorry ne papa o suffer no ne papa and also me suffer it miracles more mo suffer it miracle oh and no ma ya ko ho ko we say no en fo puntu ba kokoro e ma eso enu na ya ko ye nya ho de ho e ko ho na ye pre sama ba wo so mo ye nyina ye twinu one direction because it's hard wo so mo ya ma ye ya anka wo so mo tuma ye nkosa se don't think but ye hwe sa nyoma no so mo di ache papa tanta ko mo di ache na atra me dwunu ho ana atra me raho but me raho me dwunu so ma wo raho sa na aye ta ma ye ni bebe ho so na ye nyina be tra be dwene se o man no be bi de ko du school for would drive around that. Would drive Accra high particularly way Accra high. Would drive around that. Would drive around that. Oh, hey, them go for baby. Musa mo say Ghana me Musa say ah, enti say na hapa. And be better than enti say na etie. Enti prim puntu ma yankasa ya ho. And sa busuafo we say omo da achi obi bie no odwene mo obi adwene no. Oh. Me share gatem ba kuma me share dey me makoma me sa na makoma so sa me ni ko bo gatem me sa na makoma say ya ding I did the was she say man fu chamu na egu kata what are they me ye ko ya ho da bi ntimi ko ya ho ye ntimi ko me mpene sa o ma me kwa maka bi awu maka sa bi break no but as we break be jam na ya mi no ho na ya mi no man ho yi mo ya mi no ho na ya mi no man ho yi pa na ya man de funtum fram aye funtum fram say me ba ma be sa ma papa bobo wo no ma sa be ya jimi ho because me hu ti sa na ye pe no enti na bia kimpaluta na ma ba na ma request ko ba ma me na ma sa kimpaluta na wa sa ki de be fio say this idea bi tu be ka wi bi be ke bia na ko be me sa do kakra na ma sa gbaja me abon kakra na ma sa kakra ona me se na ma sa do kakra na papa no ma papa release me mama na me di mani ah e dey ekwe
yo avoid yeah that's it yeah boy mama wasa yeah that's it
papa o wa ni se me ka jo say e kita o ba na me ba na dia sema about kimpaluta na me hu mi ho no
no try na sikakra
Ulia me share me try
Yeah, Sam.
yeah
Sam, did you call me? Yeah, because I went away.
oh not yet let's
look
yeah that's it
argument name fu bi obeka bi na yanko because argument dey pay platform because they say they ato kimpaluta no no ne sa kodie no ne won mo pesa tawale no no la di lumba no aha na yakue ni but that's it
yeah that's it BB
Yeah, Sam.
BB yeah BB sorry thanks for your patience and this other
No problem.
so
Now on the question I need can watch some about education. I think say yeah indicate here not just say what do you want to achieve say you say voters no and ya some knowledge be a me choose the right person, isn't it? Yes, Anity.
Sir.
And Tiba message see I may agree who I'm saying no. I don't think so because when two incompetent candidates are being presented to you, how can you education being a wait me choose back? Because we are in the case that both of them, you know, I'm a failure. We ba basa. And you know,
Yeah,
you could
but
tell.
BB, I don't mean you can't but
Yeah.
you have options. Last election, you have options. Forget to say,
Yes.
I be back as options on the ballot board, It wasn't
On
just two
say
parties. Inti
some
say
on say
mo inti say
one thing is
enyempo na yibibi
me
fufuro keke not those
I
two.
we have process. So say who adwuma just be a process procedure ubefa so udi we betua udi we betua. But these guys, aka 1 year they beto aba. Waba me fra brochire na ba me kambrofo ma me wosika metima isi. Oh, ade enye yi. Yesi ade baby ade wudi ade no baby da no amfa to e befra to. If you don't do it the right way, baby because we give a hand before we ask for a hand. Se me da menem na wo be yimi a. Wotena wo sa say, hey, fa unsa bra na me nso na me nso ma aso nsam no atwe. But all of a sudden, enye ne sa na enye yi. So, as
But
I said,
Bibi,
the
ye didn't
day
come
is
on.
so
Bibi,
no.
ye didn't come
In
on.
France, eh.
Bibi, ye
And
didn't
he
come on.
said,
Same way now canon, Bibi payon. Same now canon, process now
yeah,
canon. I
yes,
agree with you. By
yeah.
same way, we as voters, I say a time come, I will have to make a statement. I know a trampocracy at two abane gumpokra. Yentungu, it will be say Uba or Chinampokran Sakas, you know what, it's election day. Not say you will NPP and this, so you show up just tomorrow now. Voters, to make a statement, just to make a statement, if you are on tomorrow, okay. Sine be ya omon call NPP and I say NDC. If you don't get your act together, we can go different direction. So let me find and also John was saying, like
On said the piano, they used to say, we don't want to waste the vote. Everybody say, oh, co apply for visa. Requirement for say we for Webra. Now go apply for visa. Now one family might be a all the echo anchor. They will not give you. They will not say, oh, yeah, mount, next time now what the other. No, they will not give it to you. And they know how it's supposed to be done. A big thing. A big thing has to become a president of a nation about 27 million people. A very big land with a lot of problems. And you cannot just stand 1 year. No about say me wosika me wo knowledge mo to abamame. You have to start from somewhere. You need a big organization. Now omo musical shows, omo programs. So they plan a lot. A lot of promotion goes into it. So, and I'm going for back because already there are some agendas there and go for be party for no crown a man go for be TTB said the beya and I say call run off no the abishi no abeji or koji kakra. And was I and conform you convince them conform say you are serious. Oh, and at the end of the day, they also have to come ye can boom. So if adeɛ no obiara bɛyɛ sɛ me adeɛ kyena me so am sɛ me mu nto aba ma me na mato kakra ma me ne yi papa yi a ɔsɔfo yi a ɔbaeɛ a gum amanfoɔ to ma no ma ɔbɔ dede ɛkɔsi sɛ so nti no adɛ ɔmo a moto mu a they feel sɛ asoe kura no sometimes people ɔmo a biara na ɔmo bu afu ɔmo sɛ owie mmewie ne ɔmo yɛ a na ɔmo ato ɔmo aba no kɔ hɔ so nti ɔmo a yɛ a ɔmo ba as independent can they don't prove enough. They don't prove enough. And I think the education it's not about say educated people, but I say candidates now you want to name why. Because Omar dreaming nation building, but a party building and save yeah mobile claim money for themselves. Omo a claim a juma for their followers. Because you won't go full kubi or multi party or mutual dues. A ɔmo ɛkoma party ɔmo yɛ bibi ma pɛnti ɔmo ba a saa kofuko no yɛtumi bɛdi
baby
a
man
na
bisa
wei
o
nkɔgye
I'm
wei
con
nkɔgye wei yeah
baby man bisa I'm a bit
yeah
confused and I be our
yes
solution. What's the candidates in the
yeah
boy correct?
yeah yeah
Obisu
candidates
ba
ne na ɛ problem
Obisu ba within let's say 6 months to 1 year to election time. I also he didn't spend enough time.
nso ɔno nso
So what is
ne
the
character
solution?
no
What is the
yeah ne
solution?
Okay.
That
Oh
has to
no,
be a
no, about
solution
1
because
month to it. The
yentimi
character
nkɔso
no
nyusu
is
saa candidate ni
all
saa
right.
yentimi nkɔso nyusu wɔn saa ɔmo mboa yɛ.
Okay, on say, okay, my even funny say the process is say if you okay Mahama you say Mahama yaba you want be and the powerful front beba. So you might be thinking, so as soon as you're beba, he has the knowledge, he can do, and also is equal to a new person and as an independent candidate on also over. And I was over no crana be as them Davis example. When your man what they present here, no, it shows say this guy also not serious. Any we mu crani and from because the way I was also show near man, it does not show that we are serious. So ebe obi a ɔwɔ nimdeɛ a anaasɛ ɔyɛ bɛde bi a wohu no appearance wotumi because that is the perception yɛnim wɔ nipa bi adwene but how wabɛyɛ wo nneɛma no na ɛbɛma nkɔfoɔ ɔyɛ yi nti people most of people don't want to risk and they will decide not to vote don't want to risk because sometimes how they with the independent candidates it emerge to from analyze it the way they do their things sometimes people say are they joking so and you say no okay yeah okay MPP ebia nipa foforɔ na ɛba nti ebia nipa yɛ ɔba yi de wi ɔka ne nsɛm ne nneɛma ne nti ne ebia betumi aboa on say always okay let's move from here and go here the party is coming by with a different person is equal to also the same person your friend is saying the same independent candidate, you know. So, and it already now the way our organization, you know, and yeah, nothing will. But thank you, serious people be come boom say we want to. So, yeah, start if we start from scratch, then use a one for bit more ocean. Yeah, I think say any year independent candidates, if they come where they will get the vote. If they come where they will get the vote because these people no the echo na echo. The way we say a problem no ye or my candidates na presented to us. Candidates na presented na on say na sata man no mo person komo ye a district assembly ni ade ezeke omo to aba no. I was with the option say yem fan koshe party biara sɛ deɛ ɔmo ayɛ parliament na sɛbi mpredua nipa bi a ɔmo number bi a na party na pia na ama mo sɛ mo nto aba ma no but yɛbiem na obiara sɛ ne ɛwɔ obiara manfo obiara sɛ me baabi a mete me mantem a mete na makɔ akɔkyerɛ mo sɛ masa metumi ayɛ sei me free party bia then you see that people with some knowledge and other so ɛbɛtumi aba system by a side the party na say then they will present any party to you obia nipa bia na piano nko they say the parliament yenko enyema issues wo ho issue pa wo ho bebre ase yehwe ne atutu ano ye de mra no ne asise ne yesiesie niema da bia obohu nsem bia ye adwene ho ntokwa bia ye kon hu ma o man ne nkonkan so enti no
Sam,
me dem who said
can I ask a BB a
the
question?
problem is the representative the president omo
Yeah,
de
give him a
base
second
ni
to
omo
finish.
Okay.
ya bi sisi
Maybe I bet me a question.
oh the man who say on the every
Yeah,
time be your question
yeah, BB, you said a while ago that nipa be our own phone number. What do you mean?
what I mean is that maybe there are some say
Because the
that
leaders we've had so far, apart from Kwame Nkrumah, they all don't have anything you are talking about. They are all the same, apart from
okay
Kwame.
maybe I understand the also rate no but we for me baby nyini ya ye be parliament no you could see say there were some time and there were some kind of seriousness because me who say adwuma is a serious business me school sabi school no ye nyina yakobi na ye kenkan because me say bi wo hopu a ye ma document bi pa bi a PDF document I read books. And sometimes, how many pages can I read a day? I'm not that very good reader. I'm to me reading a lot because we call parliament because you document do okra na be 5 pages, 6 pages. Bahama, yes, your brains 10,000 pages of report. That's what can we. I wonder as what to me kind. So you have to read it the following morning and go and debate on it. But we have a lot of people who say they reading in Granada. How can he into no information and for and commentary and radio so no be na be or better to be near I don't know or about cancer move. Ebu oko on kabi. So obu oko knowledge no will be pan with media chairs and but how about me a present the case no crowd to parliament na say obit me ya ama what debating and where the man into what you papa bi asɛm ɔsi asɛm a mo kan pa nka mo de ba twi pa nka mo ho sɛ bɛka mo nyansa so but ɔnti adwuma business na ɛkɔ so wɔ hɔ no ɛnyɛ ho nkɔfoɔ na yɛ piapia ɔmo kɔ parliament aside sɛ yɛ friend sɛ the knowledge reading knowledge ne nneɛma no koraa no ebi wɔ ho koraa sɛbi analysing issue koraa no ebi bebree koraa ɛmmɔ nɔmba because obi bɛka asɛm bi koraa wodwene ho a wonte ase sɛ asɛ obi a wodi a wokɔdi nipa nim mpanyinfoɔ nim ɛne asɛm a wokan deɛ sɛ ɛmfa ho baabi a so nti bi wɔ koraa analysing issue koraa no ɛɛden ma no ama so to debate so nti it's a problem because obiara na ɛsɛ bi a ɔwɔ sika nti ɛsɛ APP4 yi ne sɛ yɛnto aba ma no wɔ parliament a constituency a ne ato aba ma NDC4 yi asomasi yɛnto aba ma no ne ato aba so nti ɛfɛ sɛ adwuma na adwumadi a ɛsɛ ɔkɔdi na ɛboa ɔman no nyinaa bo sɛ ato sini wɔ baabi ɔno ne deɛ ne sɛ o yɛama me hwan na waba constituency hɔ na wɔde wie ba baako akɔhyɛ sogya mu na ɔde wie ba baako akɔhyɛ police mu na ɔde wie ba baako akɔhyɛ minister ɔbɔ adwuma hey wei deɛ ɔyɛ adeɛ ne ɛbɔgye ne so ɔbaa no atete sika kakra boys na organize football na boys ya bɔ no waku apɔnkye na ɔma awie na ɔma ani agye but ɔmo ni adwuma yɛakye a ne yɛbɛto aba ma ne yɛyɛ ne ho dede ɔbɔ adwuma baabi awu but adwuma no ankasa no ɛda hɔ but onya nipa bɛyɛ 5 bi ɔmbɛto a ɔma ɔmbɛtumi a number na ɔmbɛto a ɔkyekyɛ kakra ma ɔde yɛ scholarship bi ne wayɛ bi ama no a so ɔbɔ adwuma but adwuma no ankasa sɛ yɛmfa mmara ne nneɛma yɛnkyehyɛ sɛbea meka sɛ nneɛma bebree hɔ a we are dying we are young there are sometimes wotena radio so na wotie obi bonso obi akɔnyim obi wɔte akura so wɔnyɛ mmaa no wɔhwɛ nkora wawo bɛɛ deɛ wɔhwɛ obia bonso yɛde obi akɔwa yɛsɛ sɛ na bɛyɛ sɛ mɛma 1 cedi ɔde 1 cedi no kɔ mmienu mmiɛnsa ɔmfa nkɔ biem obia ntumi nya no hwee na ɔte hɔ nso yɛsɛ yɛte mmerɛ wɔ yɛte man ma mmerɛ yɛ adwo there are a lot of issue governing the people a wɔsɛ yɛhwɛ no yɛsiesie ne yɛbɔ ho adwo but I see there's nobody cares but saa nneɛma nti yɛhwɛ no yɛbɛtumi de sika aba yɛbɛtumi de ahotɔ because sɛdeɛ wɔadwie ɔmo yɛyɛ obi ti tam da wotie radio obi akra no bi wɔ hɔ kora ɔni hwee ɔni fie bi ɛso odi obi akɔ repu no obi akɔ nyem no obi wɔ ne na akɔ to prison ɔkɔ na police for no ka kyerɛ me sɛ menka sei na meka sei na bo sɛ wɔdam enti a whole lot yɛ wɔ nneɛma bebree hɔ a sɛ yɛhwɛ sisi but ɛnyɛ no na nkɔfoɔ ɛhwɛ yɛ o sɛ masa da bi yɛbɛto aba na organize football match na agan yɛ sɛ yɛkɔ walk ɔnya pio kakra ma boys yi ne wɔ fufu ama ɔmo ani agye yɛwura fi si yɛni adwuma ho wia no ɔtena ne kam na ɔkɔnkan ɛnneɛma ntɔkwa ɛkɔ so wɔ bɔkɔ yi what are we doing about it yɛnya ɔmo a na ɔmo nko ɔmo ana sɛ ɛno a wɔ hɔ ɛbɛda health. And see, that is the case. We have our parliament seriously conform. What we are expecting now? Say that in a lumber who and your boy no man conforming conform our year and I'm not against Lumba. He's a very good guy, very good musician. But we have a lot of serious business. We hear free parliament where it's all way. But it's unfortunate. It's it. Say go for ideas or more independent candidates or more, but sometimes they go crana. Wait me a target resources a kutawono. Wait me a target one constituency. And a plus ya when your constituency be a question. Oh, it you wait me a target one constituency. Be a seven main cancer say Alenche Martin. We have fine brain answer what ideas. Target it, why target it, you know, Abba. Now, amount for you won't so they contribute to do us. I did you free and call baby for. So, now, yeah, but says so resources also say with the because according to it, he said, Ubia wuni office work all the regions in Ghana are very difficult to be winning elections. Very difficult. But these guys here, omunye, omunju omantimia establish omu even crazy is headquarters near there. Ma establish omu where every constituency, everyone want be omu for. And you know, it is not easy to wait my rep almost how you need a force. A force, not a single person I'll wait my a you almost in. And Sam, the media me who is a candidate near the brace here, Yenibino, and your voters no, because you had the co be about we have the same baby. That's who be brave. And answer a question for
Yo, baby, no. Questions be any be that's a bit great. That's I agree.
Lumba,
Candidates
that's a
may see a
bit
problem. That's where that's a bit brave. Abe,
Yes, Sam.
go home. You want
But
to take
but
over?
but Bibi didn't answer my question.
Well, ask him again.
Oh, question now is say, hey,
I
who
said who?
rating? Who rating? Everyone say, Ubia, who gets a mobile parliament to Ubia and your papa. Because maybe they
No, but
didn't do
you
what
you said
it's
Obiake
your
or
rate.
whatever. You say
But
Obiake.
I
I mean,
cannot say Ubia. But I'm saying say
eh.
from baby, I mean maybe who parliament, what is parliament and what we do there. No? Now
Mm.
at this, the candidates or who call parliament so bad from a friend say knowledge and say competency me who is a bafom a free baby and higher baby and me who no bafom. That is what
From
I'm trying to say. And
from when to when?
at least was it from when?
From when did you realize this?
Beside the me van say many fee maybe after everyone say getting to politics after Akwantufuo by a JJ go for mobile those days things your friends say JH men Samu Wine those guys are not more parliament
So
those are more
those
lame.
people,
They
so those
they
people,
were
those
mhm.
people moved the country forward the way you wanted.
I'm not saying say they move the country for but I'm going to
Exactly,
say
that's the bottom
that
line.
they no man no any example that can any will be anye. We have I'm doing say
Of course,
those
that's the
no
bottom line.
say
That's the
normal
bottom
parliament
line.
no hey na the debate are no more wɔ hɔ ne nneɛma nneɛma do sɛ the serious business
Sam,
bi
the
kɔ
bottom line
ɛna
of all
wohwɛ
the
the
debates,
level listen
the
wohwɛ
bottom line
the
of all
caliber
the
of
debates,
yes the caliber of people
uh,
are no more hɔ
uh,
ɛnɛ no yɛka sɛ yɛ ma a friend is a grade I say
mm.
grade number from
So
and you want to
what did that
understand say
caliber?
grade number from
Yeah, so what did that caliber
uh-huh.
with high grade take Ghana to? Where did they take Ghana to?
And yeah, who have taken Ghana somewhere.
Exactly. Oh, apart from coming Nkrumah, all this grade you are talking about, didn't take us. So
And you want to
what did that
understand say
caliber?
grade number from.
Yeah.
And yeah, who have taken Ghana somewhere. Who has taken Ghana somewhere? If we don't have, if we have those adjectives, then we have to use it. It is better. It was better than today.
Well, anyway, Sam, you asked
So
a
if
question.
we have to use,
Yeah, Sam, you asked a question. I think you didn't ask me earlier. I don't know whether Baba Smiley asked earlier about what conditions needs to prevail for something. What was the question? Hello, Sam. Hello, Sam. Is Sam drop off? Has this drop off, Sam? Hello? Sam, is Sam gone? Hello, am I on at all?
yes, you are on. You are on.
Yeah, Sam asked a question. I'm not. I think he said Baba Smiley asked a question about what conditions will bring something. I wanted him to repeat that question and let me address that. But what
the question was what conditions is conducive for free flow of information?
No, free flow of ideas, not information of Akwame.
Yes, yeah,
Ideas, not information.
If you knew the question, why didn't you say?
You, because of all this, your freedom of speech, everything is information for you.
You don't know the question, and we are telling you I want to correct it. If you knew it, why didn't you say?
But before I address that issues, Mr. Bwedi, it's quite surprising that you think MPP, NDC are properties of people. Do you understand? They are public organizations or institutions. Any of us, I can decide today to join MPP. Nobody can tell me no. I can decide to join NDC today. Nobody can tell me you cannot join. Impossible.
They can sack you.
You can sack you.
They can sack you from the party.
I can join.
But they can say they don't want your candidate. They don't want your membership.
They cannot say that.
Why not? If they can sack you, why can't they sack you? Why can't they reject
They can only sack you
membership?
if you go and do something wrong against the organization's principles. But so long as they cannot prove anything against me of the sort, they cannot. MPP, NDC are not the properties of individuals. So for Mr. We're going to come and tell us Azoka's thing. Who told you Azoka thing? Who is Azoka? Even Rollins cannot deny anybody to join NDC. No way.
Now, nobody di mama temo ane akro na wa NDC.
And who is Mama? Who is Mama?
Now, who is Mama? Mama no we figure or party no, and they call him father. Now, won't my friend father that would
of Akwame, don't go there today. don't go there. Akwame, you see, this particular last point has landed me easily on where the question you ask. Akwame, to generate ideas to move the country forward.
Yeah.
To generate ideas to move the country forward. One, we should eschew sycophancy. Do you understand? When we are generating ideas to move the country forward, there is no way anybody should behave as if the person is a sycophant. You are saying things to please whoever is you call your father. Nobody is father, nobody is mother. As far as moving the country is concerned, anybody who has that stupid thinking in his or her mind is not fit. The person cannot generate any good idea.
But one thing you forgot is the party is there. to win power. Any means, men can say anything. Any means, be it foul or fair.
Wafakwami. Papa Smiley's question is not about generating ideas for the party. The Papa Smiley's question is how to enable ideas be generated to move Ghana forward. It's not ideas to make MPP NDC. But after you win the power, there's a level. If we have to decide. If we have to generate ideas to move the party forward, it's a different hierarchy. Do you understand? But now that you won the election, we are talking about Ghana.
Hey, but don't forget to say you are going to vote for one of these two parties.
You see, Baba, you see your mind. You are still in the political party mode. When Baba Smiley is talking about things which will move the whole country forward, you are talking rubbish about political party.
But okay, multi-third party.
All right. Thank you. I was here listening, and then I realized every step of the way, will be asking some question, right? Of Akwame's information. The question was, in what environment and ideas it may flourish? But if Akwame buy, no, the kind of information.
Right? He asked for him the freedom of information. That freedom of information thing, that is all what is really said.
Correct me, say my memory capacity ni low.
Oh, they go for Kwame mon cancer. But I'm so for Kwame ni abeni of a caps. All things being equal, no me feel say your parliament na nkasa no omo fanshare be ma a travel ama no ma koso no omne ho no mo ye. On the parliamentarians are meant to go there to do law business. Munko shem rana munchi no mana mun check government no contract or best sign oversight check the basis na chorus wo mun nyina akwa obi akọ for esika.
Yes, let me Papa Smiley has corrected the thing. So let me
Mama Abby and carry on, and then
so Papa Smiley, one, there shouldn't be an environment which encourages sycophancy. Do you understand? Because when there is sycophancy, you cannot generate ideas, because some of the ideas you may even generate will not be to the praise of your father or your mother. Most people use the word brainstorming without even understanding the context. Papa Smiley, when you are brainstorming for ideas, you want to generate as many ideas as possible. So the condition for brainstorming is when the ideas are being generated, no matter how stupid the idea is, at the point of the idea generation, nobody is criticized. Somebody can come out with the weirdest ideas. It may be going against you, it may be to your discomfort, but let the ideas flow. The reason why you should not criticize anything at the brainstorming stage is that you don't want to kill the flow of ideas. It will reach a stage where you have to categorize and criticize ideas. But that is after the brainstorm is done. So that is why if there's an environment of sycophancy, that brainstorming thing cannot work. Because the person will even be afraid that the ideas I'm going to bring about will not be to the pleasure of my father in quotes, my mother in quotes, or my boss. And a proper boss will not even encourage that. Two, to generate ideas to move the country forward, you have to create an environment where there is no what is called group think. Group think. Group thinking occurs when you say, oh, we are MPP, we are NDC. Everything we say should be one, should be the same. When you do that, you don't encourage diversity of ideas. It was after the Cuban Missile Crisis that this word groupthink came about. It was this same groupthink which nearly resulted in, Second World War, the destruction of the world. It was one person who came out and said, hey, we cannot do that. Everybody, I think it was the Republicans, everybody was generating ideas. This one person came and said, look, we cannot do that. So that person didn't do groupthink, and the person saved the world. So group thinking will not allow progress. 3, for development to occur, whoever is appointed or selected the leader must have direction, must have vision. You understand? You must have direction or vision. Your vision becomes the guiding light. That is why leadership is very, very important. As a leader, you must see what your followers are not seeing. Example is Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew envisaged the Singapore he wanted. I'm sure along the line, a lot of people doubted him. Some will call him a dictator and so on. But he has seen a light. He has seen where he wants to take the country to. So as a leader, if you have good vision, like Kwame Nkrumah had, all what Kwame Nkrumah did was to move Ghana towards the vision of Ghana and Africa he wanted. Ghana, which is industrialized, Ghana, which is first among equals, then Africa, which is united, where we can, with our unity, we can withstand people who messes us up. These were the sort of pictures, vision he saw. And he tried to rally everybody to buy into that ideas. Unfortunately, we had these Matihu people who were only selfish in their thinking. They never had any vision. That was why people used to say Nkrumah was ahead of his time. And it is true. Somebody who thought of building a Ghana which would have been self-sufficient in every other way possible. Look at the time Kwame Nkrumah had the vision that we need to have a nuclear energy. How many countries were thinking like this? Nuclear energy. So as a leader, you must have vision. Your vision has to be sold to the people. The people need to get a buy-in into that vision. That is the difficult part. Because for people to buy into the vision, you must be able to convince them by result that, look, when we are able to achieve this, this is where we will be. This is the one particular thing which has been elusive to all our leaders after Nkrumah. It's been so elusive. Do you understand? Ghana beyond aid is not a vision. No, it doesn't qualify as a vision. 24-hour economy doesn't qualify as a vision because there's nothing in it. They are all slogans. They are all slogans. When you are able to sell your vision to your people as a leader, the vision is like what they call in the Bible Canaan. Something that's the way they used to describe it. You're going to Canaan. So where all the people, all their behavior, all their aspirations was to go to the promised land. So as a vision, as a leader, you have to create a promised land to your people. So the people will have the images in them. They will generate ideas even if the going is tough. I'm sure the people of Singapore did the same. The people of China did the same. The people of Japan did the same. That look, now we are in a difficult time. Things are hard. But if we work hard, in no time, this is where we will be. This has been elusive to us.
All right, Abe, you're first here now. Why?
Yeah. So, in fact, there are more, but I don't have time. At least I could have listed about 6 or more conditions, or which when it prevails, we'll be able to generate more ideas and move the country forward. At the moment, no. There's a difference between noise making. Those last elections, all the people who came, none of them was visionary enough. None of them. They were just talking for talking's sake. Anyway.
Abe, thank you. Let me say, I set the pace in the choir world. And my name is Sam Abadia. Say, I was what you said on this issue.
Can we Papa Smiling? Can we real quick?
Okay.
I was thinking about it, right? In what environment will ideas flourish in? And I was just thinking about it because I think, just to add to Abe's list, environment where there's a sense of equality, like people see themselves as equal. I know, see, by all means, you move be like, for example, America has it, right? I used to live in DC, and when I'll go to these bars and go out like nightlife or go to the restaurants and stuff, you sit next to these congressmen and women and these senators. There's particular bars that I'll call them one. They are there just like you, and you hang out with them and you talk to them. Even though, they're like a little bit higher than you, when you talk to these people or when you talk about them, there's a sense of equality. Like, you won't say like they're more than you. But we go to Ghana, here we are in a situation I need this uncommon way that you're from honorable. So your mom with this kind of titles, and we put them on this pedestal, like they're so higher in the community. So therefore, like a Columbia or core high school be and I say where university be, even though he or she might have a great idea, the fact that he's not being referred to as honorable, and I say he's not being seen or being heard, even though he has a great idea, it may never flourish because there's honorable speaking, so you have to be quiet. Like your radio, Sunni. It's like we do it everywhere we go. And then now for your radio, so on our call now, he's going to be interviewed by journalists, and the journalists and they say, "Oh, where the Miami uncle, where the Miami Bema, honorable." So how are you even going to ask them the tough questions? How are you going to poke them to find out what ideas they have? So I'm banning them any kind of response because already know what tagging is so you're honorable, and I say what tagging is so your uncle, and I say, "Oh, mommy, been into know." You can't even put the tough questions to them. So the ideas is like limited. You can't. So I mean, simple and tete, you know, like if we come to realization, see, we are all equal, no matter what class or what job you're holding or whatever. And at the end of the day, in Ghana for first, and we all want Ghana to get to certain places, you know, and we see ourselves as equal, you know. Unfortunately, the ideas, until we realize that, you know, the ideas will be limited and will not flourish. For it to flourish, we have to see ourselves as equal. And family, Juma, or yeah, and I say feel free, and I say school or core, we have to see ourselves as equals for ideas to really flourish. Because if I see somebody as equal as me now, or I think of them as equally to me as Ghanaians now, if they have whatever idea they have, you know, I'll be more than willing to listen to them. And that's why here in America, they do have, part of the reason is they have these town halls. The other day, you know, there was this congressman that had a town hall in his hometown, I think in Nebraska or somewhere, Trump country. And this guy, he had it where there was a lot of Democrats, and you know, people were pointing out to him about the beautiful, big, beautiful bill, how it wasn't going to be beneficial to the people. And he sat there and he listened to them. And in the end, he said, "Look, I'm glad I came to this, you know, town hall because all the ideas na good table it was nice. Like it was an eye opener. I didn't know that this big beautiful bill was going to hurt you guys so badly, but because I held this congress, I mean this town hall, now my eyes have been open. Like I can see clearly now. So I'll go back and I'll recommend that they do certain adjustment. And I was listening to this on it was a podcast that the guy did on the whole thing. It was really nice. We have to see ourselves as equal, and until we do that, unfortunately, the ideas will be limited. I can't believe it's so happy there, so no.
Yo, all right. Thank you very much. Sir, also DB Asoso. We were say, I do not any back for team. Abe, I can dear, some so a DB Abesoso. Now, that was about your.
Papa, I'm how.
And he also, in your view, no, even Saudi or Busia, Ketua cry, Fatumwa. Environment, no, send a OCC, so that ideas can flourish. Kakakra or honey uncle. Why?
Yeah, Papa. Let me first say, me chair my phone and I thank Safo. That was a brilliant Papa. Now me say I feel what must say or say me say cracky view. Because Papa and some more kind you know and that is na kuma. Who's saying? What I want to make
And is a
yeah,
and this is the so much bad winning because they say politics in my 77 Ghana but with Bombardier.
And that watch keep your focus on what we discussing. And is there winning?
Yes, because Papa, I will use the level as a farmer. Share your door for it me could drew baby who assassi baby to make us say I had the mean to me fa cocoa si ha titru afro money adie. By drew baby sweet teams I had the 70 cocoa and me dra by rebel there anyway. So to have a healthy and environment in Ghana, and I say in family life, they say ubetie obia nene nkwasi ase. Because and then me review Facebook, you be manage pa. Ya na ye nyina ye hu sene obi kire na adwene fa. Senke ti obi ase a obi so beti ase. And the Papa, the environment in a benyana to get something to move on in life, you know. I was saying, Nipa, how no more saying, nah, uti obia se. And no, I mean, some more can America has a Papa, ye be road construction, be a cry, that baby. Do policy makers in a home. But the notices babu baby, I say, a be hold public meeting about this expansion of this road, Obi and Fana Junemra. Why? because obia wo na nyansa wo ni tirim papa obia wo nyansa wo ni tirim but se ya nya saade no wanti man fa adwento ato an wanti obia sem free baby onu so free ba no wanfa ho anhye na adwene mu a ebe den se obete nase enti se ye pese bibi koso ye makra papa eno omuti on se to da I mean come on aduane a wo no amame no no wo makodi dwana ba wo na ye efie panyi maame na enua but a good wife or a good woman will ask the children say na dia na mo kondo amobedie obobu sani kun said the mirror obedi bayra na oh si papa nti adwen to atoa say yetiminya environment aye nyina ye tie mo asem ye jimi sem ye nkwose asem asia anka bibia abekoso because say no ho na obenya obia presentation. When was the last time our parliamentarians in the Krakow constituency Kobusa and Crawford said, dear Nehamo? All they do is almost think on the papa, a timima you crew is all the totoa. You need a healthy environment. And I mean, some guys said there's no equality. A dear Tina, the Biana Mekan same way say, when a running the business is all Lususika or Ghana. But people are striving. So why can't they bring them all on board? They put square pegs in round holes. It is all per se a healthy environment. You create an environment where everybody can bring all the ideas together. Then you siphon it. Now now carry out to me say we the kwaha say say but until say that time it was over China for system of government crana. You know, say, kakrabi no political no. But meanwhile, no, make sure say, Kurasini baby, and Obia to normal you representatives normal by a name. Is it happening with us? No, Martina was the table Hunamu Didia. Once I could go up, papa, what to wear, do I know I bought him with son or said, you me con no. But one woman, so once you keep do ya Joe. But what do any shout to me who's a Korano bedia? You cook that food for the person because at the end of the day, no person will grow healthy. Now, so to get a good environment, all I would say, like they always say, a healthy mind can be found in a sound mind can be found in a healthy body. And to until say in our environment, no better na yes, a person, Ubama. Brono so one your who saw your macho. Nankati se papa, imagine say aden na yekoto abawa akwatia, obi a onti akwatia okoho. I mean, have you asked yourself, say, akwatia for na yekoto oma bow? And then I be free crab, be free cape coast, be free sunyane, moko peden oho. Because the constituency, omunis in your needs. And the papa, ye kromuno. Environment also a create nanko bia he ne dan anim and adwento ato ano ho a anka bibia bekoso entimi me hu ni say to get an environment sa na say obenya bibi amade bia koyie no na wo say utiminya obia adwene unya say obia ye nyina adwene anko ben krom kro na ye toa se ne be say okodua ade o ba bia oduru atimi sa afro mu udi koko ni abesi ho enye yi emomom na aden obedua because asase no akere wo se ade sei na mepe ba ono de no de wadwene na afa ho obebusa obi se na ha de meji ade we ebe untimi nkodua nka tie wo nsuom untimi mfa emu enkosi asase a ohwe ho eya asase kwaye so because emu ye ba bia ono so hie nso breading nyina and the papa say we are say no I was saying nipa unya adwempa na utie obi asem na oti mama enkoso imputu na koso senka parliamentarians you fan say ekro mo omko eno mo hwe so aye omo adwuma as legal and omo check abano on
his toes, doing things without lobbying for parliament. Mo hose mo shemra na mo checking normal. Mo lobby for. See your crew no, Papa. The environment in Ghana, let me quibble a little bit. Say, you're critical, maybe say parliamentarian also about development in a man for no. But it shouldn't be so. Who the corner coshi shemran share contract today? BBI call no one pepe pa. Because with me there, say the imagining say say ye benya environment boa or say it here will be asem. Me and Kasu will be asem on yede, will be asem ye nyansa. Say you near to papa, a bit mama. I said, Jumam, yeah, Jumam, your way. I mean, be manager, me bam, me want me provisions, me projections, my sister, say. But be an sales manager, no, baby, for. I'll send me tea na journey. And so, me credit manager of free baby for neighbor. I'll send me tea na journey. But to create seminar environment in a or send me more money who say a very important in the organization. And the papa saying na ye who say nipa obia journey na sem ho hia. Nipa who said na asem o catch no enye Jimmy Semwa. Papa, that is all. So for anything, any organization to thrive on, you have to listen to every stupid thing anybody says because it's worth listening to people. This year, yes, I know one factor, major factor is it creates a conducive environment for us to move forward in life. Sana mimi huno.
You, Ajabuachi. Thank you. Sama bana.
Yeah, pass my number.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
It's over here. The next 30 minutes near Yampoana.
Yeah, for the next 30 minutes near
30 minutes near Pong. Why?
Yeah.
The next 30 minutes. Why? Okay. All right.
Friends.
Say Bombard. I can and okay.
I can be first round, but this episode my update to election.
Me find out.
Okay. All right then. One question.
Then they say they are candidate. Almost say end is for now alpha. You for nakasa.
Tokwa bi amba won. Sin tokwa bi amba there.
Oh, say and the by MPP agents no mu nyina every coalition center no honti. Omo say obia kofi.
Okay.
Say MPP agents abandoned Akwatia by-election coalition center. And I just say, Julius Caesar Baker said the die is cast. And he Munya 44.64 na MPP and this Ponya 54. And he said, this is 5 we win 5 Akwatia, we win 5 Akwatia. And he Amukokanwana is Omanya Bear 180 This is quite a Munya independent one or Mabakra, and they say absolute majority. But I said you'll be kind now that we found out. What are we going to do?
Bombarded, this one too, does it mean people didn't show up like NPP used to give us?
They're about 26,000, about 24,000 voters. So they showed up.
Yeah, but what is the percentage? Because MPP is saying they lost because their people didn't show up.
That is not what it's not what people show up. If the people didn't show up, that's even more effort on you. It's better for the people to vote against you than not showing up. It means a total rejection. Yeah, so I think, like I said, they don't know why they've lost the election. They still think they look at the elephant, but they don't know the elephant can be wounded. As Arthur Kennedy would say, chasing the elephant for a bush. They have to sit down. If you have a party now that their leaders are America Abuaje, Afenyo Markins and their general secretary, they are not serious. It doesn't mean that the young people cannot lead, but NPP is a party that you can see the likes of maybe Darocha and Alajate, but they don't have it anymore. They've left these sycophants to be leading the party, screaming and shouting on TikToks and things. But the people now, they are enlightened. The Ghanaians now, they are very, very enlightened. If you go on YouTube, I told you that now we don't even need a ministry of information. It's the youth who are doing the thing for the government. In the same vein, if the government also mess up, there's no turning back. Now the people say there's not a party against party, it's the party against them. So the same love that they have for Akufo-Addo, it is Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo is the one who are the single most damage caused by the NDC to the NDC is Akufo-Addo. Akufo, I don't know how the MPP can repair Akufo-Addo singly, not Bawumia. Akufo-Addo, his pride and his pompousness and insulting chiefs, telling them to get up. How can you tell somebody to get up? He's the one who had destroyed MPP. No, it's not Bawumia. He is the one. That's the effect. You have to sit down and bring everybody. But look at how they are doing it. They said they will allow some people to return, but don't allow some people to. Yeah. Is that how we do? Is that how to do reconciliation? They have to allow everybody to come. The Alan Chamatin, and everyone, that guy that the former secretary they even removed. They should bring everybody back. Then they should
come and beg us. They should come and beg us to join them. Period.
Otherwise, I don't see where. And it's no good that it's like the NDC is coming like the NDC of '92. It's like absolute majority. It's also no good that we have a party which is right now who is going to even control the NDC. They might even become complacent. You see,
about Bombarded, the fact that NPP is weak doesn't make NDC good, though.
Saying even at least no, when they compare to the MPP, they think that it is better. Not that it is good, but they think it's in terms of comparison. They think it's good, but it doesn't mean that it's better. Yeah, but once look at what they rejected. The third party was this guy Percival. The guy, what's the name? He has made Akpalu. Akpalu was the one who was the third party. He even got
no. The third was Shada.
Yeah. Okay. But they were talking about the LPG, so okay. And Shada didn't even get 1%. So those who won the third party, I don't know how they are going to come in. And 1%.
But Apalu is a surrogate too. It's a surrogate of the MPP. So as for him, there hasn't. And recently, he messed up when the incident happened. So I don't think anybody will vote for him again. Hello? Yeah, Bombardier, have you gone off?
Okay, I'm close now.
Why it's closed?
All right. I'm say Obia Kevin T. Bombardier may update here. Yeah, sorry, so I don't know. Why? Abby, thank you so much. I'm say environment, and common. Perhaps Ochina. Yeah, bet to us where for I love said and now we see breaking it down. So
yeah, but there are so many things.
And I could see watch the announcement where on some where there is respect for culture and diversity. So
yeah, when we talk about conducive environment, that is what they are talking about. For all of us to contribute to build Ghana, there should be without fear or all those things. Do you understand?
That's right.
But without saying I belong to this party, possibly we are here. Is that what they do?
Say one other thing. So say some kind there is, I say, every idea is respected, because no matter how small the idea may be, it may draw our attention to a blind spot that we may have neglected. So, when we open ourselves to listen to everyone, in due course, for ideas to flourish very well.
Yeah, you see, the way they are shortchanging themselves is this. I expect all these parties, when they come to power, instead of sending people to come to a radio program like Akwantufuo or go somewhere and go and challenge them, listening to what these programs, they can list maybe 10 radio programs. They say, oh, these people, they talk sense. Go, let your people go there and go and listen. jot down the ideas, write the ideas. Somebody bring an idea because they don't have monopoly. The fact that they are leaders doesn't mean they have no monopoly of ideas. They should come and listen to this. Then when somebody suggests something good, oh, let's contact this guy and see how best we can. Here, this part of the world, they buy ideas, so they pay you for ideas. You understand? But in our part of the world, if you want to buy somebody's idea, it's like, oh, I'm demeaning myself. I'm supposed to know everything. I'm the boss, so nobody can advise me. And that is why we are not progressing.
Mm-hmm. All right, Abby, thank you very much. One of the environments, an environment where the ego is managed very well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, yeah. I intentionally broke it down for Ubia just to have an idea. The social environment, the religious environment, the psychological environment. I mean, one of the reasons why ideas intimate travel when it comes to our psychological question. I mean, I thought so. If because of this differences, affiliation and what have you, the thoughts that we run around with in this our country, Ghana, right?
Yeah.
Our thoughts are so pure. They are so unprogressive. Send me na me the idea no buy no support for the idea. All these things doesn't make ideas thrive. Perhaps when we come tomorrow I may not be able to sit in fully. We'll see how it goes.
And so long as people are not even giving credit for ideas they contribute, people will not find it even necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You understand? They know this guy. You can't talk sense to me, or you can't do this. Instead of being the person being quiet and say, "Oh, this is a good idea," no, not a part of the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You are not NPP.
Mm-hmm.
You are not NDC. Come on, don't let us give him credit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have the conducive environment for us to thrive.
Okay.
And we are stuck. Sad bit. We are stuck in the NPP NDC mode.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a car which has gone into a ditch, screeching the wheels. How do you go out of that ditch?
Yo, Abe, yeah, bet your card. Why?
Rescue.
Yeah, rescue.
You have A in Ghana.
Oh, someone a man premium farmer. Send a recovery.
Hey, Babasmali, you see, that thing was a good idea. But how did they sell it to the people?
Mm-hmm.
They put a political slant on the whole thing.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
So that political slant alone just killed a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It wasn't planted in a conducive environment.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. Anyway, why? Nah, you may have the best seed. You may have the most promising seed and what have you, but if you don't have the conducive environment to plant that seed dies. The idea may be so beautiful, amazing, but if the environment within which you will plant the idea and you're conducive, the idea even dies before it germinates. I just see what me boy.
Aye, Papa, that's the point. Yeah, can say me can't we not natural there were crossing, Papa. We're no correct. I became one of the good farmers for the first and I'm at the school called Common Foom. And I'm trick and I'm a made the school a great kitchen or more. And I'm so almost for ya, no papa,
Mm-hmm.
The Papa, you be surprised to say Colano, money, money, Obia to me, but on said that we show money more. That's the opportunity times I will secure almost said. I'm watching. Ufi say how you have said that. No, you could tell their faces are shining. Say, hey, obi a watch my dear no busa me madwene obi bi ho. And papa, and Koran be chere wo no pa. Say it was so amazing.
That's right.
Nyama phone say me break them into groups. Nyama catch them say group we momo ye dua beans a momo project ni. We must surprise. You see, when you make people have the sense of belonging, but that is all. That's the environment we can thrive. But also, you say they are calling people and this city. Even I make a constituency. If I want more, if I'm home. I mean, Akwantufuo is different from Lembele. And so now said now yeah politics. Now call it so power grab no kwan or mojune. We don't live in a conducive way, said the Munina Sika. Yeah, that's right. It's a because a dicey topic. I love it. I like it.
Yeah. And see, yeah, na yeah, see, I say. Now, a jaheno, my closing prayer.
Power some of us jaheno closing prayer.
A jaheno.
Because we be woman.
Oh, okay, all right then. When I'm home, okay. Abby, my closing prayer.
What sort of prayer do you want?
My closing prayer, I was able to work on sort of. Yeah, but yeah, Pompire me and Pom.
But Basbali, empire means different things to different people.
And there's as it means to you, no, Bommy and Pom.
Yeah, okay. So I feel we all need to select good leaders and not following people who just come and lie just to win power. Do you understand? The last two group of people will do 24-hour economy. Almost 1 year now, nothing 24-hour is showing. Do you understand? So, and people will still come and defend that. We are not seeing anything. Feed Ghana program. There's nothing on the ground. You understand? We are not talking about this for nothing. This weekend, the guy who was in charge of some of these things said there's nothing on the ground. You understand? Then people will come here try to defend. Defending what? If Ghana is not working, it's not affecting you alone. It's affecting all of us. Now the city is deteriorating again. But as well, have you seen it? Today, city to the pound is almost 16 cities to the pound now.
A wonderful prayer Papa did ask.
Yeah. So that is what some of us we see our prayers.
Okay.
The rest is my personal relationship between me and my God.
That's
it. Yeah, that's how my prayer.
Abby, that's
okay.
Yada Ubibia and so I say for being part of today's show. I hope that what's your BB? Not just for our political discourse, but for your own microcosm environment. No, what's your BB? To be able to get the very best in whatever that you do. But that's some suffer and so I say stepping up, taking up the challenge quite well. And so better than I Adolfo by right from any war Ghana or for Kofi Berima United States. Jaco Sibuache Bombardier Spain of Abwedi Edem. And so thank you very much, Edem, for gracing the show for us. Abby, champion back on one of my closing prayer. Also, that's it. I think say ya boy adofo ni nyina edin kama. Tinyame yadma wo kina ya beba na ya beto ase. Until then, ene obia
But well, you see, now you accepted one diversity of idea. Now you have accepted my concept of prayer, isn't it?
Send
diversity.
Diversity ni bi no ntine ya judge. Why? Obia ma ba.
Adobe shodomu. Adipa shodomu. Where na mingwa that day na midi. Odonido. Adobe shodomu. Adipa shodomu.